Okay, so we're going to pick up where we left off with the Unwelcome Solicitors, which is our raider colony. We are a raider ideology who also has pain as a virtue, so we scar up ourselves constantly. And we're doing pretty good. We've been growing our ship. I am going to start trying to conquest in general. So if we start seeing like Impid and Neanderthal colonies, we are going to start attacking them. Part of this is because I kind of know relatively soon that I am going to have to, like, relatively soon this run is potentially going to die from that. What are you? Oh, that's the, we got in a person who's got really high shooting and all that. But they're 85, which in RimWorld is pretty rough. RimWorld is very unkind to you based on your age. So what we've got here is we did stop, we topped off our food, we topped off our thing. Hit an Empire base? I will eventually. I think we're ready to roll. Yeah, the big thing I need now is we need to hit a tile with wood. Oh, who is Krieger? What is Krieger? Oh yeah, we still have the prisoner Krieger in here. When do you get out of here? It should be like any time now, right? Yeah, one day. All right, we'll wait out Krieger getting out of here. But I need to hit a tile that's going to give me wood or just straight up chem fuel. Just because I'm in a situation right now where I'm kind of hurting on all that. We do have this mech cluster that I'm going to ignore down here. It's got an auto mortar. We can probably handle it okay, but it's just kind of one of those things that it's a lot of unnecessary risk. We're leaving anyway, so I'm not exactly motivated to deal with it. So as soon as Krieger gets out of here for our quest, which is going to give us a Masterwork sniper rifle, then we're going to move on, and we'll figure out our first target. So like I said, we're going to hit, if we see like Impid, Neanderthal, so go for that. Yatkin and them would be a really hard one for us to do. At least this time we have flak armor, because the last time I did one of those in our previous attempt, it was just one of those things where... Sorry, I'm just checking what we got on these tiles. We went to attack it and all that. And we landed, and a bunch of them rolled up with like fully kitted machine or marine armor and everything. And I had one flak jacket among my entire colony. And I'm like, oh, I'm outnumbered, outgunned, outkid. Why do I need wood? To make chem fuel, because we had 2 drop pod raids, one after the other, land right here in my main room with all my chem fuel. Blew up all this and my chem fuel storage. And we had some spare over here. So we got it all reloaded and refilled up, went to the next tile, and then we got drop pod raided right into our chem fuel area, which wiped out what we had. So I did manage to put enough in here to get this going, and we are burning some of our potatoes right now to top it off. I'm going to actually tell them to stop doing that for right now, because we got enough to launch wherever we want to go. But I want to get a bunch of wood so we can process that into more chem fuel. Like, I think we're going to try and target having where we get 2 things from one trip kind of situation. But we'll deal with that. Alright, so you leave today. Then we'll just grab our Masterwork sniper rifle. And then we'll get going. But yeah, so our colony's getting to like about the size. I don't like going much larger than this. Like, it's around 12 to 14. Do we now have the tech to make anything organic into chem fuel? We do. But I'd rather burn wood into chem fuel than all of my food. Because we are a raider ideology, we operate at a 16% slower work speed on everything. So growing stuff is kind of painful. Crafting stuff is kind of painful. All that kind of stuff is painful. So if I can avoid doing that, that's good. And then plus, so far we've been on the map, this whole freaking area is a desert. We are using the Explorer mode, so we have like Fog of War. This whole area has been a desert. It's been making me move around. So we definitely don't want to spend time there because there's very little food and all that. Like, this one's arid shrubland. And at least, and like this one, it was like good enough compared to what we've been dealing with. I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll just put up with it. But we haven't had a tile with trees in like 4 or 5 stops, and food has been very difficult. Which is why we took the time to really ramp up the food on this one. So I've got like 5,000 raw food and a bunch of meals and everything in here now. Okay, we have you set to make, yeah, packaged meals forever. Okay. Because, yeah, they should be able to make the packaged meals here. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to take you. Let's say I have packaged meals. We'll cut that down to 20 so you stop making so many. Now you can just make the packaged meals. Alright, so we got the prisoner. Let's have you carry them to the shuttle. Alright. Oh, they're convenient enough to just drop them on the ship, too. Okay, so the question is... I'm going to hold on to that sniper rifle. Right now, I'm going to just leave it in storage. That's going to be our situational, like, if we have a cluster like this that I need to deal with from afar. We can do it. We're not going to do that on this one. Because we got what we need. So let's go ahead and get our ship ready to rock and roll. We're not staying here any longer. Because we got 2 days till that thing turns on and start mortaring us. And I either have to fight all those centipedes with no cover. Okay. So that's all desert down there. I'm going to try crossing to the other side. Because I'm moving down towards this. Unless you can find a better target. That's 4 tiles away from another faction. I am okay with that. So we might have our first target. I think it'll be the Yetkin, though, and... I'm a little leery because the last time we hit one of those, there was like 20 of them. They had marine armor and a bunch of stuff, and... That could be a rough fight that we would probably win, but it would probably not be without casualties. Yeah, so I'm going to work generally in the direction of the Grav Core. Well, there's an ancient danger. It's another atoll. Let's actually move it way up like this. Hopefully they make this map reveal stuff in Path You Fly. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it not doing that. Okay, we will want compact steel. We're gonna pop that ancient danger. Just looking really fast for any... There's 2 ancient dangers. Ooh, with the reduced spawn chance, it's actually pretty good stuff. Alright, so let's go pop the ancient dangers, because I like free stuff. And we are actually sitting on 2 mech resurrection serums on top of that. Let's not open it from this side. I was like, let's open this side to get the turret support, and then Cooler Minds came out ahead where it's like, hang on, wait a second. That means I'll have a bunch of sentry guns behind me, shooting past me at the enemies in front of me. Maybe let's not do that. And you still are missing a lung in your leg. Is not great. Because unfortunately I had a mech drop rate dropped right on top of them with like 5 lancers and a bunch of pikemen, and it was a messy time. That's fine, I'll adjust anyone who needs to be adjusted. Okay. So there's only 3 pods in this one. So I actually feel comfortable just going like this. Putting you all there. Mushing you here. Alright. So let's do this where we pop open the pod. And Earth Rush was the one of Psychic Slaughter. I'm actually going to sneak Earth Rush down here, just in case this one's hostile. Earth Rush will take care of that one. Okay. So that's all sorted out. We can open you. Orders, we'll allow all of them. And what are you? Pyromaniac with nothing I really care about. So we'll strip them. Strip them. They already dropped their stuff. Not a weapon I care about. And actually, I did undraft them. We're going to just redraft them. We're going to run right down here to this other Ancient Danger real quick. Let's have you pop this just so we can see what we got. And then you'll head down and meet the others. Oh, you lived. Slothful Nimble. I mean, sorry, did I say they lived? They definitely died. There's definitely just a corpse in there and nothing... nothing of value. Such a shame. Honestly, all the other ones, I've taken the time to put them back in the cryopods when they came out. It's fine, we'll do that. So, strip them. Strip them. Put you in the cryopod. Put you in the cryopod. Because we're not going to murder innocent people. I mean, we are. But we're not going to murder innocent people that we just popped out of the fridge. That's just mean. That you've been in this fridge thing for potentially hundreds of years, and you finally get woken up, and then you're just left to, like, die on the floor. So it's still taking a minute for everyone to get down there. We'll have Krace come up there and do the artist thing there. I'm not going to wait for Lunar to catch up. We'll get this group down here, so they're all in one group. But Lunar with that prosthetic leg. Let's actually go and have Lunar just... Don't worry about it, man. You're going to be way too late to this party. Actually, that's a bad idea. It's fine. Okay. We've got them in position. No, you're just too slow, man. This is going to be settled entirely by the time you get there. Okay, so I've got 2 Militars and a Scorcher from the looks of it. So let's back off slightly. I'm going to do something that's going to be a bit spicy. Why can't I get an angle on those from here? Alright. So is there anyone here we especially want to try and do? Careful Shooter, Steadfast, Night Owl, Undergrounder, Psychically Dull, Pretty and Tough, Hard Worker, Volatile, Sanguine. So this is Samantha back there is really the only one I wouldn't want. Because Volatile can go die in a fire. Now they're all distracted by the Militars. I'm down to just roll up here. That's not really what I wanted. That's fine. Get out. Okay, so they've all turned on me and are ignoring the mechs. Get back here. Alright. So they did finish it off. They're popping out here. Okay. And you're busy throwing up, so let me help you with that real quick. Alright, so let's try and run over here really fast, because Oh, it must have been Infinity Simplex who had, or sorry, Lunar, you probably had my Fire Foam pack? Yeah. I've always been keeping a Fire Foam pack in the group. It looks like the person who had her Fire Foam pack was the one I left behind because she was the one who lost her leg. Okay, so let's put out all these fires real fast. Then open that. And carry on with your day. So this one we don't have to worry about looting all the bodies as much. Because all their clothes will be tainted. And since they didn't die, like, upon popping out, they had to fight. They should have dropped everything but backpacks. I'm not too worried about smoke pack. Oh, hey. Sorry, man. Okay, we got a quest for base assault. Not super worried about those goods. Okay, so we're waiting to see what we got out of here. Injury-wise, we've got mild burns and bruising, a bruise, and a tiny little cut from a shot. And then you are going to bleed out eventually. And then Craze Cure is going to use that thing for your art. We can unrestrict everyone. Go orders. Cut down what little trees there are around here. That's too nice and easy ancient air. I was gonna say clean, but I mean honestly it was not a clean go on the one. I did stand out there and just take a bunch of shots that I didn't need to. Not that I got punished for anything, but it very easily could have gone bad. Alright, do not haul the human-like corpses. I don't need them. Yeah, so we just want to haul this stuff in. We got the soother and all that. Yeah, you're gonna actually die. Yeah, so haul that all junk in. We don't really have much steel at the moment. And as you can see, we've got our ship being pretty well built. We are out of Gravlite panels, so I can't really expand it more. Go ahead and unlock these doors since I don't need to hold a prisoner. Because none of them went down, they all died. Strange signal source, I'll go ahead and accept it. Because we're going to be stuck here for a couple of days, I think. Yeah, 3 more days-ish. Okay. So that way we can keep trying to work on getting chronophagy. They came out of cryo. Their first instinct was to snort drugs. Hey, Itchy Tenma, thank you for the 30 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Can we change Lunar's name to Limpy? Lunar is someone we named after a player. I wouldn't want to take the name away from someone who, like, won the role kind of thing. Those don't have anyone in it, so I'll take those apart. We've got a couple of in-game days to go. The other thing I should do is zones. Put a fishing spot here. Fishing spot there and there. On our side here. Yeah, Mech Cluster Targeter. I think that's new. No, it's Royalty, actually. That came from Royalty. I found it pretty underwhelming when I used it. Like, it was good for a distraction, but that was about it. But I think that's one of those ones that's kind of RNG of what actually lands. Because, like, if you get it to land and it's got, like, a full setup, you're in relatively good space. Alright. Now, the pro and the con is I actually overfilled the storage room a lot. I let them really just kind of send it when it came to all this. Oh yeah, I was gonna go after the relic stuff too. We might try and mix that in while we're going. Because that'll be ideology. We'll see if I get enough jade for one of these. Yeah, if I get enough jade for one of these, we'll let them build it. And then we can, you know, go after the relic, because you'll have the quests here. The base assault. I'm not gonna worry about the base assault. We're gonna hit someone else pretty soon. The rewards aren't what we're here for. I'm not worried about the distress signal. The hunting area and all that, I believe, are a ways back. All these random ancient complexes. Yeah, so we have, we've accepted that. Ah, there's a secret compound that when we accept it'll appear nearby, and then the venerated silicon. That's fine. Yeah, so they're plunking down the steel and the plasteel out here. Because of that, but we're crafting stuff, so we're slowly getting rid of materials. We can go to Hue. Suspend granite. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, they got the gold, and they're working on the jade. That's fine. That'll clear up a couple of tiles of inventory space. We've also got a bunch of thrumbo fur in there and thrumbo horns. Mysterious cargo, and you give me a Psi-former for it. Alright. Okay, Mysterio cargo. It is a golden cube. Of course it is. So we're gonna go ahead and haul that back right away. Because of course it's the golden cube. And honestly, I'm gonna disallow... Actually, let's allow it. Let's leave it there. Now, Psi-former. Who could I give the Psi-former? Do we have anyone who's psychically sensitive? I didn't bother looking at that. I don't think we do. Sure, why not? Actually, wait. With you missing a leg, should I have you do it? I should probably have Parker do it. Yeah, Parker, you do it. Alright, so let's see what Parker gained. Parker gained Solar Pinhole, which, as much as a meme as that is, Solar Pinhole can actually be low-key pretty useful. It is one of those ones you get and you're always like, oh man, Solar Pinhole. When you actually look at what you can get and do with it, there is lots of utility use for it. Alright, so we got the pig faction is set up nearby. And unfortunately, it won't give you any indicator of like, hey, is this like a big town, a little town? Like, what are we looking at here? They don't give you any indicator about like what you're looking at. The next grab core is down there. So, chat, do we attack the pig people? That's the question. When we get everything cooled down and we're ready to rock and roll, do we attack the pig people? Because we are planning to be raiders, and we have been hitting the main settlements, but the pig people really do like to bring their ordnance as well, which is a little bit of a concern. Oh, let's go to you. Unfinished. On that bench. Don't leave your armor out here to rot. Of course we attack the pig people. Sounds... Alright, sounds like we're going to be attacking. If the colony does die, we'll pivot to another game, because like I said, this is, Alright, chili cheese burritos. Proposed marriage to Pretzel Bunny. Pretzel Bunny agreed and the two are now engaged. No, I'll live on the rim. But, because this is the last stream before we go on vacation for 2 weeks, needless to say, half of a stream for a full playthrough of RimWorld doesn't do you a whole lot of anything. Yeah, so it sucks that that's way down there. It's just taking them a long time to haul that back, but that's okay. I don't have much else to do right now. There's not really much wood on the tile to process into chem fuel. The big issue I'm going to run into is if we don't get those processed. Like, I've got a ridiculous number of batteries, so I can go a pretty good while till we end up having problems where our power starts going out because of lack of chem fuel. And your grasslands. Okay. Grasslands also means, like, no wood. That's fine. We're still going to attack them. That sounds like a good way for this colony to end up like the other one. Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, realistically, I want to have a meaningful conclusion to the colony this stream. Obviously, we're not going to be rolling credits on anything unless they start cheesing stuff really hard. And that's just because, like I said, we're going to be gone for 2 weeks. I'm not going to remember what's going on at the colony. I'd rather the colony go down in a blaze of glory and fire than, you know, it just stagnate. And my plan for dealing with the cube is we're going to let them study it. Buzz will see it right there. And when we leave, it's still going to be sitting right there. We're going to go to the shelf, and we're going to say cube. No. Why is there, like, 4 different things that are started and not finished there? Yeah, both of you are crafting. The other one's part-timing. I just have a lot of unfinished things laying around over there. And how are we doing on the vac suits? Because once you get the vac suits, we're space-worthy. I'm down to the last one. Well, actually, am I down to the last one? Or did we get... Yeah, we're fine with that. We will add... two more on there, so we got some spares. Okay. Ambrosia Sprout. You seem to always be under heat stroke. Oh, because weirdly you're not wearing the jacket or anything. Don't we have a jacket? No, we need to make another one. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just kind of giving it a minute because this should be... That's cooled off now. Alright, can we force you to haul the plasteel in? I don't care about most of the rest of the stuff. But plasteel laying out here will upset me a lot if we don't bring that on board. So merge the stacks. Okay. So what I'm gonna do... No thrombo horn. Anything else you want to make sure they just leave behind that I don't really need? Drop off the thrombo horn. And to bring in the plasteel. Good job. I think we had like 3 thrombo horns in there, if I remember correctly. Oh, they're stacked. I forgot. Okay. Do we have anyone else that we can move stuff in? Alright, so bringing in some of your steel to fill in some of the gaps, that's fine. Okay, is there any more we can haul in? No. I'm honestly just going to probably leave it. We are leaving goodies out here. Like the pulsar is good. We're leaving the thrombo horns out there. We got some plasteel out here. I don't really feel like trying to sort through all this. One thing... Well, I was leaving anyways, so, you know, that's fine. So we're going to leave this absolutely, completely easy and manageable raid, because we're just going to plug those in seconds and get that one to melee. And rather than face a very easy and manageable raid, we're instead going... Oh, and there's a second wave. I should give them credit. Oh, Illy, buddy. This is actually kind of a problem. I didn't realize you were way down there. Cancel graph ship launch. And then the whole game pauses, because for some reason we're running into this where when you go to cancel the graph ship launch or certain ceremonies. Alright, so these two are going to have to run down this way. I didn't see that we still had 2 people down in the other Ancient Danger. So they're out of position really badly. So we're gonna have them go out and around the atoll, and I'm just gonna have to fight this. And unfortunately, I believe I saw Lunar down there, who was the one who was super duper slow moving. So Illy took a hit. I can't see what it is. There you go. It's a toe hit. Yeah, so you two, you just start running that way. The rest of you, I'm gonna need you to actually fight this. Is it a prepare, or is it an attacks immediately? It's a prepare. So as long as you just get away from that thing without getting killed as it's just spraying its shots at us. Schedule, go to the home zone. That's gonna be rough because they're so slow. Like, genuinely, it might take so long for them to get home that the raid might happen in the meantime. How slow are you moving right now? 64% movement speed. 55%. Okay, is your range... You're probably good to start cutting across here. Just get on the ship wherever you can. No, don't cut. Well, is that okay? What's your range? Yeah, you're okay. Get a hustling. You're on borrowed time here. So get to the area, get mended. Alright, never mind, you waited too long, so no mending to the other side. Okay. And raiding the pig. This will set up, this will make them hostile. Yup. They already hate us. Let's give them a bigger reason for it. Alright. So let's see how bad this goes. The big thing I'm watching for is, do they have mortars? If they have mortars, I'm going to try to set up where we can hit their mortars before they can do anything with it. They do have a mortar up here. It's just the one mortar. It does have a sentry gun here, but I believe at an angle I can choose to ignore it. So it's mostly short range. I'm not seeing a lot of proper ordnance. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this way. Alright. We're going to turn this way to put our defensive position facing directly at that. We do have that one sentry gun back there, but we have 3 sentry guns on ours. So I'm kind of hoping if we land right there, they can start opening fire on each other. We won't have to deal with the mortar. We do have just the one gun there, and then we're going to have to just fight them. What is your range? So your range is like that? That'll be perfect, because what we could do is put you right here. Actually, let's put it like that. Alright, so this is gonna be messy. Because we haven't extended the front of the ship yet to make that defensive position force people into it better. Alright, so Illyspid, you're going to need to be treated. Who is... Yeah, so Lunar, you're probably our least capable person for dealing with fighting right now with all that bleeding. So you tend to Illyspid. The rest of you need to get in position and get ready to rock and roll. Because this is going to kick off almost instantly. Because we did basically land on their doorstep. Okay, making sure you're still drafted for that. We did pretty much land on their doorstep and said, knock, knock. Oh, you need to stay in bed. Make sure still tending. Now get people in position as fast as we can. Wait, you're already firing the mortar? Come on, man. Literally, I haven't moved yet. And you destroyed half my batteries, because you're a big old jerk. Why are you not shooting? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's get you two to inch up and deal with that mortar real fast. Okay, the mortar has been disarmed. Drop back here as fast as you can. Do your... Still getting bandaged, that's not what we want. That is a mess is what that is. They're just beelining right into the front lines. I need you to step forward. Infinity is now Berserker tranced. Okay, you two are good to jump into this fray as well. Why are you not firing? Just ignoring the whole fight. Alright, so the base is destroyed. Let's back off, because Infinity is still Berserker tranced, and will fight back. Just destroy the door, man. Wait, Infinity died? Huh. Okay, just apparently managed to finally get overwhelmed. I'm trying to get them out of the way of the door so I can actually go through here. Okay, so that's fine. Let's start patching people up. So we got chili cheese burritos. Meanwhile, Illyspit, before anyone gets any ideas, we are prepared for this outcome. Because we use our Mech Resurrection Serum immediately on you. Do we have anyone else? We all said you die. So you bring the next one up. And it'll be like nothing ever happened. Needless to say, that was a messy assault. And we gained reputation with everyone because we committed violence. And I was a little surprised when that mortar fired almost immediately. Okay. Praise Cure's tending to people, that's what we need. Rescue them. Rescue them. What's the turrets now working? I don't know, because their barrels weren't damaged. Now our power grid is going down because we're not getting chem fuel and they blasted our area behind us. They did mortar our battery supply. And meanwhile, their turrets, I'm sure, are going to actually fire. We don't have a super good angle of dealing with them either. Yes, I'm really not sure why ours didn't fire either, because we don't have them holding their fire and the barrels aren't damaged or anything like that. Another marriage is on. That everyone has been convinced through sheer violence that they all belong together. Right, and so was it... Yeah, so you're gonna be down for a hot minute. Okay, who's not been treated? Okay, you're already on it. Yeah, no, it's interesting that they ran up to my defensive line to use my cover against me, which was interesting. The way you killed that guy was hot. Seek help. What? Okay, no rotten, no human-like. Yeah, so this is the edge of the range. That's how the pawns are hooking up? Oh yeah, no, it's like, it's cursed. It's RimWorld. Alright, meanwhile, we're gonna have problems with power here. Because the chem fuel situation, so I'm really gonna have to go and start getting all that sorted. So turn those off for right now. Turn those off. Okay, so everyone's tended to. Once you finish your meal, I want to see if I can't get you to start dealing with some of these sentry guns. I don't see any battery. Oh, there is a battery down there. Oh, the research bench? I did. Oh, no, I didn't. My bad. I meant to. Yes, those are both running out of stuff, so let's kick the fuel out of here and tell them to not refill it. The fact that the way we survived that was being like, it's fine, I've got 2 mech resurrection serum, that's certainly an unsustainable strategy for dealing with that problem. Meanwhile, we can have you go up here, grab that chain shotgun. Chris, go ahead and grab the... Once you're done feeding people. Grab that sniper rifle. Oh, the cat died a long time ago. Okay. Do you have range out to here? Let's have you go over here somewhere and deal with those ones. But ultimately, we want to cut the power. I just don't need these sentry guns, so... Well, I've got the marksman thing up. Have Krace just deal with that. Yeah, it's fine. They'll destroy it. Now you just break its power line, and now shut off the last gun. Actually, the way that's wired, it's fine. We'll just destroy all the guns. I don't need any of them. We've got materials to rebuild and patch them, and we're using uranium ones instead of steel ones now. Okay, and we'll just wander over here. And did that reset your priorities? Of course it did. Let me do stuff. There you go. Okay. And you are here. Can't remember what you were set to. It doesn't matter. Bunch of crafting, that's fine too. Oh, I think, didn't I? I think I had you as the hauler cleaning person. It's fine. Okay, so that, deconstruct, and honestly, probably shouldn't be worrying about this. Should give you a break, but you're standing right here, so pop your nose into all these places. Orders. Unforbid all that. Because I'll just rebuild them. It'll take me less effort. Okay. Alright, a second obsidian longsword. I'll take that. So that means we now have 2 obsidian longswords. As far as the rest of the weapons, they had some chain shotguns we could put to use. But nothing too exciting. But that's not surprising. That is just one of the unfortunate realities of when you're raiding the bases. You mostly get rubbish. The reasons this is really not worth dealing with. Oh, and schedule, unrestrict you all. Just go grab what you want. Okay, so everyone's back up except the 2 people who died. I did like the one that ran up and we just exploded their first melee one who ran up with the shield belt. That is always a fun one to deal with. I'm checking to see. Yeah, no, unfortunately that because we exploded them and they had the shield belt, we did remove the shield belt as it were. I also need to go down here and have a low priority stockpile there. Then get those corpses out of here. Get a smoke pack. Yeah, so they're all garbage. That's fine. Alright, we do have them queued up to be able to cut down trees. Because we gotta wait for our engine to cool down anyways. Boxes always get lots of pays. Not usually. Yeah, for right now, the power's back online and recharging. Harvest the crops? Yeah, we'll want to do that too. The Timberwolf will probably need to hunt. There's not much for it to go after nearby. Mechanoid cluster. You know, could you stop following me? I mean, it's a nothing burger of a mechanoid cluster. Yeah, I don't need those components bad enough to go poke that. Yeah, so we just need to give them a chance to get this stuff sorted out. Get that turned back on. Strange signal. We'll wait to the next map to pull out the strange signal. Because we're going to be leaving this map in just a day. So we're going to get all the time we can. Alright. Heat wave. That's fine, just keep hitting me with events. Yep, there's the cube withdrawal. We knew that was coming. The big problem is we got a lot of injured people that we're waiting to recover. Ooh, that I missed. So we resurrected this person, but they did have a brain injury that's going to have them just disabled. So Pretzel here, even though he did that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and administer Luciferum on Pretzel. Because they're just out of commission permanently unless we get either the mech or the Luciferum to start healing their brain scar. Or we manage to get them with a mech healing serum, which I don't have. Yeah, so you're tearing up all of the trees. So I can hopefully bring the wood in here, because with the wood in here, we then have that set to make more chem fuel. Unfortunately, that's 2 of our crafters that are the ones who got killed and resurrected in that fight. Yeah, because you're actually past your resurrection sickness, but your brain is severely damaged. The good thing is that's just 1 season. We'll cure 1 scar per season that way. That's all good news. So while we're waiting... Okay, Infinity Simplex is now back up. Go grab your Obsidian Longsword. Wasn't there another one of you who was supposed to become a melee pawn? Oh yeah, Earthrush here. Yeah, let's move you to the front. Go grab your longsword. With that, I'd rather have the changed shotgun. If it's a good quality versus what you've got. Oh. They immediately died again because their brain injury had them down to almost no consciousness. And so when they slightly overheated, it bottomed out their consciousness. That's a bummer, because actually Luciferum gives you a bonus to your consciousness, so I'm actually surprised that did end up killing them. I was not watching. So with that, we'll just going ahead to really fast make a steel coffin in there. Be fast about it. In storage, we're going to go ahead and say human-like. Only colonists. Where's your corpse? Right there. Let's see. Bury them. That way they're buried in the freezer, so I can preserve their corpse. And it'll begin a funeral to try and manage moods. And then we need to get out of here because this heat wave is killing us. Lackluster. Okay, still have... Fine. The one's getting bad. Let's, all of you, stay at the ship, please. We're gonna get out of here as soon as we can. I didn't even think about it. So technically we die. That death was you'll have to remove their head. No, they're addicted to Luciferum. I don't have to. Their brain isn't destroyed. The Luciferum will cure that anyway, so I'm not worried about that. I mean, the bigger concern is actually getting a hold of our Mech Resurrection Serum. But yeah, no, normally I won't do the thing where you rip their skull out to remove their head to just cure it instantly kind of thing. That is one you have to do. Like, that's the way you used to deal with it back in the day when Luciferum was really hard to get a hold of. Without using the cheesy strats where you used to addict people and then send them on their way to create a bunch of addicts all over the world. Alright, let's get out of here as soon as we can. This heat wave is awful. And I could use the wood to keep that going, but I don't want to because I need it for the chem fuel. Because Grasslands doesn't have a lot of wood on it. Why is no one participating? So who is our best pilots? So 130. Won't because extreme temperature in the ritual area. That is incredibly stupid. Okay. So let's go in here. I guess we're wasting the wood. Get those things loaded up. So I can hopefully bring that temperature down. To be fair, it's 130 plus outside. Medical emergency on you. There you are. So Kraysk, carry them. Don't carry them that way. Take them to the freezer. That's honestly pretty obnoxious. Colonist needs rescue. Carry them. I wish they were smart enough to retreat to the temperature themselves, and I wouldn't have to do these rescues. Because that's an entirely self-manageable thing. You just get too hot? Cool. Go to the other room. Okay, grab your machine gun. Grab your Hellcat. Alright, we'll go in waves. You. Into the room. Cool off. Yeah, because we turned on those passive coolers. All of our wood's already gone. Okay, give him a minute. You. Into the cooler. Yeah, no, I don't need to do that. Like I said, I've got a room here that's below freezing. I just need to occasionally have my people step into that room. It's like now you notice no one's got heat stroke. We'll let you launch now? Thank you. The fact that it was like, you can't launch, it's too hot, it's like, that's why I need to launch. Why would you not do that? And it's because they just made the launch a ritual. So it just uses that mechanic behind it. Which makes sense to the rituals, that you don't accidentally kill your pawns, but it's like, but I need to launch. If my ship is not a survivable condition, my tile is not a survivable condition. No, I think it's a correct thing to reuse the functionality, because it does the same thing. They just need to have, like, if ship launch, do not check for too hot or too cold or whatever. Or give us an override button that's like, hey, are you sure you want to do that? It's too hot, too cold. And you're like, yeah, I really do want to actually leave. Alright, so what is this tile that it had the special marker on it? Thruster breakdown, everyone's allowed off the ship. Alright, what's it say you are? Oh, I misclicked as one tile off. We instantly got a low psychic drone. I really don't need these components. Amusingly enough, I actually need the steel more than the components. Just quickly doing a peek around to see if there's anything good. Ancient dangers. That's going to be the big thing, is realistically, with what we're doing, we're probably not going to see any ancient dangers. Yeah, so I'm not going to go back up for the chem fuel refinery. Yes, I could certainly use a lot more chem fuel. But let them just keep loading up the wood, there you'll be fine. Okay. Well, that means effectively we did actually lose one pawn to the attack. Which, considering it was just a rushed attack that we didn't really put a lot of thought into. And alright, so you're upset because cube withdrawal and all that. I don't think I can make you forget about the cube withdrawal or anything of meaning there. We'll see what it hits. -8. So what did it improve in your mood? I don't even see an 8 on here. Huh. Whatever. Alright, so you got a minute to do all this. Let's go ahead and queue up a scarification. We'll do, like, a scarification each landing to just try and get those knocked out for the moods and all that. They can keep grabbing all the wood. The next thing I want to check is what weapons do you have. So you have a normal quality submachine gun and a normal quality. Oh, right, I switched you. Yeah, let's go get you your charge lance back. I'd rather you have the charge lance. Have you grab the normal chain shotgun. Okay. Yeah, then I gotta wait for that. Yep, and you're going to have your unconsciousness due to cube withdrawal. Regional survey. For a grav core. I mean, you got a grav core right down there. How long do I have to accept that quest? 30 days? That'll work, because then we can jump down here, grab that core, immediately trigger the other one when this is done, and grab another grav core nearby. Potentially find ourselves a raiding target while we're down there. I need to check what our mood bonuses were from the conquest. Yeah, so we got 6 for participating in a raid and 10 for the conquest. Beavers. Cool. They're gonna eat all the trees. Luckily, we're gonna try and grab what we can first. With Chili, we're gonna want to use our next console on them. Okay. Oh, turn those back on. Because I'm not sure why they didn't work. Yeah, because there's no rotation to them. So it's not like I'm facing it the wrong way. Alright, so Psychic Drone's over, so we should be fine. Because that was giving us a really severe mood penalty. Do they have minimum range? No, they have a maximum range. That's what I don't understand, because the enemies were right in this area. So we're definitely in their range and on the angle, and we've had them shoot there before, so I'm not entirely sure why they weren't shooting on the... Oh, you know why they weren't shooting? Because the enemy ran up and fired a smoke pack. Smoke pack disables turrets. So where they were trying to hurt my accuracy, they smoke packed the turrets into not functional. That's part of the reason there wasn't, you know, they didn't go down nearly as fast and that we didn't go down nearly as fast is because both of us had our accuracy badly penalized. But yeah, I know it was the smoke pack that they fired off. That's fine. Also, get that slag out of there. And that's from the cube. The golden cube. Luckily hit our researcher, which isn't the end of the world, because we're just going to keep pushing aggressively, so research is not going to be nearly as instrumental in the run now. Because we're just going to keep attacking and attacking and attacking. Like, giving it enough power in here, I might genuinely start lining the ship up with just a whole bunch of sentry guns. So that way when we land, it just draws enemies in. Burn just ridiculous amounts like uranium, steel, and components and all that. I'll just want to space them such that they don't detonate each other. Okay. You did that? Was fun? Yeah. Like, they're not great in a fight, especially if something's, you know, longer range than they are. They don't do that much damage. Their accuracy is not that great. But still. The only big thing we get research-wise is if I was able to get that and get lucky and immediately get the, Oh, it'd have to be fabrication. Never mind. I was gonna say, if we got to the advanced grav tech, that'd be a big one. But honestly, for the technology we've got left here, there's not too much I'm super worried about. We also have our vac suits. If we do end up having a space target we end up wanting to hit, we'll probably loop back there. Go for that kind of stuff. Okay, we're getting the Jade Reliquary made. Oh yeah, we'll want to jump up and get the Vac Stone. Totally forgot about that as well. But the ship should be set up. I do think they really need to have a thing where down here you can kind of see what's sealed off, because like right now I should have air for this room, this whole middle corridor area here. Like the whole way up. These rooms, those probably won't be any good. These two will not, because the engines aren't built. But if we grab our vac suits, then go and do that, we can build those engines, and then those will get closed off and be an area for all that. Alright. Yeah, so we still got just under a day till it's ready to go. They've loaded up some wood. Yeah, we loaded up some wood. Both of our fuel tanks are full and we got a little bit of extra chem fuel, so we're at least not in terrible shape. We're not doing big jumps right now anyways. Because with what we're doing with our motivation, a lot of times we're not doing these giant jumps from half the map to the other half. And that can be helpful because you use fuel based on how far you go. So you do a bunch of tiny little jumps. It takes a lot longer to burn through your fuel. This is one thing, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is one thing with what we're doing. Because I have that fog of war, it can make it a little tricky for me to find my targets. So far as like other colonies to raid. It'll also be interesting if we manage to start not killing people when we knock them down. So we can kind of capture them. Okay. And those jade reliquaries are going to be unreasonably expensive. Because we're not bothering with any kind of real wealth management. Like, I'm not bringing stuff I don't want, but otherwise that's about the only wealth management we're doing. Okay, so got all the jade there for the next one. Yeah, like I said, I think we jump down here. We do that. We trigger the Gravcore quest, we do that, and then we do the 2 Reliquary quests while we're in the area. Who was the other one who's really upset? It was you, right? Yeah, so let's go ahead and have you get consoled. So that way you're over your fiancé dying. Okay, so Pretzel's not here anymore, so cancel that. Okay, just making sure the other things that weren't done, that none of them were being made by Pretzel. Because needless to say, Pretzel is currently frozen in a sarcophagus, so probably will not be getting any work done for a little while. Oh no. The hunt for super bass. Okay, I can accept that, and that'll be another Gravcore above us somewhere. You know what? Abandoned platform to kill super bass. Yeah. Have a great time off. Look forward to seeing you upon your turn. Thank you. Alright, so the plan I think is going to change to, instead of going after that, we'll go for the one that's on the very short timer, go up to it, and then depending on timers, we either go to the Gravcore to the south we were talking about, or we go to the next one. Because where is all our food going? Oh, you're just making an obnoxious number of package meals. That's fair. I just looked up here, it's like, where'd all the food go? We had like 6,000. Oh, you produced like 200 something package meals. Yeah, that'll do it. Right, and we still need to de-age you. So ship's ready to go. Alright. So we are going to accept the hunt for super bass. And we're going to go to our assignments. We're going to change it to Spacefarer on everything. Hey, don't do that. Storage. No. No apparel out here. Get that crap back on the ship. You've got all these mannequin things that accept it. Why would you leave them? I literally stopped. Oh. Hey, so Everdream, thank you so much for the raid. So, gotta ask, did you finish asking for a friend? That friend might be me. But, check out Survivor Dream. Was playing some Crime Scene Cleaner and everything. Was getting to like that final mission and all that. So I do hope you had a great rest of your stream and all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. Again, check out Survivor Dream. Plays a whole variety of games. No, let's see. No bullet to the back of the head though. Very little closure, but it was a great game. Oh, you did finish. Yeah, no, excellent. We did a full playthrough of Crime Scene Cleaner when it first dropped as well. So now you're gonna replay the entire game in nightmare mode so you can see the spooky version, right? No, you're all good. You're gonna play the nightmare version, right? I played a little bit of it. It's fine. It doesn't have nearly as interesting of a story. It falls solidly into generic horror. But it is weird. It makes the levels all trippy. You do some Nightmare when October rolls around? That sounds like a good idea. Alright, so I want you to get all that armor in here, since you ran outside and dumped it on the ground. Versus... these things are literally configured to take it. Black. You have it set to configured to take it. Please put the flak armor on the statues. As you looked at the first map, like walked around, and it seemed interesting enough, you don't know that we'll do it all, but you'd like to think a couple for sure. Yeah, it's pretty much what I did, is I did like 4 or 5 of them in nightmare mode. It's like, that's kind of cool. But, I definitely didn't feel near, like, because I did the same thing you did when it came to, like, the main story. You got, like, really into the main story, like, alright, look, man, we're playing through this whole thing. Like, and it got to the point where it was clear the community was kind of ready for me to move on to the next game. It was like, no, man, I have to finish. We're right here. And the face masks, please. Because I know you're leaving those there on the ground. Because then we're going to go and... Oh, where are you? What? Well, never mind that. I thought it was going to appear right nearby me, not half across the planet. Okay, well, maybe or maybe not we do it. Hey, all of my people here that I just told you to, you know, go ahead and put on your spacesuits because you're going to space. That was just a drill. That was just a drill. Don't worry about it. If I can have you take those back off, please. Because you're not gonna need those. It was a great chat game. Yeah, no, it's a thing. You don't think you'd do that in stream? It's just a bit too repetitive. Yeah. Well, that's one of those things. It's definitely one of those games that, like, when you're playing a lot of, like, the simulator-style games, you're just kind of going through the motions at a certain point, that they can work out. They can be a lot of fun, but they do kind of get a little long in the tooth at times. Because there's a lot of, like, I like a lot of the games that do end up having those very repetitive systems, but yeah, it's rough. Alright, is everyone flipped over? I see you still have your vac helmets on. Why do you still have vac helmets? Oh, because they're, like, really high quality. You know what, that's fair. Alright, let's get out of here, because I don't need to be on this tile anymore. Yeah, so for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, there's a past tense on that, as you probably picked up on. Right now we're doing RimWorld, and we are doing a raiding colony. And pretty much what we got going on right now is with our raiding colony. Sorry, I'm trying to guess where that is. With our raiding colony, I'm kind of having a big we're just going to keep attacking things till we die. Because this is my last stream for 2 weeks that I'm going to be away. So I don't like leaving runs unconcluded and going away for a while. Because I'm not going to remember what's going on when I get back. And with the speed of which people's interest changes on Twitch and YouTube and all that, by the time I get back, there'll be entirely different things we'll be wanting to check out. There'll probably be some game none of us have heard is even coming. They'll drop out that everyone will be super hyped about. It'll be like some new survival crafter, some new... That is an interesting map. Some like new amazing game. So just kind of one of those things. So I would like to kind of put a bow on it. So we're just going to be aggressively attacking people until we bite off more than we can chew. We did just do a raid against a pig colony, where technically 2 people died, and then we brought them back to life. But I didn't watch, and the one had like really, really bad brain damage from taking a shotgun shell to the brain. So we resurrected them, and then there was a heat wave, and they died from loss of consciousness. Because between the... Like, we even hit them with Luciferum and everything, but the loss of consciousness did them in, because in RimWorld, if your consciousness hits 0, you die. So let's see here. So compact, do we have any materials we actually care about on the map? Nope. Is there entrances on the map? Nope. Any ore on the map? Nope. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do here, say, orders. There's a natural environment, and I don't like it. I think you should all be in my ship's inventory.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm going to step away for a bit, but we'll be lurking. Thank you for the warm welcome. Anytime. And thank you again for that raid. Alright, so let's go ahead and put a bunch of fishing spots, because why commit to just deforestation when we can also commit to overfishing? Because a nice little enclosed lake here with only 85 bass in it, and I feel like all of those bass should be in my freezer. I would much like to have all of the bass in my freezer, please. So we are going out here, and I'm cutting down all the trees real fast to try and load them up. We do use those for making chem fuel. So while that's full, we need to keep that going. Yeah, so we're gonna get down to this grav core. I'm gonna do that. And apparently the other grav core we agreed to is over here. Yeah, so I'm down here. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, so jump down there. This is probably ocean there since there's no pins there. That might be a bit of a trick. But then we'll try and cross over here. But in the meantime, I gotta wait for the cooldown on my engines, because you can only jump so fast. On top of that, let's go ahead and we're going to scarify ourselves more. For those that didn't catch, we are a raider ideology as well as a pain is a virtue ideology. So we like to just be covered in scars. If you've ever been, you know, at like the local indie band, local alt rock, you know, bar, that kind of place, we basically look like them. You're just scars and tattoos and piercings. Because we're not posers, man. But yeah, so getting everyone properly scarified up, it's just taking time. Oh yeah, you're still missing a lung. That is unfortunate. And you need to be de-aged. How much longer do I have in the engine? 2 days? Quest, strange signal, accept. I should have done that immediately. Because that'll bring the monolith and we can keep researching that, hoping to get chronophagy. Because my hope is we'll get chronophagy, we'll raid someone. And then once we've raided them, you know, take a survivor. If they're a useful pawn, they become one of us. If they're not a useful pawn, they make us a little younger. They may not have realized it, but the Fountain of Youth this whole time, it was just ritualistic magic. They're all looking for a fountain or something. They just weren't looking in the right place. It happens. Harbinger Tree Sprout, don't care. How are we doing on our anomaly stuff? We're at Frenzy Inducer, and we still haven't gotten the psychology, because we are using random research. So I don't have control of my research, they just get what they want. And I just gotta live with that outcome. So one thing that's gonna happen here is we're about to finish researching the multi-analyzer. And I'm gonna need to make space for that. Stairs and 40 biosculpting pods. That seems so highly inefficient. Why would you biosculpting pod where it takes so incredibly long for people to de-age when you can just skip to de-aging them almost instantly? Alright, so we'll get those wires run, because we moved the 2 batteries down there. Oh, Xerxes is finally back up. because Zerks got knocked the heck out by their cube obsession. It's good to have that done. Well, since the power's out and no one has anything else to do, go ahead and get yourself another scar. Because we just keep doing it until there's no one left to put scars on. You haven't been messing with the anomaly stuff? You probably should. Yeah, that's one of the things. So a lot of people, and especially, and like very genuinely, when Anomaly first came out and you hit the monolith, it just kind of took over the whole game. So very understandably, a lot of people, you know, got into the habit of just, you know, turning Anomaly off. That like they didn't like it. It was in everything. You know, it kind of did that. And then they made a lot of adjustments where you can have it like passive Anomaly, where you don't get that many events, or you can have it active Anomaly where you hit the monolith. It'll be a bit more events, but honestly, like we keep activating the Anomaly stuff. We're primarily still seeing traditional RimWorld encounters, and then like the occasional Shambler assault. So they've done a good job of making it a lot more balanced, because that was kind of the really big problem with Anomaly when it came out, is you hit the button and everything was Anomaly. But they've backed that off. It's a much better place now. And I do understand a whole lot of people being like, yeah, I really don't like the horror theme, and fair enough. For me, I'm not really into horror SCP or any of that kind of stuff. It's not really a thing that interests me that much. But the enemies that the gate, like that's brought in between the Revenant and all that, ignoring the horror side of it, just from the gameplay side of it, it's like the first time we've actually got encounters in RimWorld that really feel different. Because when you look at it historically, and I'm ignoring the Mechanator bosses for a moment, when you look at the game historically, it's you either have raiders that go into your base and they'll follow some predictable path, or you have raiders that'll go into your base and they will just breach your walls, or you have some type of remote thing that you have to attack, like a siege raid or a mech cluster or something like that. And that's kind of all one, and you have drop pod. I always forget to mention that. And you got drop pod. So you basically have those 4 flavors of all attacks. And that's been what RimWorld has been since the beginning. And actually, that's not even true. At the beginning, we didn't have mech clusters. That was a later addition. Like, if you don't have royalty, you don't have mech clusters, if I'm not mistaken. But, they had just those 4 encounters, and they were fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but we've been doing that for 10 years. And an Anomaly came out, and now you've got ones that'll ignore your people, and they won't follow any pathing, and they'll just run in and try and knock someone unconscious and run away, and then you gotta kind of like play cat and mouse and go look for them. You've got ones that are invisible, so you don't know when they're gonna hit. And that when they do their attack, they'll usually attack as just like 1 or 2 the first wave that a person could probably solo without any problem. But then, you know, you got a big wave. So you either gotta have a base that is contained so you can just let them do their thing outside, or, you know, say this is the map I was actually doing long term, have like an invisibility detection covering this area and this area, and so even if it's open, well, down there too, so even if it's open, then the moment it pops it like, hey, there's something invisible nearby, I would know to back off everyone to, you know, get ready for the fight. You've got like DPS checks, like the Devourers, where they jump on one of your people and, you know, you just have to DPS it down before the person dies in its mouth. So it's a big part of it is making sure you spread out your people enough so when it jumps on, it doesn't put all your people into melee and they do like no damage, unless you're a melee group. So it just gives you a big variety. You got like the Flesh Heart, which is sort of weirdly, you're kind of going out there and fighting them, but they're not really attacking your base. It's just this like massive inconvenient thing, so it's kind of more of a tug-of-war fight. You've got the Pit Gate, where you had to go underground and fight stuff. That's the first time we had that kind of mechanic. Speaking of anomaly stuff, Shambler Assault. How long till we can leave? Alright, so we are fighting this. Alright, so this is looking like a pretty thick Shambler Assault. So I've got 8 Shamblers here, 9 there, 9 there, and 13 down here. So we actually got a decent turnout. The good news is these two are going to take a long time to kind of wind back and forth. So you can probably go up here, take them out quickly, and then we'll see where we're at after that first group. We also have the ship in the water, which is going to slow down their rate to reaching us. You know what I can do? Get into position really fast. So who has the mech cluster beacon? Because I actually don't like the mech cluster beacon that much. Oh, that's looking like it's dropping more than I really expected. Alright, so let's back off here. That's fine. Meanwhile, pop your combat skills. Don't tell me you're not... It's fine. Okay, so they're coming straight for us. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to drop our melee line back here. And we're going to grab the kind of the front row, drop them here. And you two back there. Please close that door. There you go. Okay, looks like they are going to go for the door there. So you just keep preparing that door while we clean up the numbers. Well... I didn't think about the aiming there, and they pathed around both sides of it. Otherwise, the mechs would have done their thing. Okay, so we got all of you. So let's go start running you out here. Okay, it's making sure they didn't... where are you going? Okay, just make sure you're not going for the door. And Lunar's just holding the door for a minute. It's not going to hold long. Oh, come on. Please cooperate. So we grab all of you. It's not going quite the way we wanted, as they pulled almost all of my ranged into this. Alright, so first start focusing on the ones hitting my range team. Get them knocked. Okay, Lunar did their job. Yeah, that's one tendency the Shamblers have, is a lot of times a lot of those enemies will work their way around. Okay, so schedule. Back into the home zone, because we don't want to mess with the mechs. We'll go down to here, and we will include these fishing spots into the home zone, because we can. Alright, so who got how badly? You're not wearing the right armor in the first place. A bunch of you are in vac suits, and you're not supposed to be. So that doesn't help you with your defense. The only one who's really hurt looks like Earthrush got thrashed pretty bad. But most of the people look like they're doing good shape. Oh, there's one Shambler down there. Hey. Go deal with that. There you go. Okay, so just gotta get people patched up and that'll be good. So not the cleanest one, because I had intended for that to tie them up and then just... I didn't think about the pathing they were gonna take. So just patch everyone up and it'll be good to go. They're just Infinity Simplex is the only one who still needs to be patched up. Okay, you're getting patched up. So, Chili, go there and deal with that. Never mind, it's all sorted. Well, they did manage to destroy the door. Alright, really fast. Read that map, read that map, read that map. That's, we have a mod that gives us Fog of War on the world map. And each one of those maps will reveal part of it. Now, downside is that mod does cause a significant lag every time you're rendering stuff on the map kind of thing. So as you saw there, when I went to do that, we had kind of a lag spike. Alright. Yeah, so I need to go down to there. Why did you put all... You should all not have vac suits on. Let's go into our assignments and adjust this. So, manage apparel, anything. No vac suits. Manage apparel, melee. No vac suits. Because the vac suits slow you down a lot. And all that. And we should have plenty of flak armor. I can see it on these. And they're all queued up so people can take stuff off. So I'd much rather them get a lower quality flak vest that's going to keep them alive much better. Than run around with all the vac suits they keep putting on. Let's give everyone a chance to switch their armor. Heal up for a minute, and then we'll get on our way. There we go. So the only ones still got... We have two who still have helmets on. But they're asleep, so they'll just wake up and they'll deal with that. How's their power? 800. Turn those back on before I forget about that, because we'll go into space and then... Oh, I see. That got turned off because of the power issues from the chem fuel running out. Okay. Choosing to ignore my problems. Give people a chance to repair the ship. Alright. Why are you still slowed down, game? Okay. So I did manage to get a decent amount of wood in there and all that. So has everyone switched over on their armor? Yeah, I forgot I'd turned that off when we had a bunch of our power production got destroyed. Now we're at a negative power. Oh. I see. It's cold enough that they're kicking all of the heaters into high, which is more than my power grid can handle. That's fair. Okay, and how are we doing on recovering from our injuries? Do we have any major injuries? I don't think we did, right? No, it doesn't look like it. Just some bruising. Okay, so I think we're in good enough shape to get out of here. No infections or anything, fortunately. And with that, we can go to the cave system. So that's going to be dealing with the infestation underground, having to fight like the queen thing and all that. That'll be fine. Alright. And then we're going to go from there to having to travel across to try and get the next grav core. Because we can keep expanding the ship and that'll open up options. Like I said, I could potentially see just making a platform on the ship to deal with whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go to order, zones, expand, danger zone. We'll include this whole area over here. And that. And this. So we're gonna restrict people to the danger zone. Then go here and tell them to go ahead and cut down all the trees again. The tile's cold enough that there's no point in me trying to plant anything. We'll also go here and say harvest. Whatever you can get your hands on. And do we have any materials on here we're deeply concerned about? Probably not. Are we in steel? We can mine that steel. And then ore. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Okay, so with that, we're going to give our people a chance to heal up. And then the entrance is right over there. Should be no problem. We'll just go over here, start picking away at that. As soon as we get them killed, we jump down to that hole, start clearing out the area down below. You do have your schedule, right? Yeah. And that'll all be pretty straightforward stuff. Oh, it looks like they finished flooring that area. Wait, was that? Oh, just Vaxstone. Okay. They don't actually care that much about getting it floored. It's just something for people to work on. Alright, so yeah, you got 1 hit point left to heal on your leg. Your torso's basically full. You got a bunch of these that are just 1 hit point here and there. So you should have everyone up and running very soon. And then we'll just run over here. We got a pretty good bunch of the bugs here. They'll probably chain pull over to that one, which I think is fine. Also not a super big rush because our... Cool. Mentioned the roof collapse, but I also don't see where it did. Yeah, Shambler did a permanent scratch to your eye, which is no good. Okay. So everyone's waking up real quick. As soon as everyone's up and has their meal, we're gonna go and start clearing towards getting into the cave. And people are all swapping out their helmets and doing all that stuff as stuff's getting worn out. Oh, that's probably another thing we need to do, is I probably need to go through here. And make a place for having them just dump the stuff we don't need, because I don't have them... We don't have a smelter hooked up because of the power. And that's usually how you deal with like your worn flak stuff and all that, is having it on their agenda to destroy them as they go. I thought I saw someone putting on armor. Okay, let's go ahead and get moving. We don't want to wait. Okay. Poor Porcupine. It wasn't even involved. It was just minding its own business. It would have just charged Lance from half across the map. Okay, minor hit to the limbs and all that. Okay. Now just deal with this last nest down here. Alright, into the hole. Because we want to get down there, and somewhere down here will be the queen. We got to kill the queen to get the grav core. Okay, so we got a glowing area over here. So no insects yet. Alright. So you can find some pretty good goodies down here. It gets a little dodgy in some places, but that's okay. But a big part of it is just going around clearing this stuff out. They'll contain all sorts of things from groups of bugs you probably don't want to deal with to, you know, loot to mushrooms. As long as they can keep hitting targets, we can just let them keep shooting. Yeah, because some of these will chain into other areas and all that. Okay. Okay, so we got this one done. Let's move on over here and we'll start clearing this area out. You took a hit. Minor cut to the leg. So we could do in this room is Krace here will start bandaging up that leg. And then the rest of you start opening fire on all this. Alright, we got another spot up here, maybe. While you're at it, go ahead and deal with Earth Rush for a minute. Okay. There's unlikely to be something back here. But let's just keep checking. But yeah, so this is one of the systems they added with Anomaly. This actually event is Odyssey, but the general system is Anomaly. Where you pop onto like a little mini-map underneath your map kind of thing. And kind of the cool thing is, like, you can go down here and clear it, be systematic, be careful. There's also lots of weird gimmicks you can do with it, where you can kind of keep the map open for as long as you like. And it doesn't trigger a lot of events within itself. So there have been people who have found ways to be effectively self-sustaining down below and just making long-term colonies in these areas, which is pretty fun. It's kind of its own weird thing. It'd be very stale after a while because there's just not much content variety down here. But it's kind of like the asteroids as well. You can kind of guilt yourself like these little space bases and all that. Okay, is there anything on them we care about? There's also some fun interactions you can do with some of these, because sometimes what you can end up doing is, like, finding a bunch of flammable stuff and just setting the area on fire and then leaving. And just letting it kind of burn itself out. Alright, break risk on you. What's the reason? Because you're getting hungry. Eat your food. Does it keep burning without you here? Yes. As long as there's stuff to burn. A lot of times you're only going to have a limited amount of burning just because a lot of the stuff down here doesn't burn. But yeah, it's the tile keeps functioning as long as you're here. Like what I say here, if I'm up here and no one's down here, it does keep functioning. It's only when I completely abandon the above ground tile, like, you know, we've left, we've actually hit abandon, that kind of thing, or the conditions are met where we don't have a single colonist in the area anymore at all, that it, you know, will free it up. Because at that point, your ability to get back to it is pretty negligible. Alright, so pretty soon... I'm going to need to head up for food. Oh, so we got bugs here. Okay. Any injuries I gotta worry about? You got a couple more cuts on you. Alright, so let's get our melee people in range. This might be the last one we pop before we have to, potentially pop up for dealing with food and sleep and all that. Now, you will get a warning when you're close to the queen, as long as you're not shooting too far away. It'll be like, oh, you hear squirming or whatever on the other side of the wall. And sometimes it can be hard to know which wall it's talking about. But at least it usually gives you a little bit of a chance to figure out what's... like, hey, I'm about to punch through to the bad place. Alright, there's no room down here. Alright. So we got mushroom drugs. Yeah, so that probably just wraps around there. I don't think there's actually much down that direction. That could be in our path here. Let's go back up to this area. I'm gonna try and go around these bodies so we don't take the mood penalty for no reason. Are you getting hungry or sleepy and stuff? Yeah, we're gonna get them out of here. Because right now where we're at, they've got like sleep, hunger, all that stuff starting to stack up. Exit the lair, grab everyone, items. Go ahead and grab the insect jelly if you feel like it. Orders. Allow. And get out here. This will also give a couple of our people a chance to heal up as well. We got a lot of it cleared on the first pass. Oh, hey, Warg's sitting right outside my base. Not super loving that, but that's fine. You go orders. Allow all. We do have them restricted to staying nearby. You did not get treated. Rare thrombos again. I could certainly kill another round of rare thrombos. I'm not feeling a need to. There'd be a bunch of meat to toss in the freezer, which is always good. But we definitely want them to divide up if we were going to do that. The last time they came, one of them was old and got dementia and wandered off, and then once we did that, we were able to just pick them off one by one. Yeah, none of you got hit particularly hard, so shouldn't take too much to heal up. Okay. And you're still upset. Yeah, we need to give them a chance to like recover their recreation, do all that stuff. Oh, and we're having a wedding. That'll be perfect for moods. Medical treatment need on you for your asthma. I'd really like you to get that knocked out because this actually isn't a bad time to go after the thrombos. This is far enough, that one probably won't aggro, and that one definitely won't aggro. But we do not want to interrupt the wedding, because that's a really good mood bonus. Your reaction to weddings happening is totally ruined by the unlimited spouses nonsense. Oh, you've got, like, some setup that allows them to marry a whole bunch of people. Alright, so we're gonna grab all of our firepower. Hey, Thrumbo, wanna see a cool trick? Okay. And we'll wake up the sleepy Thrumbo. And get that one done. But as you can see, thrombos are pretty dangerous, considering I've got basically everyone here just blasting with everything we've got. And it puts up with quite a bit. They're not too much far off from like a centipede and just the ridiculous amounts of damage they can endure. There are weapons that certainly can do a lot more damage to them. Now, granted, we had the one that literally, like, opening shot, brain hit on the Thrombo. We did have one that went down in one hit from Kraysk this round so far, where Kraysk just plugged it in the head. And that was that. Okay, we'll go zone. Expand the danger zone just to include that area. Alright, and that'll be a supplement to our food. Oh, you got back up. I did not expect you to get back up. We're really lucky that when you got back up, you weren't still angry, because Grace there would have absolutely gotten murdered if that was the case. Grab the Megasloth while you're there too. Where was the Megasloth? Probably should. Let's give a minute to get these thrombos. Oh, it's below freezing. I don't need to worry about that. Man, it wouldn't be a bad idea to grab the Megasloth. We'll wait on the Megasloth. It most likely won't leave the tile. Or give everyone a chance to get their hunger and all that stuff. We'll let them butcher all those. Who is our cook, by the way? It's Avenging. So once Avenging gets up, we're going to manually tell him to just do the butchering. Because otherwise, they'll butcher one, and then they'll make all the meals, and they'll butcher one, and they'll make all the meals. Yep, so they're going for the meals right now. I actually want you to prioritize butchering the Thrumbo. Because if I'm going to put the time in to kill them, I want to make sure I at least get my goodies out of it. I'm not as worried about the Thrumbo fur and all that. That's useful. You can make really good armor with it and everything. It's more just meat. Mood is basically defeated the game, though. Attended 8 weddings plus 72. That's, normally you just don't get the opportunity to stack it that high. The Charged Rifle of Fury. Rapid fire, 200% firing speed. Okay. I mean, that's definitely not bad. Only got 1 day to accept it. I'm probably going to leave that alone. It's not bad. The rapid fire is a nice little bonus, but it's a fire rate on it. So it's really just increasing the fire rate of the 3-round burst, so instead of being like tut-tut-tut, it'll be twice as fast. So that doesn't actually double my damage. It'd be like 20-30% more damage or something like that. Because then the cooldown time would still be there, the aim time still be there, all that stuff. Oh, but the cataphract armor and all that? Hang on. So we're not growing anything here. I think it's fine if we just totally ignore the... Well, we only have today. We'll grab it. And I mean today, like stream day. Okay, toxic spewer, that's fine. Okay, so apply. Who's at the research bench? Probably Zerx. Hey, Zerx. You got work to do. Get all those applied real fast. Zerx, no. Well, that's too bad. We're doing it anyways. And we are wearing face masks, so the toxic doesn't cause too much grief too fast. We won't want to stay out too much out in the environment. Let's have you quickly grab a meal. Alright. Everyone, back in the hole. Oh, nope. Back in the hole. And then we can check on our research. How are we doing in that? Because that's 2 cataphract things we've already gotten. Yeah, so oh, no, that's 1. I forgot the other one was the other save that we ended up dying on. Thoughts on using Thrumbo for chairs instead of armor for the beauty and comfort? That's fine, if you got the spare. You'll notice I'm not really using the Thrumbo fur. Using Thrumbo fur for armor early on makes a certain amount of sense, but as the game goes on, like, don't get me wrong, there is metas around using, like, Alpha Thrumbo dusters and all that to get, like, the maximum defense and all that. But there's even then where you can be like, well, numerically it's the best, and like, yeah, but there is still, like, some pro-con kind of stuff with that. So if you do make furniture with it versus armor, because keep in mind, armor only lasts for so long. So it is a temporary thing. And generally, as long as you're not having your place get burned down regularly, your base is going to be longer lasting. Okay, well, we got another nest found. You took a hit. Is it bad? Yes, you just took a bruise. You took a minor hit. So let's go ahead and patch the bleeding. Meanwhile, you'll just keep working on that nest for a minute. You got an area down here and an area over there to explore. So let's go put them all over here and pack them in behind. We haven't found crap down here so far, which is actually a little surprising. Yeah, looks like there's another side to that. Okay, that's easy enough. We just have you loop right back up here. Let the ambush happen. Alright. Minor bleeding wound on... was it Earth? Earth got the bleeding wound, right? Yep, so go ahead and do a quick tend and Earth Rush. I was gonna do Chinchilla, but you felt bad at how many would have to die for them. Well, that's like, you'll have like the guinea pig raid, and you'll have this ridiculous number of guinea pigs. You're like, alright, well I guess they're making guinea pig furniture or clothing or something like that. And everyone's running around with all this fancy guinea pig stuff. You're like, man, you'd run into someone and be like, how could you do that? How could you? It's like, no man, they attacked me. No, I genuinely didn't do this. I just didn't want them to go to waste. I was not farming fields of guinea pig. Alright, so I'm gonna go with popping over here, I think. Well, no, there's... yeah, let's pop up here. Before we start chasing those trails that are one tile wide. Because now, granted, there could be stuff down here. Could be stuff over there. Could be stuff down here. Not a whole lot of room left for this thing to be hiding. Alright, I'm feeling like this is it. There's not a whole lot more places it could be. There's not a path up here. Not unless it goes down and around, but I don't think so. No, it didn't give us the prompt that it's squirming. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna need to pop these pods, potentially, because there's a whole area down here from the looks of it. It's not that bad of a thing to do. It's the exact same thing of when you get, like, the pollution ones. But it is a decent number of, like, mega spiders and all that. Okay. Any new bleeds? Nope. Alright, so let's get down here. Alright, I guess we're starting to go down these one-by-one areas. Okay, that one's a dead end. Man. So we got an area down there. We have a spot that could be hidden here or here. It's very unlikely to be up here. Husky Manhunter group? Oh yeah, no, there's definitely been times when I've been streaming that you have, like, the Terrier group or the Husky group, or I think you just hear all the little dogs yapping as you're doing that. And chat's like, I hate this. It's like, look man, it's not a happy sound. It's like, it is not a pleasing sound just hearing, like, all the little puppies yipping as you're having to fight them off. Alright, so I guess we'll check this spot, because, man, I'm running out of places this thing could be. Could also be down there. It could be up here, maybe. Starvation on you. Well, eat your food. Terriers upset you for a moment until you saw you had a wound from Yorkshire Terrier cute little teeth. Yup. And you're like, oh. It bit me something good. I mean, this is probably our most likely candidate left, because it looks like there's definitely more past here. We got Earthrush here is starving. Okay, we'll grab you two. Where are you gonna go next? Gonna go down towards that. Okay. It made the situation the right amount of silly. I think maybe over here? Past the mushrooms, there's a little bit of wall there and there. That's probably it there. That's at least got enough room to do something with. We're gonna get a little bit of hallucinations going on here. We are standing among the hallucinogenic mushrooms. That would be it. Okay. So don't smack that immediately. Give everyone a moment to get in position. Ooh, you know what? I wonder if I could just explode the queen into Viscera. I wonder if it's eligible for that. Because that would amuse me greatly to just be like, oh, there's the queen, she's strong. Pop. Well, now she's a big pile of meat. Alright, so. Put you back here. So you two the chain shotguns. Open up in that spot. Okay, so it's down here then. Alright. Here, the accuracy bonus. What? It must be down here. Alright, we want to hurry up, because I did pop my accuracy bonus, expecting that to kick things off. So she's down here. I think this little wall here is in the way. And meanwhile, the rest of you... Okay, yeah, it's seeming like it's gonna be down there. This is unfortunate that it's down this little, like, tightly packed in spot. Like, on one hand, you want a bottleneck. Oh, I was not... Okay. Back off real fast. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and move this party over here. You three try and get to the choke point. Oh, come on. Okay, too large. I was curious about that. So Earthrush is in trouble because they're getting chained in melee. Oh, you didn't use the marksman skill. Okay, so Infinity Simplex got downed. Not dead, but seriously injured. Okay, so that's fine. So we look at our injuries. So Infinity Simplex is the one who got the worst of it. You got a bunch of cuts. You're utterly fine. You got one cut. You got one cut. So you, Krask, you start dealing with Infinity. Who are our other doctors? Zerks. You go deal with Earthrush. And go to you and say, hey, you're gonna get hunted. I want you getting up on me. And repeat that. And do it again. Alright, so we'll allow all that. Those are dormant? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna undraft people who aren't doing anything so far as that. So you're healed, you're undrafted. You start tending. You don't need to do anything, so you're undrafted. You don't need to do anything, so you're undrafted. Undrafted. Wildlife. It's fine. They're just trying to patch people up as fast as we can. Okay, you start treating to them. You're all patched up, so you're undrafted. That way they can go grab their food, do all the stuff they need to do. Okay, you're good. You're good. Furniture for right now, I'm gonna go here. I'm going to tell you to rescue Infinity Simplex, so you put him down that bed. Alright, and orders. Allow all. So everyone's going to eat really fast. And you should get up soon. This shouldn't rock because we're underground. But I do need you to go ahead and disassemble these two. Because once we get those taken apart, we can get people out here. Someone still needs to be treated. Cool. Krask, could you, like, do that, please? That'll be more grab plates. And then we'll get everyone out here. Because there might be more back here, but I'm pretty happy with what we got. And having everyone down here in the event we get a raid up top can be a problem. Big things I want to make sure we don't bleed out everywhere. Okay, so we got you sorted out. So everything's done here, so we can go up here. Exit the lair, grab everybody. Items. Grab all of this junk up here at the top. And the obsidian sword. And then we can go here, and we're going to make sure before anyone pops out of here that this is in the danger zone. And the reason I want to make sure that's in the danger zone is so they'll collect the goodies when they pop out. So you just build a little Star Wars Lego set, the little Rebel speeder in the Imperial dropship, and a pink Ashimik toy. You got it for sale a little while back. Nice. Your sister brought home some food. You left me some bread and fried cheese curd. Yeah. What mod allows you to exit the lair like that? You can't? It's not a mod. That's base game. Because you can choose to enter, and you can choose to exit. You left click. You don't right click on it like someone doing it. You left click on that to do it. Did you just dump Infinity on the ground, be like, yep, did my job. Got him out of there. Okay, we still have people who are injured, so please patch them up. Okay, feed them first. We won't do the strange signal on this one because we're almost done with this tile. And I want you. Where's your sword? Did you already bring the sword back? Okay. So haul that back in, because for the love of everything, it's an obsidian sword. Don't leave that out to be rotted in the toxic. Okay, so just want them to haul this stuff back in. That's fine. I'll never do hauling. Okay. Yeah, so Infinity just got roughed up pretty good. Nothing life-threatening, just got thwacked a bunch. Went down from pain. It's probably a good thing that you can't just psychic slaughter the queen. That would have been rather comical, just to be able to run up to the queen and just be like, and explode in flesh. I don't care about the rest of that. Hypothermia triggered for just a second on someone. Schedule. Get inside the ship. Turn those heaters back on. Okay, so let's look at what I got. So we got the world map. I've got the quest up here. I don't think we could jump far enough to reach that. I still got 35 days on it. We also had the regional survey quest, which I'm going to have to accept relatively soon. That's going to be another tricky one. They are offering me a grav core, but I'll have to stay there for 16 days. I am going to accept it, because then we can use where these things are to help us make decisions. So it's back the way we came. So I've got 17 days to deal with it. Alright, so we're going to hop up to you. And so that should give me... Oh, I just saw we left the grav core plates on the ground because there was... it's fine, it's too late. I didn't realize our storage was full, so we just grabbed the grav core plates and dropped it on the ground. We got the grav core itself, which is the big thing. But leaving the grav core plates in the ground was just a waste. We have too much cloth. And I don't have anyone to trade with because everyone... Yeah, well, the problem was it was too late to abort. Is when it did the animation, it zoomed out. I was like, wait, what's that out in our store? The stockpile we just laid out on the ground. It's fine. It's not a super big thing. Like, I actually really don't need to expand the ship that much, really. What I do want is the grav cores, just in the off chance we get the technology sorted out. I do want that multi-analyzer made. Got another grav core planner detected. Okay, so disassemble this thing. Go ahead and disassemble that battery. Psychic foil hat I don't care about. Disassemble this. Earth Rush, if you could just go ahead and poke all these doors real fast, that'd be lovely. The Infinity is back up. Go grab your sword back before I forget. A quail has self-tamed. Cool, man. That's certainly a life decision. Tox pack, we're just going to leave that disallowed. Fire foam popper I'm willing to take. So fire foam popper. We've got one in here. Put one in our break room. Okay, what research are we doing? Multi-barrels. So basically we're researching the minigun. I would much rather... Oh yeah, and I forgot. This mod, the one that gives you, makes it so you can't see. They do have a satellite hacking thing. I have no idea what happens if we get it. It's the single most expensive research that's ever been in... Like, it's more expensive than any of the vanilla research. I don't know if it'll just reveal the whole map at that point, or it'll increase the area of coverage, or, you know, maybe I have a thing in the research bench where every time I trigger it, reveals a large section of map. I have no idea how it works. And then, same as always. Acidic, no human-like. And then we can go over here and say zone. Fishing zone. Alright, so we want them to tear that apart. Then they'll end up cutting some brick. What stone do I have on this tile, by the way? We have granite and sandstone, so I'm going to go to you. We're going to turn on granite. So you put a little box around this so they don't just hit that thing and make us fail immediately. Oh, schedule unrestricted. You can get out of there. Alright, anything interesting on the map we want to mine? Really don't need the components. And we can go here and go ore. Ooh! Ooh! Infinite chem fuel. Alright, so you might be taking a detour. Acidic smog. Yeah, if you're on a tile that's close enough to like too much pollution, every once in a while you get acidic smog. It causes a mood penalty and it slows down crops growing while it's going on. It's a mild inconvenience, unless you're talking, like, massive amounts of pollution. Like, you can get to the point where it's so frequent it's a problem. But generally, usually it's not that big a deal. Oh, I got one person here who wants to talk to me. That's because you're missing an ear. Take the goat juice, the yayo. Give me the medicine. Take the turret pack book thing. Take those. Never mind these, you don't have the money. Go ahead and take the machine gun, I'm not gonna use that one. Take the big old pile of random worn out clothes that we've got collecting a bunch of space and the poorly made clothes. Keep the change. Are you an amazing pawn? No. It's just a really soft sandstorm from above. Oh, is there a corn down there? Oh, there is. I always forget to check that. And meanwhile, all the beer's going bad. Because it's getting too cold. Behold corn. Yep. Okay, so the batteries are draining. Okay, so we're gonna need to get that sorted. We've already got that bench turned off. We got this bench turned off. I'd rather not increase my dependence on chem fuel, but I think for right now with what we got, that's what we got. Because the solar, there's a lot of tiles you just can't use it. Okay. This is going to be one of those things you call a really big mistake. Because we're not only we're going to increase our dependence on the on this for a lot. So we're massively take the barrels for free beer. I mean, they'll get them out of there if it's good. The problem is it's so cold, a lot of it's just gonna go bad. Like, it's still fermenting. A lot of times when you come by these places, you actually find some of them fermented to be able to snag it real quick. We've done that a lot this run. But this one, the tile's just too cold. And again, I can't trade, so I don't really have a big use for it. Our crafters are doing their best right now. We got a lot of people getting food poisoning. And psychic agony. And Kraysk is really happy because of their mind-shattering pain. Just what Kraysk has always wanted. Just utterly mind-shattering pain. Ooh, we technically haven't had a recent conquest in a while. That's unfortunate. So when we leave here, I'm gonna have to conquest something. So we might be jumping down and hitting that wood. I'm not super worried about getting wood, but it's gonna be one of those things that until I get that sorted, that could be a problem. And I'm not planting anything because it's freezing outside, so there's no point. It won't let us plant. Gotta love masochist pain as a virtue. In utter agony? Aw, yeah. Yep. That is what's happening. And just going ahead and throwing some food poisoning on there, that's just heaven. Just pure unbridled pain. That sounds awful. just the idea of somebody's like, man, you haven't had a good time until you've had a good bout of food poisoning. It's like, no. Food poisoning is awful. Like Anyone who's had proper food poisoning is like, no, man, it's miserable. Like you can get mild food poisoning where it's like, you know, you got a little upset tummy kind of thing, but like it lingers for a while and you're just kind of not having a great time and it's not that big a deal. But then you got food poisoning, like, you know, you metabolize whatever's, you know, wrong with your food, so like literally your muscles hurt until your body has a chance to work through whatever it was you got in your system. So your entire body is just agony, and then your stomach's upset, and it's hard to eat and everything, because just your stomach's super angry about everything. Okay. We did unsuspend that, right? Yes, we aren't making anything. We did get that correct about what is on this train. Granite and sandstone. And there's the granite chunks. I mean, it's probably just have so much construction stuff queued up that's just not getting there. Right, we lost one of our crafters. That's right. I'm having my growing person devastate an entire forest. I'm also planning on putting some shelves in between these generators right now, just make this a room for wood. We caught an excellent quality cloth t-shirt. Cool. Just fished up a really lovely shirt out of the water. As you do. I guess we'll go... Oh, you still haven't harvested the rest of the corn. That's fine. You'll get there. Yeah, I don't think the granite is important enough to prioritize it. Like getting the vac suits, getting the flak shirts, and all that sorted out. That's more important. With the extra power we have now, I'm gonna go production. And where are you? Smelting. Let's get the smelting up. We'll go ahead and put down the nicer chair. That's actually one thing we could work on to get rid of some cloth. Yeah, I'll burn like 1,000 cloth real fast. Alright, so bills. Smelt. Melt slag, do forever. Bills. Smelt weapon, do forever. Deal. If it is bio-coded. Okay. Smelt weapon, do forever. If it is anything but a long sword for melee. If it is any of those we don't want, the auto pistol, the bolt action, the EMP launcher, incendiary stuff, fasting nerve spiker, shotgun, done this. Yep. Add smelt apparel, do forever details. If it is not clean, smelt apparel, do forever. If it is like below, say below 70%, it's not utility. So that's a little risky, but that'll start getting like the random pieces of flak and vac suits and all that out there. You once had food poisoning / stomach flu so bad you couldn't keep anything, even water, down. You just had to curl up and go to sleep. Yeah, and that's like proper food poisoning. It's like, what are you? I am the embodiment of misery upon the planet. Fear me, for I am suffering. Yeah, so that should clear up some of the inventory out there. Okay, so get all this built. Our crafting person should slowly get some spots cleared up. Then some of the junk we've got in here we'll get rid of. Queue them up to grab that. There should also be heal root on the map. So queue them up to grab that. That's mostly what we're going to do, because there's no point in planting anything till the grow season starts, and we're not going to be here for a harvest. I shouldn't have queued up so many trees. It's fine. Let's see. Luckily past the most part after sleeping for like 12 hours without eating or drinking anything. You know that's not the way you're supposed to deal with that, as you can get dehydrated. If it had gone long on enough, you would have suffered through trying to drink water, but you were doing more damage by getting sick from the water and dry heaving. Yeah, for me it was a good couple... Oh man, it wasn't like a week, I don't think. It was a good couple of days, like 5 or 6 days, that's just miserable that everything ached. And they're like, yeah, you got bad food poisoning. It'll process its way through. It's like, well, is there anything we can do about it? It's like, maybe a painkiller, something mild. We don't want to upset your stomach. And you're just kind of like, oh. So basically you're telling me what I need to do is just sit here and grin and bear it. Because, like, any serious painkillers are going to just exacerbate an already pissed off stomach. So you just kind of sit there and be like, all right, well, I guess I'll see you on the other side of this. Okay, sorted. It's like all you can do is just wait. Yeah, we could hunt, but I like that the fishing has like an RNG chance of giving us something interesting from time to time, where where hunting doesn't. You get like the leather, the fur, and the meat. Mechanoid cluster. All right. Climate adjuster -10. Well, I'm not growing anything anyways. We're just gonna go over here and go zone, danger zone. Because we're not actually staying here. Oh, yeah, we are. That's fine. In that case, let's just go ahead and move this fishing spot over here for no real reason. Oh, you know what you're going to do? You're going to make it just cold enough that river's going to freeze over. Okay. Now I could see waking that up and using that as a defensive thing for us. Which I'm probably going to do. Alright, you did your job. Because that way when you have, like, an actual raid and all that, there's a good chance they could get in a fight with that stuff. We're just gonna let it kind of keep doing its thing. Alright, I'm a little worried about them having that path. We're gonna take the danger zone off a little bit farther. Forget that one. You're not allowed on this side of the river. So kindly do not be on this side of the river anymore. You fish from the other side. In fact, I'm going to shrink the fishing zone and not include that side of the river. So I have to fish from this side. Okay. That's fine. I'm not too worried about them making it a little bit cooler. What I do want is for them to actually start getting other projects going so they cut this granite. Are these rooms that aren't staying at like 70 or so? Yeah, so all the internal rooms are staying at like 70. So if we go into space, it should be fine. That's fine. Don't care. Oh, you did get some granite blocks cut. Oh, did I... Right, I see. So that's the stockpile, like the regular one. We're going to have to expand that. And the reason I need to expand that is otherwise they can't bring stuff back to ship. I just cut way too much wood this time. I'm okay with that, but it is a thing. So we'll go here and go structure, wall, granite. Because now we're finally getting the granite cut. So get that walled in. And once we get that walled in, we're going to go... And I don't remember what the other thing is going to do with the granite. There's something else you need the granite for. Or wanted the granite for. I genuinely don't remember what the heck it was. Yep, it's gone. Yeah, I could build the wall around that. What was the other thing I was going to do with the granite? Because I'm not going to worry about trying to wall that off. Why aren't you butchering the act? The cook just hasn't gotten to it. It's basically frozen outside, so I'm not in that big of a rush. Yeah, our cook here is cooking meals after meals. Oh, yeah, stuff's just not getting hauled back. We'll just go ahead and prioritize that. Yeah, what was the... No, was it just that I wanted the granite for? That may have been it, is I just wanted the granite for that. Oh, no, I wanted the granite for the shelves back here as well. That's right, I was going to go ahead and make some stone shelves. So put, like, stone shelves here and here. Put a couple, like, put a set of shelves, like, 4 shelves in there. And let them load up wood and all that. And you're just churning away at stuff. We're slowly getting everyone back into flak armor. We cleaned up our inventory a bunch. We've got a lot more space. I'm pretty sure you can't change anything with this. Yeah, with the flak jackets and all that kind of stuff. You can only use actual cloth. You can't go and use, like, thrumbo fur or anything like that. And you're probably mostly chem fuel? Yeah. I don't really need more storage for chem fuel. The big reason I'm thinking about adding more storage is since I've got all these in here. You know what? We won't do all those shelves. I'll put a shelf here, a shelf there, and maybe a shelf in the middle. Cold snap. So Cassandra is getting all pissy at me because she's like, it's a cold tile, and I dropped a thing to make it colder, and you're just ignoring it. You're not allowed to just ignore it. How dare you just ignore it? I'm gonna make it even colder. Go deal with it, which I don't need to, because we can just sit here with the heater. I'm not growing anything, so kill all the plants in the map. I don't care. I think we already pulled up most... Yeah, we pulled up all the corn, so the only thing I cared about, I already got. Okay, right. I totally forgot about this one. Okay, so we're going to let that go for a little bit longer, and I'm going to accept it. And then we'll have some period of time that we can go to try and get that infinite chem fuel reactor. It's only 9 Yetkin. We should be able to handle that. We just don't have a target. That'll also be good because I'm going to need a conquest by the time we're done here. Because we haven't quite hit the point of having a mood penalty. But by the time we're done here, we will have. So that gives me a guaranteed target soon. Just gonna go ahead and accept it because I'll forget. Alright, so bandit camp, yeah, it's in jump range. So yeah, so we'll hit that. Ooh, 12 days. That should be fine. It gives me 4-day cushion. Then we finish this place, get our reward, hop over there. Knock them out, get our reward. Because, yeah, we can do the infinite chem fuel thing. And it won't be... The nice and the pro and the con of the infinite chem fuel thing is it's nowhere near fast enough to keep your ship topped off kind of thing. But the infinite chem fuel thing, you can just chuck in the corner to supplement your fuel. And it'll save you a lot of labor by just slowly giving you chem fuel. It also means if something happens... And, like, say where we had the drop pods destroyed all our chem fuel here. If I have that reactor in the corner somewhere, it can just baby feed me some chem fuel enough to get us a jump to the next location. Granted, I'd have to be on something like Dunes where I have no food I can cook or whatever to really make that a thing I have to worry about. Okay, so the water's frozen, so I can't fish anymore. So it's time for the local critters to suffer my wrath. It covers 1.5 reactors. Yeah, hopefully we can get off these reactors. My hope is after the multi-barrel that RNG will be very kind to me and go for fabrication next. And that then immediately after we'll go to get advanced gravtech. The odds of that happening are minuscule at best. But you know, minuscule isn't 0. You just got a funeral available announcement for someone you've never heard of, and it doesn't seem to exist on your map? I have no idea then. Just unfreeze the water. It's easy. You can actually put a little room on there, put a little campfire in there. It does work. Does a pawn right at the beginning show up for that? I thought you had to, like, you had to know the pawn kind of thing. It does? Gotcha. It's usually something I don't pay much attention to. It's like, oh, funeral, whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so while you're memeing about it, it's just like, follow the wire, I'm like, hey, you know what? My building people don't have anything better to be doing right now. Yeah, we can go ahead and just build a little box. Let it thaw that out so that people can go back to fishing. Flash storm. Not super worried about that. I'm down to let the world burn. Because it actually shouldn't do too good of a job burning right now with the cold snap, and in winter, and with the -10 from that thing. A lot of the plant like got decimated. There's not that much to burn. I bet the other side of the river's not allowed. This side of the river? No, I'd not letting them go across there. Because we got a mech cluster right there, and it's got a gun that goes 1 tile short of our ship. So, we're just leaving it alone. Oh, of your fishing spot? Yes, you are correct. Yes, you are correct. Didn't even think about that part. Stop picking up that wood. Stop picking up this wood. This whole area is already basically full. Alright, zones. Okay. Good enough. And then my ship... Oh, the doors will be flammable. That's fine. I don't care if they burn the barricades or anything like that. Okay. Alright, and once they box it off and they put a ceiling over it, then I won't have to worry about it. Please put up the fire.
Who's that handsome boy?
My mama.
Is it you?
I said I don't know.
It's supposed to be you.
Well, that's something that someone should probably work on.
I genetically engineered you to be the most handsome hubby.
Yep, that's pretty much exactly what happened.
That's what happened.
Yep, no question about it.
Nope.
Okay. So we've got the box there. So the box is going to start warming up. Your swears you're going to be a trophy husband, even if she has to do a taxidermy study. Tomb has done like jokes around that kind of thing, but you know, doesn't actually mean it. Like, she finds me attractive, whatever, but like not the legitimate taxidermy thing. Alright, so yeah, so pretty soon we should see this thaw. Because you'll notice this room, yep, so it's starting to melt. And geothermal power, cool. Yep, so it's starting to melt now. So we now have a usable fishing zone. Whereas the rest of the map is completely and utterly frozen. Don't forget to give your husbands the day off once in a while. It's exhausting being the man of your dreams. Don't think that highly of myself. Junior would make a really good sitcom. I mean, we don't have any of the drama you need for a good sitcom. Like, 90% of the story in sitcom is, what if people didn't communicate effectively? Which is a problem. But, like, what if that was the entire definition of, like, you know, the show? Because you look at almost every single one of those shows, and I'd be like, what is the major plot thing for this episode? And when it really kind of gets down to, like, the details on it, it's like, oh, they just didn't communicate. And it's one thing when it's like, okay, you understand this particular situation, why the communication didn't happen. But a lot of times it's like, no, if you're being a good partner in this scenario, you tell them this. Like, you don't be like, oh, I'll worry about it later. It's like, no, this is not. Like, the thing is like, oh yeah, we have this major bank thing we gotta worry about. Don't worry, I'll just get with them later. It's not a big deal, or just take care of it. It's like, no, that's something you share with your partner. Be like, hey, there's this big thing we're worrying about. You know, don't leave it to yourself to remember by yourself. And also, you should share that as well, because, you know, it's good to not exclude your partner from, like, what's going on. You don't want to have that whole thing where the relationship's going and then just suddenly... So it's like, oh, by the way, financial ruin. It's like, oh, wait, well, like, things aren't good. What's happening? It's like, oh, no, they've been not good for a long time. I just didn't say anything because I thought you'd worry. It's like, no. I mean, there are people like that, but don't do that. You gotta have that trust. Yeah, so literally it got cold enough that the river, it's down there. It's just totally covered in ice and snow. Except our little pocket here where the river's flowing. In our little fish house. You tell your wife everything that? So much that she knows what you're going to do. Yeah, no, it's like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff that's just not relevant and all that kind of things. But, for me, it's always been a case of, you know, making sure people are in the loop. It's just part of trust. The omission of information is often as bad as giving bad information. You know, lying by omission. There cannot be many more vac suits remake. Oh, you're done with the vac suits. You're just getting the last of the flak jackets done. Alright, so you got 5 more days to protect this. Pretty soon we should have this raid going on. I'm actually thinking... Yeah, you're grabbing all the... You're hauling the stuff off of the fringes of the map. Let's go ahead and, for my own concern, let's take the danger zone and let's cut off the edges of the map now. And the reason we're doing this is we're going to have a raid come in soon. And it's just one of those things. You don't want to be right on the edge of the map, like having a person picking up something right there, and then a raid shows up here, because that person just straight up gets killed or kidnapped, with no chance to defend themselves. Trust is key. Dad live by that? Yeah, no, it's absolutely. Like, communication is incredibly important in a relationship. Trust is key, and I mean, that's the thing. Those two go hand in hand. It's very difficult to have any level of trust if you don't have communication. I'm curious. Yeah, so that only has that. Can I say destroy apparel, do forever, if not clean? Okay. Meanwhile, smelt apparel doesn't show it. Right, that's what I figured. And destroy apparel, do forever, if it is below 90%. There's no utility, armor. Do we care about the headgear? Headgear. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so we got that whole list. Destroy weapon. Details. And we care about the stuff I wasn't able to smelt earlier. So, don't do... We'll just clear all. I think we already had that all set up. Yeah, because you couldn't smelt these. Cool. Alright, basically, all the stuff we're not going to use, destroy it. Because we don't get to trade anymore, really. We make too many enemies. If not smeltable. Oh, yeah, that's a thing we can also do. Yeah, so destroy. Yeah, because those are ones that are way down here. So we got our smelting ones up there, and then the destroy. And actually, for that matter, the way I've got this queued up, I'm actually put the smelt slag as the last one. Because it's more about removing this junk from our inventory than it is around going and, is about getting the junk out of our inventory than anything to do with getting the materials. So where I could get slag and it's basically get rid of nothing that I care about for little bits of steel. I'm more concerned about just in general. Every time you get a tribal raid, you stare angrily at all the stone clubs. Alright, well this is... Not happy about getting a sentient catalyst. If we get an alpha thrombo, that's the way to do it. Do you want to pull up the sandbags for cloth? Not right now. I've still got 1,000 cloth taking up my inventory here. I also don't think we'll get much. That was what we did earlier, is I just wasted... Oh, I should have made those out of thrumbo for... That's fine. And I got a couple chairs we can go. So, furniture. Thrumbo fur. Did I miss any chairs to be replaced? No, actually just the two. Okay, so get out of here in a couple things. Where's the dining room? Right here. These are 2 tables, and then they're using those as chairs, the pews. So it's a dining rec / ideology room all rammed into one. And once they're done fishing, we'll go ahead and do a more scarification. Because I just got a lot of scarification to catch up on. You didn't know Hughes counted shares as well? That was actually something we ran into early in the run. I was like, I don't have the space. You know what? I'm going to try it anyways and just see how it goes. Because I was genuinely curious if it would count or not. And it does. But it's something I hadn't bothered doing. So it does give you the interesting thing of being able to have your dining room table and then putting one set of pews on either side of the dining room table. The Loving Emus. A Vanometric Power and a Tech Sub Prof Core. Okay. Or an Archotech Eye, and I could use both of those. I think for what we're dealing with, I think I'm going to go with that Vanometric Power and the Sub Prof Core. The Architect Eye is probably what I would normally do most runs. Meanwhile, for the Emus, we're not going to be giving him an actual pen. You get to live back here for right now. Oh. I guess when we raided the other one, we must have pushed our standings high enough that they're eligible for caravans again. We're not going to get to trade with them because they're about to aggro all that garbage. Manhunter pack. Schedule. Home. They're not even defending. There they go. They're finally defending themselves. I was like, they're not even defending themselves. They're just letting themselves be abused. I'm really hoping all those doors are closed, because if not, it's going to get a very short time. Okay, I'm not seeing any doors that are stuck open. Because you're worrying me. Oh. Before we end up having a problem here, you're not home zone anymore. Okay. You're attacking my walls. Why did you attack my walls? You're actually doing relatively okay here, all things considered. I don't think you're gonna make it. Unfortunately for the caravan, they're now being swarmed by the rats. Oh yeah, you're right, the research room. Well, let's just do that. That makes the research room not eligible anymore. Oh, you little jerk. Cool, man. So we got a high psychic drone. So far, people are holding up. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm surprised that caravan's still up. Because, like, the whole thing's been down except for these two people over here. They've almost got that sorted. They just gotta get, like, one more good hit. Like, these two are just holding it down with both the rats and all that. I mean, they destroyed all but two of the well, one of the pikemen. I don't even think they're wearing armor. They're not even wearing armor. Is it a Neanderthal group? Ah, that'd do. No, it's a mixed group. Why are you outside? They're outside because they ran away. Oh, the rats got in. Who opened what door? Buddy, I need to turn around and fight back the way you came. You got help on the way. Of course you got downed right then. Yeah, I missed who opened what door. Clearly they're trying to path to somewhere. And then once the door got opened, they, they panicked and ran kind of thing. So Kraveskir is our doctor. You go rescue them. Do not go that way. Go here, go here. Go there, then rescue them. The 3 melee pawns. Just get into position as best you can. Alright, so all of you, stop drafting. Okay. So that was an utter disaster. So go back to the danger zone. You go haul that back. Yeah, no, I'm not sure, because like a lot of times when you have something like that, it's because you've missed some important spot or whatever. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Somebody definitely recommend checking out. You're still up there fighting? What are you made of? I thought they were all dead by now. He's gonna solo that thing. Like, I figured they were dead when they didn't just rush it. Okay. They're able to walk again. Go grab your weapon, which is right there. Okay, meanwhile, make sure people get treated. Alright, that'll be the last one that needs to be treated. Okay, so who is our handlers? I need them to actually bring the animals in. I just realized this whole time that they have blood rot. So I need them to get here so we can treat them for their blood rot. Don't you dare roof that. The whole time you've not gone and tried to re-roof it. Just now you're suddenly like, no, gotta roof it. Okay, so animals. Okay, so we do have Sally in here. Alright. Okay, so they finally did finish him off. Once these three are healed, there's no more actual mechs left. We can just run up with their shield belts and tank the shots. Yeah, actually, you're both in good shape. Get in the ring there, champ. With a rainy thunderstorm going on, making you even harder to hit, that's perfect. Okay, your shield belt's gone. Get this in between. And this one's yours. Okay, won't matter. The blast will hit the shield belt anyways. Okay, and unrestricted. We did such a good job. I'm very proud of us for defeating that mech cluster all by ourselves. No support whatsoever. Just our two melee pawns rolling in, taking care of it. We're so talented. I mean, honestly, it was this one guy over here who, like, really by themselves held the whole thing down. I'm genuinely amazed that they, at no point during that whole time did they break and retreat. You know, they pretty much got the entire force wiped out. And still just kept on it. No human like. That's not the right one. Yeah, no human like over there. You can go way over here. Let's give that a low priority. All right. Is that a Neanderthal specific thing? You don't think you've seen a caravan that dedicated? No, because it wasn't even a Neanderthal caravan. It had some Neanderthals in it, but also had some baseliners and whatever. I've turned on the, in the base game, they introduce, like, these pirate factions. But, if you have both ideology and biotech going on, it prioritizes the ideology ones. Or, sorry, no, it prioritizes... Sorry. Without biotech, you've got, like, the pirate groups that you'd have as your other hostile ones. Here, I'll just show you. Yeah, so you got down here, you've got, like, this pirate group here. You got the other pirate group there. There's, like, 3, and then there's the, where is it? The Rough Outlanders. But with ideology, sorry, with biotech turned on, instead they replace those with the Impids, the Neanderthals, and the Yetkin. And I just went ahead and turned on all of them. And I actually really like the old ones more, because they'll still have Yetkin and Impids and all that kind of stuff in their groups. It's just, it won't be purely just those things. Right, we have a high psychic drone, and we're just tanking it. Yeah, and the big thing that's hurting us right now is we have no recent conquest. And for another 2 days, I can't do anything about it. Honestly, I think you like the idea for the next colony. The pure imp Yakin raids are getting a bit old. Is that a PoE shirt? Yes. Yeah, it's a Path of Exile shirt where it starts with the person like laying on the ground here and then slowly like working up to having the ridiculous like wings and all that. I got a couple of PoE shirts. You guys have cool shirts? Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I had a whole bunch. That's actually, so I'm flying out. I'm just gonna say tomorrow. Well, is it still tomorrow? Yeah, it's still tomorrow. So I'm flying out tomorrow. This is our last stream before my vacation. And actually, I never get a chance to wear it. I've got a Path of Exile hoodie I got at ExileCon, so it's like an actual ExileCon hoodie. It's also got, Yugi and Ziggy D. It's got their, I had them sign it, just because. And I never wear it because it's never cold enough here to justify it. But I figured I'd wear it tomorrow in case I need it for on the plane. Because sometimes those planes can be brisk. It's pretty funny. I was checking the weather because we're flying over to the West Coast, like, Portland, Seattle area. And then taking a cruise ship out to go to like an Alaskan cruise kind of thing. And I was like, man, I am so excited about being away from the hot, humid weather of Florida. I cannot wait. And then I pulled up the weather for Seattle, Washington for the next couple of days. 98 degrees Fahrenheit outside. The humidity of yes. New quest available. Pirates have set up an outpost near the survey site to harass you. I don't really care about that. Seasonal flooding. Yeah, sorry, we've been baking. But it's just kind of like, no. Now, granted, once I get on the cruise ship, it sounds like what's going to end up happening is the moment I get out of the Washington area in the direction of Alaska, the temperature's going to drop to, like, mid-50, like, it's, like, low 50s for most of the low, and then, like, 60s for the high. And I'm like, you know what? That's a little on the brisk side, but honestly, like, a nice brisk. That's kind of brisk where, you toss on a hoodie, maybe some long pants, and you're good. You don't need to, properly bundle. That's when you start getting to, like, the 40s and that's like, nah, you should start bundling up, and then, 30s is freezing. But it was just like the fact that's like gonna go up there and like, hey, that's almost the exact same weather we've had. Cruise to Alaska. Are you gonna see Glacier Bay? I I don't think it was Glacier Bay. We are seeing a glacier. So, like, I know we're seeing the Skagway. I remember all the stops. I don't have it, like, in front of me. I know we're seeing a glacier. Like, it could be Glacier Bay or something in that area. It's kind of one of those things, like, every cruise line, when they get to those kind of things, they'll have, like, those common stops. So, like, here by Florida, it's, like, going to, like, Nassau or whatever. But then you get away from that, and every one of them will have, like, their own, like, little stop. And I imagine the glaciers are probably the same thing, because you're not checking out the whole thing, you're just checking out the glacier. So it's probably like this section of glacier, well, that belongs to you know, Royal Caribbean, and then there's this section of glacier, and that's, you know, going to be Carnival, and then there'll be that section of glacier, and maybe that's Disney Cruise Lines, and then this other section of glacier is Norwegian. Because they do that in the Bahamas, where you have, like, the whatever K, and that's, you know, Disney's Island, and whatever K, and that's Carnival's Island. And it's just a sandbar with tropical plants growing on it, and then they put, like, a couple of buildings for, you know, restrooms or serving food. But otherwise, it's just a tropical island. Like, all the people who work those islands, if you never had taken the time to talk to them, they wake up really early in the morning, they all hop onto a boat, take the boat out to, like, the island, they work just, like, the afternoon for a couple of hours after that, and then they take their boats back. Because, you know, the way most of those cruise ships come in is they come in, you know, people get off the boat in the morning, and then by, like, mid-afternoon, late day kind of thing, you're back in the boat because the boat's got to go on to the next stop. So they rise early and work really hard, and then they also get to kind of wrap a bit early. Oh, we still have the research room restricted. My bad. Okay, so we're going to protect this for, like, 4 more in-game hours. Do we ever have the attack? That mech cluster wasn't the attack, right? Did I miss that? Did it just not have an attack? I mean, okay. I don't think it was the mech cluster. Yeah, it just didn't have an attack. So we already got the grav core. They already hauled that in. You think the racks count as an attack? Well, they count as an attack, but with protecting the beacon here, you usually get a specific targeted event against it. It'll be like, such and such is attacking, you know, because whatever, they're pissed off about the beacon or whatever. You know, or the beacon is an affront to them, or whatever the flavor text is. But in that case, it's like, no, we finished it, we just didn't get that. So I'm going to crowd these last couple things, because we only got a little bit before that next location disappears. I just want to try and make sure we grab the plasteel. I'm honestly getting a really obnoxious amount of plasteel. It's kind of a shame I'm not going to be able to keep doing this run much longer. And for people who are missing why that is the case, I am traveling for 2 weeks here very soon. Okay, so where was... Okay, so you're the ones of the blood rot. Are you all on the ship? Yes, you are, so we're good. Right, the fugitive outpost. So yeah, so we're going to the fugitive outpost next. So basically, we're just attacking. Like, we're not staying at places longer than I need to. We're just attacking one thing and then next. You can just pick up after you get back to Survives. Nah, like 2 weeks is too long. I don't remember anything going on. Like we'll definitely be playing more RimWorld when I get back, but we'll start a new run at that stage. Because realistically, 2 weeks is forever when it comes to content. And then besides, like, realistically, there's probably going to be at least a game or two that releases or has a major update between then and now, which I'll probably want to check out. RimWorld is probably going to have an update or two to, you know, work out whatever bugs and balance stuff they got to get sorted with Odyssey. So you got a lot going on. Okay. That's interesting. Alright, so they are packing some decent heat. Not amazing heat, but decent heat. This is probably the only place I'm going to be able to land, realistically. Okay, they don't have any turrets. They have no lights on. You know, I got the whole group. They do have one sniper rifle. So Sheila there. Sheila's going to be our first victim if I get to choose. Because that's our only, like, primary ranged threat. I mean, honestly, if they aggro us, I could just run and use this defensive line and we will shred them. Because they're going to have to walk out into the entire field of fire where we're kind of, like, pretty close to optimal range and they're trying to get close with a sniper rifle. So give a second for people to sleep. And they'll try and see if we can aggro. I wonder if the reason they've had, like, all these factions get, like, one EMP is just for late game, where if they get the EMP off, it could literally drop some of your people because of the brain wiring and all that. Because this is one of those ways you can kind of kill yourself late game, is you start getting all the implants and all that done. And then you turn around and you accidentally EMP your wall or whatever, and then suddenly half your group drops because you hit an EMP on the full group and everyone's got brain wiring. You're just training your hunters to shoot by having them wipe out all the local fauna? That's a classic. Still waiting for them to wake up, because we've been doing a lot of stuff, so... Now... the catch here is I can explore these ruins, and we might actually find something good. It just takes a lot of time. I mean, we're stuck in the tower for 3 days, so in the meantime we'll do that. Alright. So we got our last people waking up. They're all grabbing their meals. Okay, that'll do. Okay, let's grab everyone and run them out here. Oh yeah, no, the Glow Forest is an excellent biome. Okay, you get over here. Come on. I was hoping to just open up and take down Sheila immediately, but that did not play out that way. Was it a leg hit? It's a lung hit. That's alright. You're fine. Where are you going? Okay. Let's see if we can't catch any of them while they're in retreat. You, meanwhile, took a lung hit, so you and Krace go back because you got the doctor. Alright. Infinite chem fuel. Love to see it. Alright, so they're gonna go, and are you gonna come out that door or that door? Or that door. Not taking too long for this door. You two are slowed. Why are you slow? Where did they go? Well, they're clever. All right, fair enough. They just ran all the way to the opposite side of the map. Yeah, no, they had a plan, because I was getting ready to intercept them. I was like, all right, this will be easy. We'll just intercept them. It'll be fine. You know, maybe we score ourselves a new colonist, maybe not. You know, I just got to cut them off. And then I was like, all right, they went down here, and they were starting to go down this way. I think I didn't realize they're going in here to cut into the hallway and go up and over. And Infinity Simplex should have people with them. Just trying to tour really fast. Man, there are so many ruins here. Oh, and schedule unrestrict you all. My bad. You hate the ancient says? I think they're fine. It is a whole thing that just takes a lot of exploring. One of the downsides you have with them is they do blow up your wealth pretty severely. Because a lot of times RimWorld will consider anything that's like on the tile in play calculated towards your wealth. And the way they make some of it not awful is like, if you're on a tile, for example, it's got a ton of gold, it doesn't count against your wealth until you mine it. It's like gold ore is fine. Actual gold, like, loose. That colony owns an entire city. Yeah, no, it's just, it can blow up your wealth. Because granted, it's just walls for the most part. They add up. Oh, meanwhile, let's go here. Zone. Dumping stockpile. No rotten and no human-like corpses. Zones. Regular stockpile. Low priority. You thought that was included? The unmined stuff? Every claimable building a tile? Walls do not count towards your wealth until you claim them. I was pretty sure they did, but I could be wrong. It's also the kind of thing they could change, too. A lot of you are idle for some reason. Oh, because I haven't allowed things. Medical emergency heart attack, because we haven't had a chance to de-age this person. Alright, Kraisk. Save him. Come on, we can get you through this, buddy. Stay with me. Stay with me, friend. When you go to switch, we'll switch to the industrial. Come on. Hey, they're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It was just a mild, horrible, you know, heart attack. Because that person's 86, and I have not had a chance to, I've not had a chance to de-age them because we still haven't gotten the research for chronophagy. Check the wealth and claim everything on the map. Ooh, that's not a great place for it. It's fine. I will do that when I'm ready to go. The problem is I have to be here long enough for it to refresh. Engine cooldown 2 days. Yeah, so you're smelting a weapon. Who can you free up to run around? Yeah, you're probably good to be running around. We'll let you sleep, get your stuff sorted, and then get you on your way. Like I said, I do want to check what ruins we can. Honestly, I might just check the ruins this way. Floor tiles? Oh yeah. Floors are weirdly high wealth. Which is one reason you notice actually a lot of these buildings don't have much in the way of floors. Okay, so there's a hostile mech in there. Get on it. Because you should win that fight easy. You got an obsidian longsword, you got a bunch of melee skill, you got armor. It's a scorcher. You kind of question the road design here. Where exactly is it supposed to lead? To disappointment. Alright, and pop open that safe. Let's also double click. Okay. Anything good in the safe? I guess we'll find out later. Alright. I removed a section of wall right there. Normally I just go through the doors, but, you know. Okay. How much longer do I have till these animals are out of here, by the way? 16 days, a whole season. That's fine. Harbinger tree sprout, don't care. Okay, so you're getting to work on that again. Alright, so we do have a hunter drone down there. So Infinity, I'm gonna need you to give it a punch, okay, buddy? Got a shield belt, get it to use. Good job. Okay, we got 3 colonists idle. Right, because there's nothing for you to fish here. So start killing the local wildlife. So we practice for your hunting skill and all that. That's dicey, running through the ruins trying to reach the various critters. That's not what you want. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not planning to fully explore the ruins. I'm not putting too much priority. Oh, we can we get out here? Nah, 1.5 days. So basically we're gonna stay here until it's time for that. As far as the road design, where is the road? Yeah, so we got the road here. Yeah, because there's no room for the road to go through any of these areas. Yeah, no, you got a bunch of random roads that couldn't possibly go anywhere. Like, this one could be fine, like, it could go up and over and around kind of thing. This one could go out. Well, I mean, I guess that could be. It could be that the road comes in from here. It would go over like that. You know, and up. Okay. You two get in there. Alright. And you got a little bruise. You hope the Deads fix it. You almost lost several pawn to pawn running inside unexplored ruins. And then finding Scorchers. Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense. Okay, we got a pod here. Let's grab everyone and bunch them up. Okay, so Sappy. Alcohol addiction, arm skin gland, misogynist kind jogger. Oh, you're just gonna leave. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Later. Okay, so just ripping up a whole lot of walls. Let's go make sure. We had the one rusted safe. Oh, that's right. Ooh, compacted plasteel. If you get there, you get there. There's another hunter drone. Go smack it. Yeah, so there's definitely risk in what I'm doing here. Nicely done, friend. Let's see, Hunter. Okay, so that's a dangerous room. So what I can do here, I'm hoping to be able to get these two things to go after each other. But since we run it through, we aggro that. Don't know if it worked. It's fine. Alright, so nothing new there. So let's go here, deconstruct, 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 deconstruct. You already queued up one for that. Deconstruct. I'm basically just popping up a bunch of walls the whole way around. As we wait for being able to leave the tile. Because the odds we find something I actually care about are not particularly good. There's some goodies on here, like very genuinely. Okay. Cool. So we got more of that there. How much longer do I have till I can leave the tile? Just under a day. And the big thing is our construction person is our melee, so we sent them in to deal with some of the threats. I do appreciate that when you rip up the wall and it happens to be like the Scorch or whatever, you do get the alert. It's still something that I should be systematically going through with like the whole group and having, or at least some of my people covering. I've been keeping an eye on the old Path of Void mod. Hoping it gets 1.6 rework. Yeah. So you're getting that. Alright, so we're pulling up areas again. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's get you over here. Yeah, because you got nicked up pretty... Nah, you actually didn't get hit that bad. All things considered. Yeah, so we got that ruin fully checked, this one fully checked, that one's getting pretty far along. We probably won't finish getting the rest of them. Yeah, because this ship's about ready to leave. Like I said, you can find some goodies on here. It's just kind of like how long it takes. That's just as experimenting with. Normally, I just run the people through, like let my shield melee people start getting everything's attention. Alright, so as soon as you finish your round of research on there. Okay, so you're good. Everyone's all bandaged up. Yep. Alright, let's move on to our new destination. Quests. Is there any new quests we saw that we need to deal with? I don't need to worry about that. The smoke spear can get out of here. The loving emus, we still have 14 days. The hunting for super bass for a grav core would be nice. That's space. I don't think I can do space right now with the emu stuff. We have the old Mechanator site, which is a long way away. So if we zoom out, is there anything exciting nearby? I could get our Vac Stone by going to space up there. But the problem is, while I have those emus, I can't do that without getting them killed. We can go for the pemmican. I can go for the corn. Let's go for the corn. We can attack a soft target, get our corn. Then we should be able to potentially get the emu. There's not. Oh, did you put the stupid roof on there again? Like, weirdly, they stopped doing that for me for a good while, and then they started suddenly to put the roof back on. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep moving around. Check your wealth claim. Yeah, that's okay, so wealth. My wealth right now, if we go down to just the last 30 days, is about 265,000. I'm gonna go here, we're gonna go orders. We're gonna go claim. And it shouldn't update instantly. We gotta wait for it to tick over one. Medical treatment needed. Yeah, I was pretty sure it counts against your wealth regardless. That's always the way it's been in the past. Like, that was the trick. The only thing that was kind of a gimmick around that is if you mined ore versus not mined it. If you do not mine it, then it doesn't count against your wealth yet. But once you mine it, it does. Because at that point, it's like the rock wall kind of thing. Just waiting to kind of see if it ticks over one time real fast. Yeah, no, because we're up to the point 21, so it hasn't gone up at all. That would have refreshed by then. Does the graph update when it's open? Yeah, no, if you look at it... Oh, no, there it goes. Actually, I stand corrected. Yep, no, it definitely went up. And it's all buildings. So, no. Bentley is correct. That claiming the entire tile's wealth did jump us about 50,000. Alright. Did you not finish unblocking that? Yeah, no, that was, like, that's interesting, because historically, anything on the map was considered to counting against your wealth for purposes of, like, that. So that's kind of... I'm not sure if that changes that. I mean, I guess it makes sense for purposes... I could even see that being a change... Oh, hey, did you go to bed? You tested it? Yeah, no, I get you. A lot of people who claim stuff don't. So, I need the emu to want to go to sleep. Actually, you do your thing, and you three get over here. Oh, okay, meanwhile, you go ahead and open that. And you are a beautiful pawn who's got cryo sickness. Well, if you survive, I want your armor. Aww. Too bad. Got our chain shotgun of normal quality. What we're gonna do here is strip that person. You can go back in the fridge. I got what I needed out of you. And haul that home. Okay. So the animals, if I can get them all to go back in here, my hope is it get to be nighttime and you'd see them all like go to sleep for the night. I just need that one last emu. A hunter trap was triggered. Oh, of course you're too slow to get away from it. And that's why I shouldn't do it. Granted, that was not a recent injury, just for the record. They had already had that lung destroyed. Okay, so Graysk, rescue, you, haul that back. And that is the punishment for running people on their own. Not gonna lie, when the graph did not update it, you started to doubt yourself. But that was the thing, because like if you looked at the graph when I zoomed in like that, I was seeing it where it's going like 0.15, 0.15. I'm like, okay, it's gone a couple of ticks now. It hasn't updated. Because we were around here-ish when I changed it. So it took a little bit and then just shot up. There's just a decent length delay, I guess. Cool. Because you can easily handle those mechs so we can get them separated. That'll do. You should probably 1 or 2 tap the Militar. Militar's like, please! No! I don't want it! No bully! No bully! Militar is a jerk, bully the Militar. That's fair. Meanwhile, you get on the Scorcher. Because you'll be able to run up that with the Architect leg and Juggernaut. You'll get there before it has a chance to do anything. That Militar ran all the way in the corner till I had nowhere else to go before it finally was like, I must make my stand. Okay. And get you two in here. Did you... Okay, that's fine. It's just the bruises on you all. I was like, did you not actually take care of this person? Alright, we'll grab all of you. Because we got no one of these to pop. Yeah, so the problem is the emu all running out here are going to make it hard for me to take off. Because the emu won't... Like, I'll probably have to put down a caravanning spot and draw them to it. If I have to, I have to. It's not a big deal. Alright, so we're going to open this up. Okay, free assault rifle. Tortured artist, quick sleeper, industrious. And they're a crafter. And they're terrible. Alright, that answers that question. I was about to be like, this is actually not looking like a bad pawn. But that age will get you, man. Now here, I'll put you back in the fridge. We're not mean. Okay, so let's get everyone back over here. I'm going to go to Misk, caravanning spot. Oh, you're not going to put them on the caravanning spot because of that. I do wish there was a way to force all the animals to be like, go to bed. It'd be fine if they weren't pen animals, because they weren't pen animals, you could assign them to the area and they would just stay there. Schedule, get everyone to the home zone, so the moment we see these things kind of get in spot. Ready to rock and roll. I just need the one hanging out here. Okay, got one left. That's not the button I want. Launch, go. Nope, it's too late. Cancel. Go. Go, go, go. They're asleep. I remember where we were going. We can't go to space. They'll straight up die. Oh, it's going to attack that for a bunch of food. That's right. Alright. RimWorld is a scary place? Yeah. Yeah, and it probably would have been worth it to explore more, but we're just trying to keep this thing moving, because we are a raider ideology. Keep ourselves happy. We weren't going to get any real food or anything there, so the big thing is to keep bullying the enemy every chance we got. Alright, the attack has begun. So I'm going to do a nice, subtle approach of just slamming our ship right up against this as best we can. There's another building here. Let's assume that other building is in play there. I'm just gonna have to go with this. That's fine. So the big problem we're gonna run into is our poor animals are going to be standing in pollution. And there's going to be no answer to that. Okay, so they're all popping out here. Oh yeah, they have one bow among them. Jeez, how many of them are there in there? Wait, Lunar? We didn't leave your gun behind, right? I'm pretty sure we hauled a bunch of guns back, so even if we left the one you were using. You're going to go ahead and move up to an assault rifle. And we'll get you on the chain shotgun. Get that all settled up to be a bit more. Okay. So I'm going to give people a chance to recover. But then it looks like we're going to need to bully them over there. Wood-wise, we are probably good to commit another deforestation. I'm trying to keep to the not polluted area, though. Mostly. I guess in the meantime, we will go out here and say, hey, pollution removal zone. So no human-like corpses or rotten. And we're just giving our melee a chance to recover. They did just fight some mechs. And once they're back in it, we'll just go out here. If they attack us, that's fine too, because that means they'll just feed themselves into our guns. And they got Mohan Rai on their 205 stream streak. Catch last 205 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. I do appreciate that. Alright. If we capture someone, we're going to go ahead and take a lung. I keep forgetting that you're missing a lung and we can't make one. Oh, we jumped back into the smoke cloud area, didn't we? That's fine. I'm not too worried about that. It's just pretty funny to me. How much longer do we have on the emus? It's a while yet, right? Yeah, 12 days. The emus are probably going to need to be caravan pointed out here so they don't starve eventually. Or we'll have to manually feed them, because they do have blood rot, so if we wait till they start starving... Oh, and they can apparently eat junk out there in the awful weather. Yeah, we'll plan to move them over here. Oh, they're going to attack me. Get the boost going. You keep working your way into position. Surprise reinforcements. Oh, that is a lot of reinforcements. Okay. Surprise reinforcements from the Usher Nation have arrived. They're moving to help the tribesmen. Okay. Alright, so we're going to need to be quick here. I need to prevent them destroying that door. Get out here. Get out here now. It's got a little while till they get to us. They have destroyed the door. Okay, what's your deal? Very neurotic. Congratulations. You are a prisoner. Grace, get on that one. And orders allow. Because they're still taking a moment to figure their stuff out, so that's good news. Lunar, I need you to start working on that steel door. Brawler, Pyromaniac, Gourmand. That's fine. Yeah, weirdly, 3 of them are rushing ahead and ignoring all the rest of the stuff. Okay, so you're being treated, and of course you, even though this one was closer, you chose the other one. That's fair. Okay, so prisoner. Yep, I wasn't going to take you, but I've suddenly changed my mind. You're going to become one of us. Ilispid, is any of these ones going to be here for a while, or are they going to die quickly? Oh yeah, I'm going to die real fast. Alright, so what's going to happen here is we're going to have to get the next wave ready. They do have breach axes, so that does kind of make me think they're going to just try and go for it. So I'm going to grab everyone but Krask. We're going to try to very quickly get out here to deal with those 3 that are in the lead. Because they're just milling about back there. You can go, Juice? Okay, get back to your stuff. Oh, you've actually got a pretty good stab wound on your arm. Those wearing Tox Pack? Oh, yeah, let's check our assignments. Magic Peril, anything? No. Yeah, so you're gonna be attempted to be recruited. Zerk's here. 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours. Zerk's here, take that one. You're gonna try and get them ready to donate a lung to us. We are short 1 lung. Okay. Time to get back into it. It's gonna be a rough one. I didn't even check. What is your kit? Alright, so you're a solid mix. You're actually a lot of range. Okay, that's gonna be real spicy. Get that body out of the door right the heck now. That body being in the door can easily get us wiped. Because then we'll get flanked. So you stop doing what you're doing. Schedule, unrestrict, haul the body. I don't need to get it far, I just need to get out of the door itself. Do you have to have that in the door too? Get out of the door, that's good enough. I need you to haul this body, or haul this out of the door. Good enough, get into position. Okay. Medical emergency? I don't care about the prisoner. You need to make sure that door closes. Give a melee waster a waste pack? I don't have a melee waster. Would you figure your stuff out, man? You keep leashing back and forth and not being sure what you're doing. You know what? If they're going to do that, and they're going to bug out in their AI a little, let's go and try and push this, because otherwise we're wasting 2 different buffs for combat stuff. And we trigger them to just go full attack. That also works. I think it's because they're moving at different speeds and different ranges and all that. It can't quite figure out where it should be putting them. Lunar, you are way too slow. You just chill right there, right? If you just want to feed yourselves in one by one, I am on board. There's so many of them, and they're just letting me get away with this. Like I said, I'm guessing there's a couple in there that are really slow, and so they're kind of going back and forth, just leashing back and forth to the main group. Is there some bad back dementia guy behind? It could, like, I'm not seeing any of them having mood breaks. Okay, it looks like they're taking the bait. Let's back off, because it's a lot of people moving at once. I'm assuming they're going. Yeah, they're sending. So again, back into position. Because you still got your buff up. Met Freakers do that. The glory of the Breach AI? Yeah. Oh, that's the prisoner. I was like, wait, who died? How did you die? You're getting through them quickly. Just gotta hold your ground for a little longer. It does suck that there's all that stone. Get the one that's actually shooting up close. Alright. Get back into position. This kind of works because they're trying to get to this cover line we've got here. And because of it, they just get decimated. Well, the big thing is they're still tribals, which means they don't wear armor for the most part. One or two will have, like, plate armor. But generally speaking, they just don't do the whole armor thing. Okay, so we got Koala here, Gourmand, Crab here. Nope. Borgin, whatever. Iron Will is not bad. We did take off their leg, though, so that kind of ruins them a little. Fast Learner, but has a drug dependence. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and grab you, because we have a opening in the colony now. Oh, Kraysk is the one starving? Yeah, so you go and get your food. Alright, so medical. Not serious. You need to get that patched. Not serious. Yeah, so we got 2 bleeds. Nothing too over the top. Now this one unfortunately doesn't get to stay. Because I happen to be in need of a lung. So, you know, I don't normally organ harvest people, but I am missing a lung. And they have 2. And it's being very selfish of them to keep all those lungs to themselves. When there are other people out there in the world who have need of a lung. It's like sharing cookies. Exactly. I have 1 lung, they have 2, so they'll give me a lung, and it's an even split, where I have 2 and they have 1. It's only fair. Also, it would be very helpful if you remove that body, so that the lung didn't get lung rot before I took it out. Yeah, no one even got downed in that fight out of our group. Considering cumulatively we were looking at somewhere in the area of like 70, just shy of 70, Just gonna go and yank down the walls. Because manually controlling them to have them go in and grab it, it's like I have to actually draft them and make them do stuff. If I just take down the wall, it's fine. How are y'all doing? You all eating? Ish. Alright, Oyster, if you cooperate with me and you give up that lung without too much resistance, you'll be allowed to live. If you fail to give me that lung, I will get another one. And you wouldn't like that. That's not what you want, buddy. Alright, so you went berserk. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I want to recruit you, but I'm not that motivated to make sure you get recruited. I'm not hurting for a person, so I'm gonna have Zerx go over here and discuss your behavior. So don't make me do that again. I'll actually set you to recruit first, because I'll be able to convert you almost immediately. Alright, let's try that again. Because you still got those lungs in there. And I would really like one. Granted, you're doing this. And you got a pretty big penalty on your manipulation. There you go. Alright, buddy. So let me quickly go and look in. Who was missing the lung here? So Lunar. So let's go operations. Add install right lung. And Kraiska's our best doctor. So where's Lunar? There you are. So prioritize operating on you. And I do want you to use the best medicine we got. Try that again. Did I not switch your stuff? No, I switched the wrong person. Alright, let's go and get that lung put in there. And there we go. There's the corn. Oh yeah, opening that up did just expose all the corn too. Did you fail? Hey, Oyster, I need a second lung. I'm not... Don't look at me like that. I need a second lung. Look, I used the good medicine. I did give myself the shot to get the best chance. And I did use someone who wasn't injured, who was a really good doctor, made sure they're in a room that's well lit. So, like, I kind of stacked it about as good as I was going to get. Yeah, no, exactly. We had the conversation about sharing. Right now, you've got one lung. We've got one lung. And it's only fair that you share your lung. Could you not stand on the rotting corpse, please? So I'm running out of herbal medicine is one thing we're running into. So I need to bump up the medicine to even be allowed to attempt to harvest it. We'll go ahead and lock these doors open. Don't worry, it'll be alright, Oyster. We're just borrowing it. Okay. For one moment, don't use our medicine on that right now. And then set the medicine again. You're being awfully greedy about that lung. We just need a lung. It's okay. Come on. You will not part with that lung. You are so selfish. Your mother would be absolutely ashamed. Alright, let's try this again. We've had this conversation. I'm just going to go ahead and need you to cooperate real fast. Oh, I have to. Alright. And also, you're running out of torso. It's like one more failure and you're just done. See, was that so hard? Alright, so let's wait till you recover before we try sending another lung. Because if I use that on Lunar now, when we botch it, Lunar dies. So we need Lunar to have a minute here to recover. In the interim, everyone is scheduled to be out there. They should be able to haul this all back. It is under roof, so it's not going to rot that fast. Oh, I know what's happening here. I've told them to pick up all the wood and drag it back, and they're just going to spend all their time. No, actually, they're going for... Oh, no, you're going because you were the cook. Let's go here and say... Stockpile. Wood. No. So that way, if they've got room back here to put it, they'll put it in here. Otherwise, they'll just leave it on the ground where it is. And I think you're basically out of food. Are you? Okay, let's pop that door for a minute. So I'll rush out, grab some food. And then we close the door again. I don't think bagging the pollution is going to be worth my time. Okay, so they're all back in. They got a snack. And how are you doing? Is that torso getting close? Yeah, alright. So, Glitter World operations install along in the right. Krask. Get to it. Because you'll be up to max health in a couple of seconds because you're healing super fast. So outside of like an absolute catastrophic failure to like the neck or something, you should be fine if we fail. We're using glitter. Good doctor. And see? Lunar's back at it. Gonna get full, well, not full movement speed. You're still on a prosthetic leg. But you're in much better shape. Call this... Oh, did I run out of space in the corpse pile? Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so you're almost good there. Where was our next destination? So we've got that. I don't need to deal with the smoke spewer. We have no space location. There's 2 good locations up there. That's a grav core down there. We're probably going to miss that one. But I got the 2 up that way. So let's plan to start moving back up in that direction. That's going to be leading us back towards the desert, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, we're probably going to want to get the corn actually collected, though. But yeah, once I get the corn collected, we're going to move up north farther again. Start getting towards those more grav cores. Because I'm going to need the light panels. Realistically, the ship's not going to be getting a whole lot bigger unless we get the advanced research. It is what it is. Did we do... What? Inspired recruitment. Of edging. The moment... No, Luna. It's too late. You are set to warden, right? Oh, you're not. Oh, sign. Share a home or share your lung. Attempting to recruit, don't do it. There you go. Get the inspired recruitment and get it to use. New colonist. So let's get you all assigned. And we'll need to switch your ideology, but he was easily switching. Alright, so you can help and grow and all that. I'll leave you having that assigned as well, but mostly I'm going to plan for you to grow stuff. I'll put these as lower assignments just because. Meanwhile, I'm gonna need you to go grab a gun. What do I want you to have? Probably the normal chain shotgun. And let's go ahead and get you into the colony. And that will be Box Fox Merle. Oh yeah, we still have these titles. I'm not gonna bother trying to figure out all the titles. My creative figuring out unsolicited whatever is wearing out. Hey, Eunuch, it's going good. Meanwhile, you will be ready to do our conversion thing here in a minute. We're grabbing the corn out of there now, so that's good news. That's just gonna take a minute to restock that. So hopefully the emu will stay back here so you can go to our next location and do all that stuff. So we have what? How many? 12 colonists. Is this body still fresh? Yes. How are you doing? My entire body is full of bullet holes. As it should be. That's what happens. That's what happens when you stand between us. Alright, yeah, so they're grabbing all the corn. That's good. I find it amusing that every once in a while they go through the door, even though there's a big hole in the wall to go through. Okay. And Aurora, that's fine. Yeah, the big thing is we want to get rid of these. I don't really want to rebuild them in one of the other rooms. It's an inconvenient location. I could have built them back here. Well, no, because it'd still be a path. And that's just when it came to the ship expanding how it went. Alright. You'll get better? I mean, I imagine you would. Aristocrats in danger. Psychically sensitive and trigger happy. Eh. Alright, one more. Please get out of there. Yeah, just waiting on the corn. Let's move you over here so that we have our short-range people there as well. And you were smart and snagged some of that recon armor. Everyone else is just grabbing their flak. He's like, no, I want the good stuff. Oh, I still have a flak helmet that was set up by Pretzel, who is, you know, sleeping. That's the one. Alright, so we've almost got the last of that. Okay. And you're not on cooldown or anything, right? Okay. Yeah, no, it was spicy, where we had the reinforcements, like 44 of them show up. And granted, we kind of just basically stood our ground in the, I have a lot of firepower I can dish in one direction, so we're just going to stand here and shooting gallery it, which worked fine. It's a little bit of a risky play, but with how many of my people have, like, random injuries and all that, brain wiring, random injuries and all that, it's kind of risky to just try and kite. There's too few people are in good place to kite. And with that many with breach equipment, they're probably just going to punch a bunch of holes through my ship if I tried. Alright, so we got all our corn. So let's get the heck off this polluted tile. Right, and it was up this way is to those. Let's go ahead and... gonna hop to this landmark. We don't know what it is, but we're gonna go find out. Yeah, doctor's appointment yesterday. He didn't diagnose anything, just told you to go to the specialist or your family doctor. Yeah. Pollution has increased by 1% or 0.1% in that tile. That's interesting. I mean, I also, like, destroyed the tile permanently with, like, grav engine nonsense, so, you know, I guess the pollution's a big deal. Ooh, infested colony. Let's take 2 seconds to see, is it just infested? Mixed biome, infested colony. Alright. I like the sound of that. Park down here so I'm on the growing side of the tile. And I'm trying to avoid needing to, but there is a good chance I'm gonna need to, I don't think we'll be here long enough. That I'm gonna need to go and get some heal root going. We're not there yet. I'm gonna go ahead and put that queued. They don't have any bugs right here. You are mad about existence. Oh, your brother died? That is really unfortunate. Go cry me a river. Or talk to someone who cares. Sorry, what? Such compassionate people. We're raiders. This is the raider's life. Insulting spree. Against Krask. Where is Krask? You're insulting spree against Krask, and you're running away from them. Yeah, you go run up there for a minute. I'm not going to pretend to understand, but okay. No longer an assaulting spree. That was easy. I'm glad you worked through it, buddy. That... okay. Did you even insult once? No. Oh, no, you did get one insult off. Yeah, so everyone's got a bit of a mood penalty for innocent prisoner killed. We may be people who go around and murder people, but doing so within our own custody is just not okay. RimWorld. Okay, we got the hallway cleared. Conquering the world one insult at a time. Except the joke about it is we're actually really bad at insults. So, you know, we just stand there and go, your mom! It's what really upsets them the most is not only that they're being insulted, but like the quality of the insults is just really lacking. No originality, no real anything for them. Okay, and Chili Burrito's got one little teeny tiny nick on him. Well, let's have you start shooting this way. Alright. Cool, and that room's clear. Scoot you over there. Get our melee team up here. Alright. Melee team goes over there. Range team, just shove yourselves in where. Which of the bugs do you find the most dangerous? It's going to be the mega spiders. Well, I mean, unless you're counting the hive queen as well, but that's like, you know, sort of a boss, like mini boss kind of thing. But I have like the regular non-event bugs, the mega spiders. That's just they're tankier and all that. Like the little ones, the locusts can catch you from running away, but it's pretty rare to run away from the bugs. Okay, we're almost done with this place. Ooh, we'll have a safe. That'll be nice. Yeah, because, like, the littler ones, like the scarabs, yeah, they can be dangerous because they can catch you out kind of thing. But usually that's got to be some, like, kid running around on their own. That's where you actually get someone in danger. Let's have him break that in case there's goodies inside, because you can have goodies trapped inside the interior. Alright. Yep, and that'll be the last room. Are wasps part of insects? No, wasps are technically under the mechanators. And the way you can tell that is they will actually get grabbed with the disassemble mechanator thing and turned into a tiny bit of steel. Okay. So you'll go back. I'm going to have you start punching that corner. The rest of you can pop in here. Queue those up to be opened. And then you all go shoot this. Okay, there's nothing in there. Alright. And so with that, we have fully explored that area. So orders allow... start hacking that thing. We'll still want to pop down there to the area below. We can worry about that in a minute. I don't really need components or steel right now. There's no ores on the map. So let's go see if we have any ancient dangers. I'm not expecting them. That said, even with how much they've reduced the frequency of ancient dangers showing up, we did have a tile with 2 of them on it. We're going a bunch of tiles where we don't see any, and then saw like a tile with 2, which is not something I'd be super upset about. Granted, we did waste one of our Mech Resurrection serums, because I didn't notice the person was dealing some serious brain damage. I mean, we noticed that after the fact. But, I didn't make sure they kept from getting heat up with the heat wave, and the moment they got anything on there, even with the Luciferum, they died from consciousness loss. So they resurrect him, and then they shortly, died very shortly after. Why do you just not treat each other? Why do I always have to micro-doctoring? Like, always micro-doctoring? Okay, and how much longer do I have till these birds are out of here? 7 days. Okay, so I'll probably finish that out here. Okay, so I gotta raid. They're attacking immediately. They'll breach our walls. It is mostly range with a little bit of melee support. We are not leaving before they arrive. So the curiosity is they might get stuck at a bunch of the walls in here. So how badly are you hurt, right? That's a pretty bad skull hit. You're fine. Because we do have a significant benefit in our combat ability at range. So we can catch them up here and pick off a bunch of them as they're trying to get in range to start doing this. And then, you know, continue to back them off. They're also, like, running in gradually. Are you on Goju's? You ones in the front? No. That's their breachers. What happened? You were approaching with such gusto, and then suddenly you slowed down a lot. Okay. They're weirdly going way off to the side there. But that's fine, we can hunt. I got the accuracy bonus from my shooting specialist, and that does work. I almost never run like the Raider or any of those. Oh, they got it figured out. Let's drop back here and force them to come after us where we have cover and they don't. Or at least not many of them have cover. You two just bait their... Or that. Any survivors? Are you any good? You are an impid. That is unfortunate. It is real unfortunate that you are an impid. You might have had a chance. They seem to be suitably intimidated. Yeah, to be fair, if you're running up to a bunch of, you know, people and you got, like, bows and arrows and, like, your fancy technology is some of your bows have, like, a wad of stuff on the end until they catch fire. And then the enemy rolls in and they've got what's basically, like, you know, some type of, like, mag rail rifle thing that catapults around at you at, you know, you can't see them speeds. You're gonna feel slightly outclassed. Oh, yeah. You know? Hey, are you still good? Ah, now we're too late. I was about to say, it's like, we do actually have someone who could use some lungs. Because you do have the asthma. It's fine. So how close are you to being back? Because you had a pretty nasty skull hit. Yeah, so we've got that treated. Let's go ahead and do a scarification, because it's been a little while. We keep doing these, and I have no idea how close we are to actually getting everyone done. Because, like, you've got... So you need one more scar, and then you're done. You have no scars. You have no scars. You've got 3 scars. You have no scars. You have 2 scars that count. You have no scars. You have 5 scars. You have 4 scars. You have 5 scars. You have 5 scars. I didn't realize how many of our people are, like, nowhere on all that stuff. Starvation on Foxbox Merle. Well, you can solve that. Just eat. Get food poisoning? Ah, that'll explain it. That's fine. We'll give him a minute to recover. Oh, is there anything else he cared about in here? I don't think there was, right? No. That's fine. Like, they gotta pick up... Oh, no, they already got the medicine and everything out of there. We don't really need more wood that we're not gonna get from just cutting down those trees in the first place. Okay, when we wake up, we're going to pop down into the hole and start clearing. And then our next target after this is going to have to keep going upright. And we're like right up against the edge of the desert here. So we can go, oh, do we have... No, we do not have the monolith available again yet. Because I would have summoned that in for research. Alright, everyone. No one's eating right now. Cool. Down in the hole. A couple insects over there, so we'll start in that direction. Or the bugs will come to me. That's an idea too. Okay. So, no idea which way we want to start. I'm going to go up this way first. It'll start clearing up here. Now, this one, we don't have grab core down here necessarily. Highway to the danger hole. But we can find good stuff here. We're not going to try to go out of our way to full clear it. Oh, you got medicine. Well, it's 1 yen. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so all of you start blasting. Okay, that's looking like probably not much here. Meanwhile, you step over here, and Chris, you go patch them up. Alright, so that's what we got over here. So you two get into this position. You'll try opening that area up. Okay, it's nothing here. Let's see. So we got another spot down there and another spot way over here. Let's get over here. Kind of just going to this like left side and working my way around it. And we got KLL on their 5-stream streak. Thank you so much for catching the last 5 streams without missing one. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so you got a minor bleed. So you start tending to Infinity Simplex. The rest of you just go ahead and start shooting that. Okay, so we got a spot down there, and maybe a spot over here. Okay, so let's get you all down here, and all of you there. Yeah, because I'm feeling pretty good about, like, kind of going left to right. Because it should be doing that. You been loving the run? Yeah, no, tonight's probably going to be the last of it just because I am traveling tomorrow. So we're gonna keep initiating. If it gets down to the point that we're still, like, going strong and all that, I'm gonna go out of my way to seek out the Empire and just do as much damage as we can on our way out. Because the Empire bases can be pretty gnarly. So that'd be a good way of doing a finale otherwise. Oh, that is not actually a great place for this. Yeah, I mean, we're going to keep pushing, keep causing mayhem. But we'll see. Okay, so who got hurt? You just got bruised. Alright, so you took a couple of hits. You probably need to get out of here soon. Because those little hits do add up after a while. You get in here. And you two up here. And grab the range team. Now clear us a path back home. Okay, you two start banging on that. See if there's no route down here we gotta worry about. Okay, it's just another loop around. Alright, we got a spot over here, so let's get over there. So far, literally no loot yet. Lot of dead bugs. Which is honestly not nothing, because that's just represents a bunch of melee XP. Yeah, so we got a room up here, we got a potential room there, we got a room over there, we got a room down there, and we got a room down here. Okay. We got another room down here. Okay. Alright, that's fine. We'll work with this one down here first. No loop back, because that looks like it's a room over here. There might be a room over there. And how are we doing? We probably need to get out of here for food. Okay, this will be the last room, then we need to back off to get our food, get our hunger, do all those things. Okay. I lied. I'm doing one more because it's right here. Okay, so let's do this. Orders. Allow. For right now, this is out. Exit. Everybody out. Items. Insect jelly. I'm not gonna worry about the corpses. Food's been fine. Starvation. Yeah, because I'll eat some food real fast. We get them out of here. We'll let them heal up a bit. We're not a huge rush. I think we still have like another day till we can leave, just about. And we might as well get the prize with how much we've explored there. Because I want to say if you go in the room with like the main like the main bug queen, it always has at least something in it. Alright, so everyone's sleeping. Your recovery. You just had bruises. Yes, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, no, it's gonna be an adjustment being away. It's always every time I take a vacation, which isn't super often. Usually like once or twice a whole year. It is always just an adjustment being like, there's no stream today. Like, I just no stream today. Cool, and we got you convert. You'll be have fun? Yeah, no, I'm expecting it to be a good time. We're gonna head up there, hang out with my niece and nephew for a couple of days, and get on the cruise ship. And then that's the reason I like that, is once you're on the cruise ship, it's like, you know what I gotta deal with? Nothing. I just get to be here and have fun. It's all paid for at this point, so unless I go and do like extra nonsense, I don't have anything I have to pay for. Like, it's all paid in advance kind of thing. I can just enjoy it. Neither me or Tomb gamble or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about like the money we spend gambling. It's just not our preference of what we do. So if we do spend more money, it'd be like if we wanted to do something in the spa, which is usually not a big thing. Or, you know, go to like a wine tasting or beer tasting or whatever, which, you know. Unknown refugees. Man, I don't need refugees today. Well, actually, hang on. Okay. What are you bringing? You're terrible. You're terrible. Oh, nope, there you go. There's the ticket. I was about to be like, oh, you're pretty good. Oh, not just an addiction, but two of them. All right, so you're terrible. I didn't hate to see your trait. You're terrible. You're children. Can I click banish on you? Nah. Hey. You. Get into the caves. I've given you your very own home. You live here now. They do have lungs. Yeah, unfortunately, we'll end up having like some significant mood penalties if we go for it. Hey, so all of you, can you just run over and start smacking stuff? Get in there, champs. This is your moment to shine. Needless to say, I wasn't exactly worried about this group. Normally, I go out of my way to make sure to take care of the refugees and that kind of thing. But in this particular case, we're such late game. I'm not super motivated to deal with them. Good job. You did a really good job. I'm very proud of you. Now, if you can just keep this train going before the other people actually die. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, seriously, where is the stuff in this place? Okay, well that's obnoxious. Alright, so assign. We will make sure that we get through that. Meanwhile, there was something else. So we had heat stroke up here. Let's go ahead and allow those. Now back down to camera 2. Insect ambush. You got this. Just waiting for like the last second for a message to pop, be like, betrayal offer. Okay, so who? Oh, you actually made it to the bed. Hey, don't do that. So we have Lunar. Man, you're making this so hard to deal with. Yep, so get everyone treated for their plague. We are burning Glitter World on it. The new people at least tank some of those plagues? No, I think because they were not on the tile, so to speak, they didn't catch any of them. Refugee died. Departure? Oh, okay. Sometimes you wish the UI, if you right-click to the portrait at the top, gave you the same option as the pawn. You can understand a touch, that's the touch bonus. Coding is annoying. I honestly don't think that'd be that big a deal, because there's a lot of mods that do that kind of stuff that make the interactions really easy. Okay, so you got minor plague on all that. Yes, you're probably the one who's going to have the most difficulty with the plague, with your asthma. So, if we get a preach health available, we will use it on you. So we're going to wait to go back down to the hole till this plague is done, unfortunately. Yeah, no, because it infected 4 people and it hit all our own people. Now, granted, we were making penioxylin, but being I can't trade with others really anymore, because they hate us, it's been very limiting on our opportunities for getting Nutrimine. I was trying to think, we could probably put... We could probably fit a trade beacon in here. Yeah, so let's go ahead and deconstruct one of these shelves. We can put a trade beacon in there and a fire foam pack. And then MISC, get the comms console. So let's not worry about these two for now. Alright. Yeah, of course, you, my main construction person, is one of the people who caught Plague. Earthrush is the other, who also caught Plague. So they went after both of our people here. Now, granted, it looks like we're getting through this perfectly fine. Yeah, no, you're solidly good. Who was our old person, though? Yep, so you're ahead by 40%. You're ahead by 30%. Yeah, so we can go to schedule. Let's go to our assignments. We can drop that back down to herbal. I just want to make sure we had that like really solid 10 just in case. It's just blasting that combat music down there. Like, all of them died already. Okay. They should be out of here relatively soon. And they'll be good to go. Because maybe we'll actually get some space trades. Which I should have set up, because I think we're still okay-ish with the trading faction, like the space trading faction or whatever. Yeah, let's actually have you prioritize deconstructing that one shelf. Honestly, in hindsight, should have put it way up here, so they drop pod outside. I think they might still drop pod mostly outside here, because there's nowhere for them to actually land. But we'll see. Okay, so got that set up. So let's quickly hop onto the radio. Okay. Alright, you're almost immune. Alright. Okay, everyone's immune. So make sure they eat real fast. Alright, so let's get everyone in place. Let's get back to work. Okay. Just working through clearing all this up. Yes, they were doing that up there. Yeah, it's just curious to me. Like, I would have expected to have found, you know, the queen or something in here by now. All right. Cool. We'll run you up here, even though that's probably nothing. Okay, so we got a spot there and over there. So there's a spot in here, maybe. There's a spot over there. There might be a spot down there. So let's go run down here. Start clearing this area. It's probably right there. Let's actually plan for it to be right here. That'll be it. Alright, so let's grab our ranged. Let's clear this so we go and have the ability to shoot. Okay, get everyone lined up to be a little bit better. Alright. And all of you finish the queen off. Okay, so you all took a hit. Anyone get hit bad? Just a bunch of mild burns, and you got a tiny little burn to your stomach. So pop you down here. Get you over here. Parker, you checking what we did all this work for. Was a big old bug? Yep. So you made me work for this. Be something good. You know, all things considered, it could be worse. I'm not super thrilled about that as my reward. Alright, so unfortunately, like, we've been through enough of this place. I'm going to consider this cleared. So, orders, allow, and we'll choose exit. Cancel exit. Everyone out. Items, insect jelly this, smoke leaf flake, ambrosia, gravelite panels. We don't care about all that stuff. Throw the corpses out of here, too. We can butcher whatever didn't rot. Okay. Oh, those are almost all rotten. Well, it's fine. Okay, and let me guess. The doctors aren't treating anyone, per the usual. I gotta manually queue it all up, even though it's priority 1 with, you know, priority 2 for bed rest and everything, so it shouldn't be a problem, yet it always is. Medium psychic drone. So the gravelite panel is the only thing I really care about out of that. And these are nowhere near grown? Yeah, just forget that. Okay, so where's our next destination? We are heading towards the grav cores. I think that's what we want to do. I can also go for the well, I mean, we can go towards the grav cores. We might find Vaxstone along the way. Hey, Timberwolf? That's my food you're eating right there, friend? Could you maybe not? Oh, let's see. Right-click on the pawns at the top right. You can and change the order. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a bunch of stuff there. Okay. So we're probably good here. I need to wait till the emu get back onto the ship area. We can go ahead and restrict everyone to the home zone, because there's nothing else I care about there, really. So those will go to bed soon. And when they do, we launch. How long till they get out of here? 1 day. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. By the time they get there, it'll take me more than a day. So we take the 1 day there, and then that makes it so we'll be able to do other stuff. So Lunar here, let's have you go and operate this thing. Because we got a trade supplier. Why has everyone perpetually got health problems? So you... Oh, for you it's like literally you're just in too much pain. That's fine. Okay, so take the ambrosia, the flake, the smoke leaf, the go juice. I will take your medicine. Honestly, I'm probably never going to use those. We won't worry about grabbing the extra research. Take the tox immunity. Take the reinforced barrel. Take the Archon tree. Take the beer. Take the steel longsword. Take the poor quality chain shotgun. The poor heavy machine gun. Honestly, we're gonna find more weapons. We'll hold on to the Masterwork Sniper Rifle. And then the gold, how would you like 500 gold? 200 gold? Did you not have anything I really want out of all this? I mean, Monosword is nice and all. But I'd rather save money for something else. That's Immuno Enhancer. We're probably, well, normally if we were doing a run that's like a forever run, I would absolutely grab that. But realistically, we're just not going to end up using it. So I really don't have anything that I want. Just give me a pile of cash, please. It is as it is. You said you're going to be attacking the Empire? Yes. I do need to find an attack, like an Empire target, because we have Fog of War going on. I have one way up here that we can work our way towards. I think that's what we'll do, is we can work our way up here towards these, and then go over towards that Empire as like our big target. Let's get these emus out of here, because I believe that's another vanometric power, if we do that. I did run those batteries power line. Yeah, we did. And even though we're not doing anything that, they're just letting them do it. It's fine. I'll tell you to mine steel just because. We could use a little more. Oh, did I not make zones? Alright. So that way they can haul the steel there. And then the emu are out of here in a minute. That'll give us a Tech Prof core and a vanometric power. And that'll be good because then the moment we finish the brain wiring, and as long as it's not something that's really fast, we can just Tech Prof core right onto the next thing. So if we're lucky, it'll hit fabrication, and it can Tech Prof core right through it. I'm gonna do stuff with that. Alright. And you're cooking meals, as you always are. I'm going to ask you to butcher things, though. Because we butcher this real fast. You know, let's get ourselves a really big bunch of insect meat. Because the queen has a whole lot of insect jelly in there. And a whole lot of insect meat. That's good enough. I mostly just didn't want the queen to go to waste because, you know, we actually switched ourselves to actually liking the insect meat, so might as well actually put it to use. Solar flare, cool. Real helpful. Storage, don't allow rotten. Yeah. Never forget the refugees who died to defeat the bugs, whoever they were. Yeah, normally, late game, you don't get that many refugee quests. And it is kind of one of those things like, look, my food's fine, but it's not exactly amazing. It's not good enough that we could just throw down with the, throw down with taking on 7-8 people. And then I also gotta figure out where to room, so I was like, nah. But I figured we'd accept them just in case there was a good recruitment candidate, because we're being awful this run. So, let's just be awful. We'll play RimWorld the way they do on Reddit, where they go out of their way to cartoonishly torture literally everyone there is. Where they begin asking questions being like, hey, I just thought of this terrible thing that I could do. Is it possible? You feel called out? That is a you problem. Alright, so they're loading up the shuttle. No, that's the thing. They let you be morally gray in RimWorld, so it's, you know... I mentioned, when I first started playing, it was very... Tee-hee, I can be the bad guy. But once, that novelty wore off, then it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay. Alright, vanometric power. I'm gonna shove you... Where do I want to shove this thing? I'll shove you right there, so you're next to the other one. You can get the plasteel and the subpersonic core. Morally gray, more like black with some people like. Well, that's the thing. The game itself is morally gray. But yes, there is a very large percentage of the player base who leans as hard to evil as they can. Let's see, your brother told you some really weird torture discussions that he got into RimWorld discussions. You avoid to read those with all my passion. Yeah, no, I do pop into the RimWorld subreddit from time to time. I actually don't do much there, because a lot of it's memes, and not like fun memes. It's just tee-hee cannibalism, and people being like, I keep organ harvesting everything, and I keep getting these ridiculously large raids. Why am I getting such big raids? Like, my dude, you are just blowing your wealth up. Let's see, Dwarf Horde is the only game you get a little statistic in adventure mode. Wrestling and joint locks. Infestation. Oh no. An infestation? Whatever will I do? As we were literally about to leave anyway, so you know. Just go ahead and Parker, I need you to actually run to the ship and not flee. Alright, and launch. 1 second. Exotic goods trader. Okay. I mean, you assume people do a super evil run or two, then probably normal colonies with a significant amount of evil playstyles are annoyingly high effort. No, like, it's, we actually have a lot of people who are in the community talking about, like, all the evil stuff they do in their playthroughs. There is a certain allure to that. You know, so many games kind of really keep you on the straight and narrow, or don't really let you get that much, especially in, like, the colony building genre. Until RimWorld show off, it's pretty much the only evil things you could kind of do in those games was to deliberately neglect people. And that's about as bad as it gets. That's more like criminal negligence kind of evil than, you know... Did you just blast that poor Timberwolf with like 4 rounds of Hellcat fire? Painting Goblin? Well, yeah, but that's not the colony builder. But yeah, no, that's the thing. There's games that you can kind of abuse stuff to be awful, and The Sims certainly has plenty of those. I'm kind of just letting this ride out because I want to see what they drop for me. You're not doing a particularly good job in this fight. Cargo pods. Alright, some herbal medicine. Hey, Bean. You look like you're not doing so well. Oh, okay, they are actually going to attack. That's fair. I do think we're going to go ahead and kill them real fast. I wasn't going to, but in this particular case, I think it's in my best interest to do so. Because they did drop a couple of Hellcats and some other goodies out there. I should have already been in position. It's fine. Ooh, you lost some fingers. Alright, you get out of here. You lost your fingers. You get out of here. You're going to be the doctor. You all run over here. Now go orders, allow. Bean is just not really having a good day. Okay. Here, you just get in there. The rest of you, get out of here. Schedule, unrestrict. You gonna hit those? Alright, so collect what you can. Because like I said, I saw a couple of Hellcats go down and some other stuff. And honestly, to give you a similar range to everyone else, let's have you grab that Hellcat right now. Alright. Lava burns the loot a lot, though. Oh yeah, no, there's shenanigans you can do with that. It's a game you played where choices matter. Yeah, no, that's, Baldur's Gate definitely does a good job of that kind of stuff. That's one of those games I wish I had more time so I could actually do a playthrough of, but it's just such a long game. Like, I enjoyed what I did play of it. But, like, stopping to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna dedicate, you know, all the hours to get a playthrough done. And I only get to poke in every once in a while, so I just don't remember what's happening in the game each time. You'd watch it? Yeah, no, I played some of it on the stream, but it did really badly. But, I mean, it's one, it can be very hard to stream, you know, really story-heavy games, especially long ones. But also, it's, like, well outside my normal content. So, yeah, I did give it a go on the channel, but like I said, it did pretty roughly. I think we did, like, 2 streams of it, and both of them were pretty bad numbers, but that's fine. I don't regret playing it. It was something to check it out. I think a big thing is at that point, I got into it late because everyone was playing Baldur's Gate 3, so I went with the I'm going to play the other stuff, and it was really good for my channel to do that. But, you know, eventually got around to it, and by then, people had already seen a full playthrough on someone's channel if they cared. You saw someone use the summon cat to bait an NPC to a certain position, then sneak up and just pick them up and throw them off a cliff instead of fight them, and have them shout for friends. Oh yeah, and there's all sorts of weird abuses you can do in the game. Like people taking explosive barrels and piling them up in places. Alright, let's get out of here. We grabbed the guns. We got the goodies. Huh? Why are you not on the ship? It was like my own... Why are you trying to, like, go without people? Stay on the ship. Okay. I was like, man, you are really hell-bent in that. Okay, so we can jump over here somewhere. And then after this jump, the next jump can be up to space. To hit the next grab core location. If you haven't, Lorraine's previous game, Divinity OS2 is amazing as well. Yeah, no, I've heard nothing... Original Sin, yeah, it was Divinity Original Sin. I've heard nothing but good things about that as well. But so you tried that, the way the quests are assigned to whatever quest started the conversation 3 hours ago just broke you. So much reloading, having to look at a guide. Yeah. I never got into, Original Sin. That's kind of one of those things, like, not enough time to check out all games. Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so what's this tile got that we landed on? So your thing is, you are fertile. Okay. I won't be staying here very long. We could chuck some rice down on that soil. And with it being fertile, we'd only have to stay like 1 extra day or whatever to get a batch of it. Yeah, just boom. Rice it up. Rice it up. Rice it up. Alright, so we overheat our grav engine, so yeah, we're actually going to be here. Yeah, we're going to be here for 7 days. It's literally enough time that we could just get a batch of rice. Conversations are so stack-gated. Yeah. And we've got Dragon Rose that are 5-stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 5 streams without missing one. Means a like a lot, so thank you. So put a little fishing spot over here. A little one over there. Also put one back here. Alright, we can go here and zone. Stockpile. Low priority. Zone. Dumping stockpile. We go to no rotten. And then no human like. You have to be in off every other Wednesday, so you won't be very present today, sadly. Just putting in people pace and getting ready for the commute. Yeah, I got you. Legendary work. Legendary flak jacket. Ooh, fancy. And we still have the Subtech Persona Core here. So the hope here is that when the brain wiring's done, we really want it to say fabrication. Because if it gives us fabrication, I tech Persona Core it immediately, and that means I have a chance of going for the advanced ship stuff. Because we get the advanced ship stuff, then I can start getting the Alright, so we're being approached at from multiple angles. They are packing some genuine heat. Alright, so we've got this group up here is the scarier group, probably going to arrive first. But we should be able to get over there. I think we have mostly more range. Are they going to arrive first? Yeah, should have better range. We can run up here real fast. Take advantage of our better range than them. And the utter lack of cover on this map. I'm gonna pop our shield. I was like, I should probably retreat off and keep going, but I was like, you know, I'm probably gonna take a bunch of hits retreating anyways. Go fall down, please. Okay. So we're running in here. So melee team. Infinity here. You there. You here. All right. And sorted. It did burn my shield, but that's okay. What do we have drop here? You are kind, delicate, pessimist, awful. Slothful, greedy, body modder, awful. Undergrounder, quick sleeper, hypersensitive. Psychically. And you are a melee Neanderthal. Oh, unwaveringly loyal. Is excited for just a second there. Did you really just run into the fire and get yourself hurt? Orders. Allow. They were so close to being a good candidate. Oh, I probably should put that out, actually. So... You're the one who has the fire foam pack? No, you don't. Does anyone have it? Is it Zerx? Yeah. So Zerx, I'm gonna need you to run down here real fast, buddy. Here you go. Blam. And the fire's handled. Because just thinking we're planting stuff here real quick is the kind of the plan. So I want to definitely make that happen. You all both got patched up. Okay. You love freedom in games, but some arbitrary mechanic that forces you into something really sticks out. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Quest failed. Yep, that's fine. It's not my fault you put it half across the map from me. Brain wiring. Medicine. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is it's probably... I think we saved the sub-persona core. Because 3,000 is pretty high. But fabrication's 8,000. Yeah, 3,000's not that bad. We'll let the 3,000 slide. But if we get, like, any of these ones up here that are 4,000 or that one or fabrication, we'll save it for one of those. 3,000's kind of on that fence where it makes sense, maybe doesn't make sense. Oh, and also, when you're done planting a bunch of that rice, just make sure the trees in every map are destroyed. Gotta keep that chem fuel flowing. Oh, how is our power now? Okay, so we got a bunch of extra power. I'll turn that back on. I don't really need it. Is there anything else productivity I've been holding out on that we should probably turn on? Oh, I don't really... If we get more space, I could put down the hydroponics, and that would save me a little bit of pain going around. The deep drill I don't think makes any sense for us. Yeah, but with the 30-something hydroponics, or 30-something tiles, I can't really do much with that. So we'll just hold on to those for the moment. Let's also check the map for... Okay, I'm not really worried about that. And ore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't see any ancient dangers. This isn't a map. Oh, wait. Nope. Nope, that's not block. That's just plain old slate. Yep, no ancient danger. Yeah, so we're stuck from being overheated for a good couple of days. So we should be able to get a bunch of that rice up, restock ourselves. That'll be good. I didn't check. Okay. There's not stuff there. And do we have slate on this map? We do. Yeah, and they are cutting slate and continuing to put those tiles that I queued up that I don't need for anything. Oops, sorry. And we're moving our way towards the Empire. The closest one I know of is that one. Hey, hey! Damsel, how's it go? Or Damsel, how's it going? Damsel, jeez. Words. How was the stream and all that stuff? I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing? Can we get a shout out for Damsel, by the way? I think I saw you playing... Oxygen Not Included. Excellent. Oxygen Not Included's a good time. Definitely enjoy that. So definitely, if you're looking for Oxygen Not Included, you can find it over with Damsel. Plays a whole bunch of different games. They're a lot of fun. So definitely a good time to check out over there. But thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual, do play Friday games here on Twitch. And most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. But today, we're doing some RimWorld. Gotta go? No problem. I totally understand the raid and run and all that stuff. Go do your self-care. Get, whatever responsibilities you gotta deal with. But welcome in, everybody. We are doing a Raider and Pain is a Virtue ideology run. This is expecting to be the last day of this run because I am traveling starting tomorrow, and I'll be gone for 2 weeks. So I want to put some type of bow on this run, so we're going to continue raiding more and more escalating targets until something kills us. Is kind of the plan. We're going to take this as far as we can until we just can't take it any farther. Oh, I need a place to drop off the corpses. Because we got some of them on the ship. There we go. Right now we're doing a quick... We were on our way up to go after another grav core just because. But we're just going to do a little pit stop because we overheated our engine. There's a lot of fertile soil here. So figured, what the heck. Let's get a lift of rice real fast. so that we can get this all sorted out real quick. All of you, that Lynx is kind of close, and there's not much else for it to eat other than me. So could we just blow it up real fast? Thank you. All that. Ron knows how to put a big bow on stuff. I definitely know how to make a run have finality. There's no question about that. If you want something to seem truly, truly finished, I can deliver. So how much for the grav core? 35. That'd leave me 3 extra tiles. I can make this work, because you... Alright. So, this is going to end up being a... Actually, here. Can I... Alright, can't tell it to go out of the range. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to reinstall this light along the side here. I'm going to disassemble that one tile of wall. We're going to put the grav core extender there. And we're just going to put a couple tiles just to cover it up. And that will make it available so I can extend this out farther as well. Alright. Okay, deconstruct this. Once we do that, we no longer have a bedroom, so we want to get that sorted relatively quick. Okay, so grav field extender.
Husband,
Wifey.
I've been down here.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. Have fun packing.
Okay. Love you.
No. Okay. Because she's got to pack, I got to finish packing. And I got exactly 3 tiles left. And so we can get that built, then get, you know, a little bit of uranium here, and then we get more grav plates. Like I said, we can make this a narrower, longer corridor to force enemies to have to, like, run in there. Because, like, right now it's on the shorter range, they just cut around the corner. So we're kind of, like, short to short range. But if we look at my weapons, this is all long range. This is my short range. And then, you know, melee is mostly there to deal with whatever gets past the guns and all that. Okay, and then you got you. I want you to prioritize that one tile so it counts that as a room. I don't care if the other ones get done, but that individual middle tile there is cool. So with that, it's a room again. Nice. Yep, so now I've got extended, so I could literally expand it all the way out there. And that's honestly pushing the far end of even assault rifle range. That'd be pushing... Like, it'd be well within sniper rifle range. Like, sniper rifle range would be out here farther, but... it'd still be good. Alright, so 50% there. We have 4 more days till we can launch. So what we might actually do is let's skip on those grav cores, because with how long it takes me to launch between times, I do think it makes sense for us to just beeline straight for the Empire. Like, it'd be one thing if I could hit a meteor up here, to then build my bigger engines. Like, if I can reach that Jade one, that would make sense. Can I reach it? Oh, no, I don't have the rangefinder right now. Yeah, because if I can hit that one, I could then boost my range to the point where I'd probably be able to get to the Empire in just 1 or 2 jumps. Because I've got these starting, they're just missing the vac stone. But I keep having other things going on that I can't go to space. Like, I've got the vac suits, they're all just chilling right back here, ready to rock and roll. Shadow Reunion. I don't care, get lost. Alright, there's 70%, and I still have 4 days that we're stuck here. And getting more of our floor done. Now granted, if we attack the Empire, there's a real good chance they're gonna demolish us. But, you know, I don't think I've attacked the Empire, one of their settlements, since, like, Ideology. So you're there. Because neither of these sets a mech platform, abandoned orbital platform. Yeah, so both of those won't have any Vaxstone for me. Or if any, trivial amounts. So wait for this to cool down, check its range. If we can reach one of the asteroids that's rock, we'll go to that. Otherwise, I'll do a quick jump. Just as far as we can towards the Empire. Avenging Elephant. It's fine. And that's getting full again. On Tattered Apparel on Earthrush. What is tattered? Your face mask. And you're still wearing it because it's Hyperweave, which means it's really good. And we are just pulling up fish because we're working on what we're working on. The other good news is we are about 2/3 the way through the medicine. Because even at this stage, I would say the Grav Core power is becoming less relevant. Because I do have about 3 hours left to stream for my normal planned end time. And in the time it take me to get the Grav Core power, install it and all that, we wouldn't be able to get that far. So like I said, I think I'm just beelining to where I know there's an Empire base. Obviously, if I find one closer, we'll hit it. But I'm just going to go and collect a bunch of rice. This will probably be the last time I need to restock our food. I don't really need to restock our food right now. I'm just choosing because we're stuck on the tile to do it anyways. Versus, you know, getting down to like 1 hour from the end of stream and then having to stop to restock. It's a good opportunity, let's take it. Now, if you just pull up a unique weapon that's amazing, that'd be fantastic if you do that. Or a Mech Resurrection Serum so we can get our one dead person back. So that we can finish the day with all of our people still alive. Got Trade Caravan. Yeah, I do think if I were to do another Raider run, I think the next time I would actually go without the Fog of War mod. The Explorer mode mod. Because while it's a lot of fun, and it does make it interesting to do it, it's getting to be just kind of too hard to actually find targets. Take the Yayo, give me the medicine. Got a Zeus Hammer, that's not nothing. Take the poor quality chain shotgun. We do have an assault rifle. Take the poor quality stuff here. We've got money, so let's go ahead and take the Prestige Marine Armor and the Marine Helmet. Do I need those? No. Is it worth doing? Probably not. Let's go ahead and set you to give like 1,000 gold. And see if there's anything else I can grab from you really worth grabbing. I grabbed the Doomsday and the Triple Rocket. We're going to grab those. Because I'm kind of looking at this thinking, you know what? Can't take the money with us. Really makes that big a difference. Okay. Alright, so we got marine armor coming in, and recon armor, and all that stuff. We got a triple rocket launcher and a doomsday. Alright, rare catch. The Icy Dragon. It is an excellent book. Which I'll just leave sitting in the water for right now. They'll haul it in when they haul it in. But yeah, because then we can raid the Empire, and just our opener can be just firing off ordnance. Still in its waterproof packaging. One hopes. Could you actually go out there and haul that in? It's upsetting me that that's prestige marine armor and just laying on the ground out there. Because more than likely someone should put that on. And that would be Box Fox Merle. Went right for the marine armor. And the rice has been pulled up. They just gotta haul it. We still have 2 days until we can go, so basically they'll be hauling that in. We won't need to worry about a thing. Let's go down here. Do not allow sewing. We won't be getting more out. Okay, and everyone should prioritize... Ooh, wait. Everyone should prioritize hauling over fishing. That should be the rice coming in bulk. Yeah, that'll be interesting with the Empire if we land at the base, just immediately open up with all the ordnance we've got. And just see what kind of damage we can do on the way down. A warg is hunting Zerks. Where's the warg? It's over there. Warg, you should seriously reconsider your actions here, buddy. Okay. Oh, right. Zerx is hauling because, Zerx is fishing because they can't haul. Cool, and we're just watching them go back and forth, getting all that rice loaded up. They've got 1 day till we can launch again, and then we're going to move again. Like I said, I'm going to see if I can hit one of those asteroids, because then it'll be one of those things we just take the time to grab the 300 vac stone. And once we have the 300 vac stone, we'll probably be able to jump the entire distance of the Empire. If not, it'll be like 2 jumps. Otherwise, I'll be leapfrogging maybe 3 or 4 jumps. As long as one of the things you can never deal with in the Rim, you need a loud tool for urgent. Okay, so we got sick people. Assign. Glitter it up. Oh, also, assign. Okay, so medicine production. Neural supercharge. Alright, so let's go ahead and use that Persona Core. A sub Persona Core. It's kind of one of those things is I could have them work on something else. Neural supercharge, piano, but like it's just gonna take time. So any tech we're gonna get, it's gonna need to happen soon. So you still use the normal haul priority, but you can manually tell them do this one, where vanilla says, this is always haulable and cannot be prioritized. Yeah, now it's always been, and I know it's been a thing brought up for years. I really wish RimWorld had the equivalent of oxygen not included, where it could be like, hey, this field is priority 1, this field is priority 2. I do wish we could had that functionality built in the game. Because it is just one of those things where you'd be like, alright, I'm on a tile that has no food. Grow the food first. Also, when you have time, get the medicine going. You know, you do want both, but if you have to choose between A or B, you want A to be the one that definitely gets done. Okay, 15 hours and we can launch. We've already put an extra 1,000 rice in here. Like, this is enough food to last us probably for the rest of the night. You know, barring someone hitting our food supply and destroying it. You want a button that says cut the blight everyone now? I want the way... Yeah, no, I understand there's mods for it. I want them to treat blight like fire. Where if I have them set to priority on it, they drop everything and they start dealing with it. And they deal with it till they can't deal with it anymore. Let's see, in Planet Crafter, you somehow manage to just land and balance a truck on its nose. Nice. I do enjoy when you get like those really absurdly hard things to pull off, like where you know, land a vehicle and balance it on a fence. You're like, alright, the chances of this were pretty negligible. Alright, come on. We're getting this all pulled up. Because part of my thought is if we do these grav cores, the platforms, they're good, but they do take a good like half hour, 45 minutes to get through one, or longer if you have to like manage moods or anything because of stuff going on. And we're not probably going to meaningfully use those things, so just trying to figure out where I want to focus. So, oh right, it was the other branch that... Okay, so you can't even remotely get close to one of those. Yeah, so you definitely want to go for the engine. So right now, you jump all the way up there. We are just trying to make distance now, because we need to go for the Empire. And that's what we're going to do. Now, we might get lucky and just land next to an Empire base. If we do that, we'll just switch targets. But with the Fog of War, I only know where one Empire base is, and there isn't really, as far as I've been able to see, a good way to, like, search for a target. Because our target's there. So you can see we only jump so far. But my hope is one or two jumps like that, we'll probably be able to get up to get our better engines. And hopefully we don't overheat and take twice as long before we can move again. Okay, and we'll just drop you there. Hey, Server Lord. Part of the work could probably do with a sister mod that lets you triangulate using comms. Well, they do have a late game tech that's like where you can hack a satellite feed. Alright, so that's probably not an ancient danger because it's damaged. Zone. Beesh. Beesh. Like the mod that I find myself missing from time to time is there is a mod that you can create a zone that says this is your cleaning zone. You know, if it's, you know, instead of using your home zone, it's like this is your cleaning zone kind of thing. You know, thank you, Luxray. So for those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone to definitely check out. Also plays a lot of RimWorld, so definitely highly recommend. I was waiting, you know, they're doing office stuff, so I was like waiting for them to be back and all that. Or present, whatever the word is. But yeah. Cleaning area mod? Yep. Well, that's the thing. There are mods to do all this stuff, and I do make it a point when I'm talking about these things. It doesn't matter if a mod serves the need. that to me is not justification to not have it built into the game. I do find there are a number of games that have pretty egregious issues in the game. They're like, hey, I shouldn't have to mod to fix this. Or I shouldn't even say issues. Pretty frustrating things in their games. That, you know, there's like a mod to fix it that's been around forever. But, you know, it's still just not resolved in the game kind of thing. Pick up and haul should be in the game. Yeah, now that said, with this update, they did add a lot. They did add a lot of stuff to the game that were mods before. Just let their pawns use their inventory? Yeah. I mean, I think part of the reason they make it so you can see the pawns carrying stuff, which wouldn't work if their inventory stuff, that kind of thing, is just to make it very clear what they're doing. So as a player, I can like glance down and be like, ah, they're carrying fish, so clearly they're doing that. I think now the challenge would be with stuff like that, if they were to try and retool it, they'd have to kind of like revisit the balance on almost everything, because so much is built with a certain amount of effectiveness. So it'd be curious if they did make a change that significant, like what would ultimately happen with it. We'll just leave those on the shelf so we get the research bonus. Have a bunch of our worn out clothes. Okay. The greatest mod could be incorporated. Oh yeah, no, I didn't use. Did you change the UI scaling? Yes. When I stream, there's lots of people who use mobile devices, tablets, are using televisions or other low-resolution screens, that kind of thing. So I do increase the UI to make it far more visible. You also have people like, you know, they're on their separate screen and kind of all that in a smaller window. So it just makes it a lot easier for people to see. And plus, for me as well, it gets very frustrating if it's hard, like, not hard to read, that's not the implication. Like, I got all this space to work with the smaller UI, it maybe only goes like this far. It's much nicer to be able to, that's not true. It's much nicer to be able to read that clearly without having to, like, you know, really focus and squint on it. I do typically in almost every game I play tune up the UI at least like 20%. Some games the UI is big enough that that's not necessary, or, you know, it's simplistic enough it's not that necessary. Some games it's the opposite, where the UI is so dense you're like, nah man, we're going up like 1.5 the size. Or they just didn't get an option. Now granted, I think in all this time, I think there's only been like one game I bounced because the UI was so small that I'm like, man, I can barely see what's happening. Like, this is genuinely annoying to play. Let's see. Do you remember not rebuilding destroyed blueprints? Used to be a mod. That was an awesome description. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that gets looped in. Yeah, no, that's RimWorld every once in a while will go and bring mods into, like, bring the functionality mods do into the game, which I do appreciate. For me, the low key, the one that still irks me is the blight. What I want to be able to do with blight, the functionality I want to be built in the game. I know people are like, oh yeah, there's a mod for that. We're not talking mods. We're talking what I want baked into the game is that when I have blight, I can just go right click, cut blight, and they clear, like, they just keep cutting blight till they either pass out, it's gone, or they break, or whatever. That you can just be like, hey, get rid of the blight. Just keep going. You know, send it. I want to do the same thing with doctors. I want to be able to go to the hospital and, like, right-click and have, like, a treat patients, where the doctor will go in and just start bandaging people until there's either no one left to bandage, or they mood break. Or, you know, collapse or whatever. Because it's annoying to have to be like, oh, hey, I got like 8 people in here who need to be treated, but I'm on the sleep schedule, so I queue up the first person. I have to, like, go one by one into that stuff. If they took how Actung does it, it's like 1/3 of how you use the mod. Yeah. And I used to run Actun in the past a lot. Yeah, even with the blight thing is a research for advanced farming, you wouldn't be mad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could get behind like having some type of gating to it. All right, let's go to our assignments and get everyone back to tribal. We just put them up on the good stuff while we had flu going around. All right, so you got less than a day, and then we can jump again. You probably cannot reach that yet. So we'll probably have one more jump, then we'll be able to reach it. Or if a good enough planting skill pawn can recognize blight and get ahead of it without being told, yeah. Yeah, I used to run Octon simply for the clean room feature. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Well, and clean room's the thing now. Like, I appreciate that we can just go in this room and be like, bam. I mean, there's no dirt in these rooms for me to clean because I'm keeping on top of it. But you can be like, hey. Oh, you'll just never do cleaning. Yeah, clean the sanctuary. Why are you mad? Not scarified. Okay, well, I keep forgetting I need to do this ritual so much. Like with the extreme scarification, it just takes so long to scarify people. Because each individual time is 3 hours that everyone's involved. And I probably could sit there and be like, hey, half of you don't get involved so you don't... You know, we get worse outcomes, but people keep working. Right now, I don't need them to do anything on this tile. We're just basically waiting on the engine cooldown. Cool. And we'll let everyone eat for a second. Alright, we'll just do another round. Let's keep doing it till people go to sleep. Or everyone stop. Well, I mean, people go to sleep, because I don't need anything here. So I can probably knock out 3 or 4 scars real quick. Boost some moods. Because we keep taking on new people since we're just attacking, so I don't need to worry about a bunch of other stuff. Alright, so a bunch of people just went to sleep. Oh, did I not? I didn't even make a stockpile here. Stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Low. Okay, and when they wake up and they eat something, if we're still... No, okay, at this point we just move on. How are we doing on our scars? You're fully scarred up. You have none. You need 3 more. You need 2 more. You need 5 more. You need 3 more. You need 5 more. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Alright. So, let's go ahead and check. Can we reach... No. The Empire's over which way? That way? There's no points of interest up here, unfortunately. So I guess we're just going to launch as far as I can this way. Alright. We'll definitely be in range of an asteroid on this one. So we can hop up while we're waiting on the cooldown, get all 6 of our big engines built, and that should boost our range enough that we should be able to potentially jump all the way straight to the Empire location from the asteroid. Yeah, because I think it's 3, maybe 4 jumps if we keep doing it the way we're doing. But if we go up, it'll probably be 1 jump up, and then a jump straight to the location. Alright, I don't think I'd be able to fit up here, am I? Oh, yeah, actually I can. There's another map we don't really care about. Is that plasteel down there? And overheated. Alright. That's not a ruin, it's got a door. Heat wave, that's obnoxious. Yeah, care about. We can stay away from that. More plasteel. Okay, we got multiple things of plasteel here. All right, let's actually look at this correctly. Got plasteel down there. Plasteel over there. We don't care about the machinery. I got so much that... Like, I'm literally sitting at almost 300. Okay, so that's all the ore we have. Let's go out here and go orders. Cut it down. Then go zones. Dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. Low priority. I got a little spot here. I don't really want to deal with that. Just in case something happens, I get stuck. We'll just have him plant the medicine. It's not gonna get done. That's fine. I can leave that alone. And how long am I stuck here? 6 days. Cool, man. Yeah, we don't care about the rest of this. Yeah, so being here... Yeah, we're like right under this. I might be able to reach that one. I could definitely reach this one. Because we can reach this one. We can get our engines up. We can definitely make it in one more jump after that. Basically, one up, one out. So when we go to lift, we'll need to... Psychic ship has landed. Alright, so we got a lot of Scorchers over there. So what we're going to try doing is this worked really well for us in the past. Krask, go grab your Masterwork Sniper Rifle. You know what time it is, buddy. You were born for this. By that I mean you've got so many scars, your movement speed is heavily penalized. Alright, so I need you to eat a snack. And then what you're going to do is you're going to stand way back here. You're going to start picking on some mechs. We are going to bring support in for you, just in case they do just kick off and chase. Because you should be able to outrange everything but like the Lancers and all that. We have found at like maximum range, they seem to just not pay attention. You go back and take care of things. It looks like they are going to behave in the way they have been for us. Alright. And Krask is going to go farm some shooting XP. Give yourself the boost for the extra accuracy. We're dealing with foggy rain, so we are fighting in pretty subpar conditions. And you've got all that set up. Yeah, that foggy rain is just obliterating the accuracy, but that's okay, because if we look at Krask here, and their shooting skill, it just goes up a little at a time, and this is without a passion. Hey, Berserker Kamikaze, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout-out for Berserker? Sounds the horn, form your shield, the wall. It's a Berserker raid. Excellent. Playing some RimWorld. I do hope you had yourself some fun in RimWorld and that your colony is going well and all that good stuff. And all that good stuff. So if you're looking for some RimWorld, you can find over there with Berserker Kamikaze. And all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I do play a variety game, and today we are working on a Raider colony in RimWorld. We are trying to make our move on attacking an Empire base here in just a minute. Unfortunately, our ship overheated, so we're kind of just sitting here. At the moment, we had this psychic ship just drop here, and we're dealing with foggy rain. And I just have Krace back here just farming some shooting XP while we're trying to deal with it. It was Muppet-themed, Animal Went Crazy, Internally Injured, Swedish Chef, and Gonzo, and then ate Miss Piggy, total wipe. Good times. Alright. That is certainly a story, which RimWorld does generate some chaos. I've done the occasional like themed one as well. The one I did was on Coral Island, which is a game similar to Stardew Valley. We were making colonists themed after all the characters. I remember like people losing their arms and getting cybernetic arms and all that. That one was definitely like a very scuffed playthrough because none of it was following what's good or logical for the colony. It was all just, hey, we have this new colonist. Like, because I can't remember what we did. We did something that I could kind of designer the colonists because we were deliberately making very flawed colonists. I'm originally planning on just putting it on the workshop as a custom scenario, but you can't really do custom characters, sadly. Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. Alright, so you're starting to knock some down. It's a shame this is foggy rain. Alright, that's 2 knocked. 3 knocked. 4 knocked. 5 knocked. It's kind of a shame, honestly. You could make some neat scenarios pre-made pawns. Oh, yeah. Would also be nice... Okay, 6 knocked. It'd also be nice with some of that stuff when you're trying to do, like, a challenge run where you're, like, deliberately making an awful pawn and you've just... You know, you've got rules around that kind of thing and just managing your colony. So, you know, you have, like, this scenario where it's like, okay, you've got, like, this greedy, volatile, abrasive pawn who is going to be, like, this royalty character. And, you know, your scenarios to do, like, the royalty ending, but they're your leader. You know, if they die, the run's over kind of thing. And they're just, like, someone who's just unmanageable. Alright, just knocking them down one by one. Prepare carefully, let you say pawns. Yeah, but that's still modding. I don't have a problem with modding. It's just, it would be nice if a lot of that stuff was baked in. Because, like, the scenario editor, I feel like they could give us a lot of stuff with the scenario editor that wouldn't require mods. That would just give us a lot of potential good stuff we can do. Alright, you are just getting it done. Because we got 2 Lancers, one who's missing a gun, a Pikeman, and 2 Cyclops left. I didn't pay attention to what your shooting was when you started, but it's climbing fast. Yeah, your Muppets had some mixed traits, felt canon to you. Like, Miss Piggy was selfish and rude, Animal had gray melee, but go juice dependency. You took some liberties there, but it felt fitting. Kermis is nervous and incapable of violence. So, they're all pretty mixed. Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of stuff I was doing with, like, the Coral Island one. It's like, okay, well, this person, one of your first interactions, they kind of insult you a little bit. So let's go ahead and make them abrasive or whatever. I don't remember what we actually put in there. You know, this person's elderly, so let's make sure their age actually reflects that. This person, you know, does, like, a bunch of gardening and all that, so we should give them, you know, high plant skill. This person, they run, like, you know, a ranch or whatever, so they should have good animals. Would you stop ducking behind that thing? It's almost like you know. Okay, you're gonna have to back off pretty soon. But you're down just 2 left, so I really want you to just, in one go, just stand out here and take care of it. Shooting skill 15. Alright, Krask is finishing the job. I was gonna take a nice break. Oh, you're shooting back. Oh, never mind. It did shoot back, but one of us is better. Yep, so Krask basically soloed that whole thing. I have noticed with a lot of these, as long as you don't destroy the main target, the mechs will just let you just go for it. The big concern is when, you know, it just gets kind of like too close or whatever. Alright, so meanwhile, before you go to sleep, go get your charge lance back. For most fights, I want you having the charge lance. Alright, and with that, we don't have a psychic droner anymore. And go to orders. Cool. And make sure the insect jelly is still forbidden. Should probably go down and kill them, but I really don't want to waste my time on it. I mean, we are still stuck in the tile for 5 days. What are you doing? Ah. I didn't realize it's that far of a hike. Okay, so we'll set up. Cut a path through there. As the turrets outrange normal snipers by 1 tile, as long as there is no turret, sniper and bolt actions are good for killing mech ships. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Well, and especially now you can get the sniper rifles, the unique ones. I believe you can get them with like the... one is still allowed. No, that's not an insect jelly. These are glow pods. They're a different thing. They just make light. They look similar, though. Thanks for making sure, though. Because it certainly would not be the first or the last time I had done that and watched someone run in and get themselves murdered. It is RimWorld. It is just how it is. Alright, let's just run down there and kill them real fast. I was going to wait till they mined through, but that's going to take a minute. Because we run down here and just kill that group there, that I don't even have to worry about it anymore. Okay. And sorted. Now I don't have any of that to worry about. Meanwhile, you're the only one who took a hit, and it didn't look like it's a bad one. You got a scratch to the eye, which isn't amazing. Well, bite to the eye. And what is your deal? Not scarified. So let this person get treated, and if no one's stopping to, like, sleep, then we will do a scarification, and we'll just keep rotating that. Is are we going to explode the Stellarch if they are at the... I mean, if the Stellarch is at the Empire base, then yes. We will make it our goal not just to kill the Stellarch, but to use the psychic explosion thing on them. Or whatever it is. The meat slaughter, that thing. Would you please tend to the injured person? Because that would amuse me. Alright, bear with me for just a minute, chat. I'm going to quickly step away because I need to use the restroom real fast. And we're about to have an ad break anyways, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. Killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. I try to be understanding. Monty Python. He wouldn't write into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. But yeah, no, it's I do agree with the whole thing that it is. So, is there anywhere down here we got to worry about? Okay, so I'm not gonna put up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, "Congratulations, have tomato seeds." I was like, "Wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one?" If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Right, Grace, get into position over there. And then meanwhile, we will put the bolt action here. The assault rifle will go there. Are you just gonna keep pushing that door? That's inconvenient. We're nowhere near as good as an archer. Oh good, our person won. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose and I'd be in this weird... My kill. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. 9 centipede blasters, 3 war queens, 2 scythers, and 2 lancers. So the only way I see this not ending in immediate death is if they feed themselves right down this line and we just pile up all the damage we can, like right here, and just EMP them and manage to just shred them one by one as they hit that tile. I do think we can do it, but if anything goes wrong at all, the EMP gets stunned. No, but this is Mech Resurrection Serum, man. Mech Resurrection Serum. This is how we save Kanahawk. Is it dumb? Yes. It's really dumb. It is immensely dumb. If you're ever wondering, chat, you shouldn't leave school in Alright, and we are back. For the record, I did win that fight. It was real messy towards the end as we just gradually got attrition down, but we didn't have anyone die in the fight. I don't believe anyone died in the fight. A lot of people got downed. It was like 3 people who were badly wounded running around at the very end who finished off the last of it. Yeah, no, it was that, yeah. Yeah, no, we resurrected you. Yeah, no, and I can't remember what got you killed. I think it was like bad positioning on cover in a completely unrelated fight. Or was it the friendly fire? It might have been the friendly fire. Either way, it was definitely one of those ones that was like a season or 2 later you died again. I was like, come on. I think your character in that save got resurrected like twice, maybe 2 or 3 times. Like you got a lot of resurrections on you. You know, and then unfortunately, eventually the body was just no good anymore and we couldn't do it again. I don't think you made it to the end. Yeah, and that was it. It was like you had all the really good traits. I'm like, no, I'm gonna bring like there is a good choice here. I got like 5 people in my freezer I can resurrect. And, you know, like 2 of them are really solid. The other ones are fine. Like they weren't bad pawns. But there's definitely 2. Like was yours the industrious, very neurotic? Or is that the other one? You had something really good that was like, no, this is a really good pawn. Because industrious, very neurotic is amazing. You just get him on the crafting bench and work gets done. Yeah, there's... Industrious Very Neurotic is one of those things that's like an S tier combo that if I see it, it almost doesn't matter what other baggage you're bringing with you. I am bringing that pawn. Like, I will try to resolve what other stuff is happening. Alright, so we still got 4 days till I can leave. You're getting that last piece of plasteel down there. Yeah, none of that's gonna be... I was kind of hoping it'd get up to like 65% before we left so I could just quickly grab up a little bit. Because our medicine is actually getting kind of dodgy. Like, we've got some good medicine, but I keep like the herbal medicine for just your basic garbage stuff. Cool, they did cut a little hole that we can duck through there, so I have to go the whole way around. Alright, well, all we can do right now is wait for the ship to cool off. Once we get close, we switch over to our vac suits, we go up to space. If we can reach this one, we go to that one. If not, I'll hit this one. We don't care about the jade, that's not why we're going up. We grab our vac stone, we finish our 6 engines back here. Once we have the 6 engines, that'll be plenty enough to jump all the way to the Empire base. And we just do Empire base. And we either win or lose. It'll be messy. It's gonna be real messy. Unless something changed, the last time I attacked an Empire base in RimWorld, which was around the time that Ideology, not right when it came out, but it was between Ideology and Biotech coming out. And I definitely remember that was a rough ride. I think they wiped me. But it's kind of one of those things I expected to get killed. It's like I wasn't properly prepped for it or anything. It was just like, alright, I want to see what it throws at me. I was going to scarify people. Okay. You have a unique weapon. Unless you happen to be perfectly in... Okay, if I can reach that, then that would mean I could reach that from there. If I can jump to that, we jump straight to that, then go up for the unique weapon. Otherwise, let's see. Very neurotic, industrious, fast learner, great memory. Is one of those pawns alongside a tough brawler, nimble. Yeah. There's just certain combos, if you see, it's like, doesn't matter. What is my requirement? Okay, so we've got a drifter here. Wait, what is the thing? Hey, you know what? Let's have a conversation, Drifter. So... What are you bringing to the table? What is your deal? Oh, you're probably... No? That's a weird one. So... Oh, they're joyous. Hey, let's have a little conversation. Earthrush would like to discuss you, Creepy Joiner, and your staying in this colony. Would like to just have a quick conversation about this. So here's my answer. Okay, schedule, home zone. Is Joyous modded? No, Joyous is from Anomaly. You have what's called the Creepy Joiners, which they have like something going on that you're not aware of what it is. With Anomaly, the creepy joiner with Joyous basically gives a small mood buff to everyone in your colony for just being there. But the consequence of it is you gotta deal with whatever baggage. So like that one, I don't know if they would have betrayed us, but because we told them no, they went hostile and they would have potentially maybe friendly fire hostiled. But we are going to have a bunch of like Sight Stealers show up here relatively soon. That's the reason I restricted. Alright, Sight Stealer revealed. Let's get people in position. I feel pretty good about just standing my ground and fighting this one. Because Sight Stealers are not particularly tanky and don't do that much damage. It's just numbers and ambushing. Okay. So out of that, Infinity took a couple of hits, nothing serious. And Earth took a couple of hits, nothing serious. And no one else took damage. So let's back off. Get patched up. Oh, were any of you... You have a Hellcat, right? So we're just going to quickly go here and say, this is not my home zone right now. There you go. It'd be cool if it had a higher chance to hit eyes. I have no idea, like, any of the hit chances from stuff and whatever. Like, potential ability to target limbs. Yep. And they're just full of screams right now. Forced landing. Don't stand in the fire. I wish there was a thing where they could not path into fire at all. Like they wouldn't, if they couldn't reach the place because it's in fire, that they just couldn't go there. Because it's such a dumb way for a person to get hurt or die. We sometimes let you learn stop, drop, and roll. It's forbidden. Okay. Mean to say you don't casually walk into flames in real life? No. Like, that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, you want to repair. Like, if I manually were like right-click told them, that I'm okay with. If I'm okay with if you manually run them into a fire. That's like, all right, you want me to go there. That is certainly a choice. But when it's just like their regular whatever, nah. Okay, cool. Yep, so we just unhome zone, like just got out of the home zone on that. So it doesn't seem like they're screaming again, so we're just getting the one wave. Because sometimes it give you 3 waves. Let's see, I've seen people toss Molotov into a burn pit and then walk to a spot inside the burn pit to eat food. Yeah. How do you deal with mech clusters? Depends on the cluster. Some of the strategy you can use is if you have mortars, just mortar. If you have a sniper rifle, you can potentially just sit back and pick at it from aiming. If it is mostly sentries, like turrets and all that, you can use smoke. The turrets cannot shoot into smoke. So that's one way of dealing with it. I actually don't care. So that's another way to dealing with it. If it's mostly units and there's a choke point, you can use EMP. Some of them you could just tank it with the shield belt and run in and deal with it. But it does depend on what's there. Yeah, clusters with low-high shields. Well, then that takes the mortars off the table unless you can wait for the low-high shield to go offline, because they run in cycles where it'll be like up for a day or 2 or 3, and then down for a day and then back up. So some of those you can just kind of wait till it's done and then mortar it anyways. But it does depend on what you're dealing with. All right, Empire, let's see how you do. Good luck, friends. Those two social fought in the middle of it all. I'm not sure if you noticed, but literally while this was going, the royalty person ran up and social fought his guard who was trying to protect him. Surprisingly won. Hey, rat self-tamed. I don't particularly need any of your stuff here. Cool. I actually didn't need the Jade Early Advanced component. I mostly chose it because it's a very royalty thing to do. Mini guns, they can be useful. Right now with our setup, I don't think a minigun would help us. The wind-up time, like a unique minigun, we're talking. If the beam repeater there, well, actually it's bio-coded as well, so it still doesn't help. Because it was Empire stuff, and we already have a Masterwork sniper rifle. If they bring the sniper rifles in, I'm fine with that, but... yeah, minigun's bio-coded. But even then, the minigun's got such a long wind-up time, it's only good against really tanky targets. So stuff like centipedes and all that, that's where it kind of shines. Because then you can target the centipede, and yeah, it's going to hit everything around the centipede. But the problem is if it hits like a militar, it'll fire like the 4 or 5 hit pellets, hit the militar, and then it will stop firing, and then start the targeting over again. So sometimes it's actually worth it to target past stuff, like shoot at the wall behind it, just to make sure it actually gets the whole volley off. They're worth using, but it's one of those ones that's got a lot of stuff you gotta consider when using it. Okay, 2 days we get to leave. Give me the glitter. We'll give you the blue seat. Oh, Nutramine. Blessed day. Cataphract. Put our like 300 gold there. Alright, haul that all in. Because that means we can get ourselves back on our penioxylins so we don't have to worry about malaria and all that. We've been hit by plague enough times. Okay. Right, and let's have you. Alright, we'll have Zerx do it, because Zerx will be the one standing at that research bench. Alright, because that'll give us another cataphract print. It won't matter, we're not going to have time to research it, but on principle. Cool. Yeah, again, if I can jump right there, then we can definitely jump there. So if we can reach it, great. If not, we hop up to whichever asteroid we can get to. Get our engines built. Let's see, what DLC, when biocoding get added? I believe biocoding was always a thing. I know it was definitely a thing by Royalty, because Royalty is where they really ramped it up. Why? I feel like it was a thing in vanilla, like later on in vanilla. But it was pretty uncommon you ran into it. Like just once in a while. But definitely with Royalty they added in, just really ramped it up. Because it was one of those things like when it first came out in Royalty, you could steal the weapons. You could steal like a bunch of their weapons and only some of them were biocoded. And then they just really kind of toned it up to the max to make sure you could get very little from Royalty. Because it used to be such a cheese way to get a whole lot of weapons. You know, I think it was before royalty, but it was very uncommon. And I think you would just randomly, you'd have a raid. No, I mean, I don't know for sure. I thought it was before royalty. 1.1 apparently. Was 1.1 royalty, or was that before royalty? Because it definitely was in royalty. There's no question about that. Yeah, because like definitely royalty is where it started being everywhere. I thought it was before royalty, but it was just kind of one of those things that, you know, you'd have that big raid or whatever, the big trade caravan, like the one weapon in it would be biocode, and it usually would be something you'd want, like it'd be a minigun or an assault rifle. And it was just like once in a while I'd be like, oh, I don't get that one. It's kind of like Unwavering Prisoner, where you get like a whole bunch of people and to be like the one would person be unwaveringly loyal, who'd of course be the one you'd get. The royalty trailer is on the page. So yeah, I think it's added with royalty. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah. I'm trying to remember, because that's a while back. Because you said 2020? Is royalty only 5 years ago? I feel like it's so much longer than that. Because isn't like RimWorld... Man, I was trying to remember. I'm probably thinking about like when RimWorld was like in its earlier versions as well. I want to say like RimWorld is coming up on like 10, 12 years or something like that. Like it's been around a while. They've done a really good job of like taking the game though and keep adding to it and keeping people engaged. Because there's not been many games that have had the kind of lifespan that RimWorld has. February 2020? Gotcha, okay. Royalty released in February 2020. Huh. That's only 5 years ago. Since 1.0, it's been roughly one major patch per year with the DLC. Yeah, I'm probably thinking early access. Because I think I got onto RimWorld when it first showed up on Steam at all, not when it went 1.0, if I remember correctly. Alright, so let's check the range if I can go to the unique weapon place. I cannot. So let's go in here, assign everyone Spacefarer, get your spacesuits on. This is the first DLC that makes me want to pick it back up, but to get all the DLC is like 100 bucks. Yeah, well, you don't... I actually would avoid buying all the DLC in one go. Please stop putting it out there. I always forget they do that. So apparel... No. No apparel out here. Let's have all of you drafted on draft so you cancel your immediate actions. That way they grab the clothes off here, and then I need them to haul the clothes back into the ship. Yeah, don't buy them all. Pick up, yeah. Start with Anomaly. You have none of them. I would probably say Anomaly would be one of the last ones. I personally like Anomaly as my favorite DLC, but when it comes to replayability, I would certainly argue that you're probably much better off getting Ideology or Biotech. I take that back. I'd probably make Royalty last. And that's just because, personally, to me, I found Royalty to be, like, it's fine. It brings good stuff to the table, but of the DLC out there, it really is the one that brings the least. Alright, so I just want to get them to get that flak armor back in. But yeah, no, Biotech adds an incredible amount, as does Ideology. Odyssey does as well, but I don't think it'd be wrong to get Odyssey first. But you could certainly get Odyssey first. I think it has a lot of replayability. The weird thing is Odyssey changes how you play RimWorld. Like once you do Odyssey, it's kind of a whole thing about just the game is different from then on. Like, it's going to be almost a conscious thing that I'm going to have to do to be like, no, let's go back to staying in one place. I'm gonna have to like make that a deliberate decision. Because without the grav ship, RimWorld's world is very limited. Like you're just dealing with the one time. Yeah, biotech is like honestly between ideology and biotech, I don't think there's a wrong answer. Like those are both extremely good. Not much to say about it. Okay, so I can only get to this one, but that'll do fine. We can go to the Jade one. And this is our first time actually doing space stuff in this. Now, my back 2 rooms are not actually enclosed. That's why we gotta go up here is to get those engines built. But everyone's in their vac suits. The entire middle of the ship has the oxygen thing set up. And then with that, we'll be right above here. Longer range, we could drop down on the Empire and all that stuff. You do think Odyssey is great? This will be a little annoying. Can I turn you? Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Darkwater, how's it going? But yeah, no, I definitely, like, Odyssey definitely makes you want to explore. And I imagine it's definitely going to be one of those ones that you reach a point where you're like, you know what? I kind of want to chill and just build a base. But being able to explore the map after all these years is just wonderful. Okay, so let's check. Cool. So please don't leave a book in the doorway such that it's losing air. Alright, so now we're going to go over here and we're just going to do this. We're going to go boom, 1 in, 10 by 10. Boom, 10 by 10-ish. Because we don't care about the jade. We're not here for the jade. I am here for the stone. All right. And we want them to cut vac stone until we're ready. That's a zone. Dumping stockpile here. Or sorry, well, regular stockpile there, dumping out there. Alright, because basically once we get 300, these engines all get built. Meanwhile, we can go here and go to Odyssey, Oxygen, build one there, and there, because that'll make those work. How does our power grid look up here? 500 extra watts, so we're solid. Let's see, Odyssey, biotech is what you're thinking right now. I don't think that'd be a mistake. Like, that's kind of the thing. I think the only one I would say I would actually discourage is I would discourage Anomaly first. And honestly, I'd probably discourage Royalty first. Royalty is kind of the tricky one. It adds a lot of stuff kind of not royalty to the game. I mean, not really related to the Royalty gameplay. And I actually find the Royalty gameplay to be some of my least favorite content in RimWorld. But with all that said, oh, actually, let me make sure we have the flak. Okay, so one thing we'll need to do. Count equipped on the flak stuff. And I'm going to need to kick it up to the same amount as the other one. Does he have how many colonists? 12. Have 2 spares. I think Ideology is great, but shouldn't be anyone's first DLC because at best it's expanding beyond the defaults. I think Ideology is probably the hardest DLC to wrap your mind around. I would say it's probably the most involved. Because it's taking what the game is and being like, what if we just gave it like a tweak here and a tweak here and a tweak here? The fact that the Empire won't interact with you without a noble, and nobles are quite annoying, really limits royalty. Yes. I do think at this stage, I would really like RimWorld to have a major update that just kind of goes back to like the royalty DLC and gives it, gives it kind of polish up to more of like what we're at now with a lot of our content. And go back to ideology and kind of give it a little bit more wiring into a whole bunch of different stuff, and go back to like not as a bunch of separate updates, but do like an update that's just like, okay, we've added 3 or 4 things to royalty, add 3 or 4 things to ideology, add 3 or 4 things to biotech, add 3 or 4 things to anomaly, and just, get them all across the board. And a lot of those, the interactions would be with each other. And I know it was deliberate that they made the decision to not have a lot of these things, have a lot of crossover between them. And the reason for that being is they didn't want people to feel like they had to buy all the DLC to enjoy the game. They wanted to kind of keep it somewhat contained and compartmentalized, which I don't think is a bad plan, but it ends up being such a shame that, like, a meteor you go up to and it's anomaly nonsense up there. You go up there and there's just like, shambler thing. So it's, a zombie one or a bunch of flesh beast stuff or whatever. Like, it's a spooky meteor. All right, we got orbital debris. So for right now, everyone on this side, get indoors. Everyone on that side, get indoors. Don't hit the front of my ship. Okay, and we are good. Orbital debris has gone by. Anomalous asteroid bases would be cool. Yeah. And it feels like they could have added more stuff for biotech. Like, they added a decent amount with Odyssey, but, like, it feels like they really kind of didn't do anything with biotech that I can think of. Like, not much for Anomaly. I do think it would be fun to have some, like, creepy, weird stuff, biotech stuff for Anomaly. All I know is Ancient Walker Debris on a stream today, and you're like, okay, where's my mech walkers? Yeah, it's weird that all the DLCs since Ideology have hooked into that, but then there's barely any cross-DLC interaction. Yeah, no, exactly. That's kind of my big thing, is it's like, I would love to see a bit more interaction back and forth between them. I think there'd be a lot they could do with that. And I don't need it to be like everything's wired into everything so you feel like you have to play all the DLC turned on all the time. It kind of just really feels like an opportunity lost kind of thing. And I know some people would feel annoyed by it because they would feel pressured into doing Anomaly when it's not really their thing, which is totally fair. Alright, getting those engines built. This is why you just do it as a 1-2 flavor interactions in each pairing. Yeah, well that's kind of what it feels though. It feels like the 1-2 is just way too much opportunity missed. Like I really wish there was. But like, like for example, when it comes to Odyssey, like yeah, they gave us the Star Jack. Fair enough. That's your ideology. Well, sorry, that's your biotech. And they gave us the ship one. Honestly, the really underwhelming thing with the ideology side of Odyssey is they gave us the shipborne thing, but then they made it so it's really, really impractical to do space bases. Not as, like, hard, but there's just so little depth of content or variety of content when you're up here on the meteors that it really kind of makes it so you can play that way, but it just gets boring really fast. There's just not enough happening. You get your raids, your mech raids, and your meteors, and that's and orbital debris, and that's basically it. All of the related crop stuff. I mean, I guess if you did hydroponics up here, you could get blight, but like cold snaps not a thing, heat waves not a thing, none of the weather patterns are a thing for obvious reasons. And it just feels like they could have done more spacey stuff up here to give you a reason to want to live in space. I was hoping to see other grav ships. Yeah, like I could see something like that having, well, and also like for example, you can raid the platforms, but like the platforms are honestly pretty underwhelming. Like they're cool to go to the ruined ones for the ruined ones, but then you go to attack an actual settled one, and it's just a ruined platform for all intents and purposes. But that's the thing that RimWorld's always had a problem with, that you go to attack a base, and, you know, we're probably going to see here in a minute where we attack an Empire base, and you're going to have like 40 guys with all sorts of advanced tech and all that, and there'll be like 2 or 3 wood or stone buildings, maybe a couple of solar panels, if they're really lucky, a mortar. But they all look like just sheds that someone did. And you're like, this is supposed to be the Empire base, like a really thing that's still a problem? Yeah. They've never revisited that on a meaningful capacity that I've seen. Also, the attack satellites have 1 good crate and cost 12 uranium turrets firing at you. Yep. Now, I do think they have to be careful to not give us way too much goodies from just one objective. But it is one of those things I'm like, okay, if I'm hitting an Empire base, it should be, you know, this whole big base with, you know, 30, 40 dudes running around fully kitted out in marine armor and cataphract armor and all that. Like, I'm hitting them at home. They should have, like, I am making the active choice as a player to throw myself into something really, really rough. Like, that should be kind of, it should be comparable to going after the hive mind for just, okay, there's a lot of stuff gonna go down here. The lore reason is that the Empire lives abroad, aboard the orbital flotilla, but that's still boring. Yeah, but that's kind of the thing, is like, it demotivates you from attacking things. Like, you don't see raider runs very often, because after you've raided like 5 or 10 bases, you kind of seen what they've got to offer. Like, there's not a whole lot to spice that up. I could see that as a crossover thing for Royalty and Odyssey, that if you have both, you could, you know, you could fight the Empire flotilla. So right now we have, with Royalty, you've got where you take the title and all that, and then you've got the deserter one. I could see them like going back and creating a deserter ending, where your whole point is you take down the Empire, like the local Empire in your area. Yeah, no, before Odyssey, raiding was caravanning, and it was rough. It was just annoying. But I could see, like, having a thing where you have a flotilla that, again, you're talking, like, hive mind scale base. But, you know, it's just Empire, and then be rocking in with, you know, Masterworks, shield belts, like, really, really just tech them out. Have them just be, you know, have them be your straight-up, you're attacking other human people one, that it's just all that. Yeah, so I just need a couple more Vaxstone bricks. And we'll get that last engine going. Because they're probably cooled off? No, we're about to cool off, so they should get that done about the same time we cool the engines off. And then we're going to attack the Empire. But yeah, no, because that, to me, that would be fun to have, like, that really massive, you're the one raiding their base, it's a massive fight. With the grav ship, you could potentially do that, because the grav ship can give you a defensive position to work from. You could bring mortars onto the scene, so you can be the one where you drop in, you put your mortars down, start catapulting your mortars at their base, and have it be a completely different encounter than we've ever had in RimWorld. That's more glitter tech? Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I would want them to show up, like, and they would have a bunch of the fancy stuff. And you'd probably, for that, give them a special weapon that's only available through that encounter as, like, the big thing. You can get certain weapons. Alright, we are ready to rock and roll. Everyone is good to go. We've got the ship all sealed up. All engines are go. It's time. Wait. Okay, cancel that real quick. Alright, is everything sealed? You're dodgy. You're dodgy, but everything is sealed. So what we're gonna do is, before we go down there, so we're gonna restrict everyone to the safe part of the ship. And we're going to go to our assignments. And you three go to melee assignment. You go to the anything assignment. We're going to preemptively switch you to your flak armor. Or marine armor, whatever you're going to do. You shouldn't be able to go out here. Zones. This is not part of the safe zone. You always thought of it as, they aren't the actual Empire settlements, but Empire aligned locals. Otherwise, you should be hit with orbital weaponry when you attack them. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. My point was more, even if they're like the local branch of the Empire that they're, you know, sympathizers or whatever, I would want them to be, you know, the ones hoarding all the weapons, that they're genuinely a major threat. And that we should be able to fight them, or like when they show up. Because like I think for royalty when it came out, it was solid. But at this stage in the game, with how much has been added and moved around and changed over the years, it's just like they definitely have kind of fallen behind. The certain amount of good feels like what royalty should be. Yeah, I think the royalty, like the deserter, was never seen to be like a big thing in its own. Alright, so I think we're good. Everyone's in their flak armor and all that. Now we launch. Because that was the big thing, is I was like, wait, we don't want to land with our vac suits. They initiate on us. And then we have to immediately go into the fight in our vac suits. Alright, Broken Empire. This will cause minus 71 of the Broken Empire. But yeah, now it's not that I want them to be like, they just nuke you from orbit, get wrecked, because, you know, lore, they should be able to do that. My thought is like, let us attack a major, like, I would like for their next DLC to be a rework of like all the factions on the map. You're like, instead of just, there's just a, you are at minus 50 reputation or plus 50 reputation kind of thing. Have some more nuance to that. It doesn't need to go like full 4X strategy game or anything like that. Okay, so what are we looking at? So they got a lot of sentry guns. I am not seeing a mortar. Looking at what they're bringing to the table, they've got 4 machine guns, 1 charge rifle, 1 Hellcat, 1 chain shotgun, a lot of solid melee weapons. I believe if I can get my ship to turn this way, and we could force them to run in. Here we go. With this angle, I don't have to worry about them shooting at me with their sentry guns, and I can shoot at them with mine. No, if I remember correctly, it'll leave immediately when we land. Because that was what would happen, is when you caravanned onto it, you'd see the shuttle leave as you arrive. And the idea of that be whoever's the important people. Alright. So get people in position. I'm assuming they're just going to kick off immediately, because why wouldn't they? Okay. So yeah, as you can see, the moment the violence kicked off, they immediately made a run for it. But like, there's not a person there. That shield belt did you really good. I definitely want to get out there to deal with you. Right now, he's going to pick at that shield, and that'll be okay. That was underwhelming. I remember the last time I did this, it was absolutely a nightmare. Yeah, I like the ones running up with the shield belt who just got obliterated. Yeah, so I'm not getting to you. You're gonna be long gone. Hey, Valentin. How's it going? Do you want to see how I got these scars? Alright, so. You still have power, but your grid is dumping 800 power per second. When I drop, it's a map. It has to do with the mod we're using, the Fog of War. Because if you see, if I run up here, it said Dine Fen Bin has been revealed. So if we go here, and go to world map, we can go Dine Fen Bin. Wait, I can see the whole map. Huh. Oh, is that because we landed in space? Maybe it's because we went to space and now we just have the whole map revealed? Or because, you know... Don't know. That's weird. So rest of you just go about your day. You three, start beating up turrets. I see Cockroach Mountains, what a name. Yeah, see only the one solar panel. Is it a whole map? Is it the whole map? Or do you still need to discover factions? No, I think... I mean, you know what? It is missing a bunch of the areas. Just weirdly... Oh, I guess maybe that's because we went to space. We could see the topography, but we can't actually see their bases. Okay, that's actually not bad. I think that's okay. Alright, so let's claim that. So we did destroy their ability to recharge those things. I don't need the batteries. Because with that, all of the stuff is now shut down. Okay. A Persona Sword. Mad wailing. This Persona Sword's highly disturbing and won't shut up about it. It wails notions to whoever's bonded with, suppressing their mood. Why is that not bonded to someone? That seems like a great weapon. Well, Infinity runs to that. You two start breaking into this one. Because it doesn't have... Oh, actually, it does have a door. Every time you see its hunger pangs or mad wailing. Yeah, that's kind of been one of the big bummers. Is with all the negative things you can get with the Persona weapons, it's so rare I see one that's anything but hot garbage. Like, it's one thing if this was, you know, like a legendary or whatever, like masterwork quality or something like that. I'd be like, okay, I'm willing to take a pretty nasty debuff for that good of a mono sword. But almost always it's like just utterly rubbish start to finish. That's their throne? Okay. Sir, you know that doesn't actually meet requirements, right? Your throne room is not up to code. I'm gonna need you to step it up, buddy. They failed inspection, clearly they had to die. I know, right? Yeah, no, he did that fight and literally just got shot in the hand once. You know, the reason royalty isn't that great? You're really selling me on needing touch up. Yeah, no, this isn't even, like, as Lardine's saying, it's not really a royalty issue. It's literally all of the bases. Royal, like, no matter what faction it is, that you go to their bases and all of them are like this. And it's one thing, it's like, oh yeah, this is a tribal thing. They don't actually have one group. It's a bunch of these, like, splintered groups or whatever. But still, it's like, yeah, but come on, man. Alright, so I guess we'll go after the Neanderthals next. Oh, you meant Persona weapons, Death Acidifier, biocoding. Everything about the Empire Kai is just annoying to work with. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, is you do it and you're like, here's your reward. A stick in the eye. What else? Nah, man, there is no what else. You're getting a stick in the eye and you're gonna like it. Like, they do have, like, lots of the psychic powers and fun stuff and all that. Like, there's lots of good stuff that comes with royalty. But, like, the actual, actual Empire group, if you get close enough to them, they have some good stuff to trade for. But, like, that's about the only meaningful interaction, is becoming their ally and then using the tickets and all that. You went to Pig Base and it was barely more built up than a random war camp? Yeah. Well, we already attacked a Pig Base. We've attacked an Empire base. Now let's go down and attack a Neanderthal base. How are our standings at the end of this? Yeah, so we're actually becoming friends with some of them. Oh yeah, no, distress signals are excellent. Like, distress signals, I think one of the things that's nice about them is, yeah, sometimes you go to them and the loot will be pretty underwhelming, but other times you go to them and you'll be like early game, you're going, oh hey, there's just a an excellent quality assault rifle there and some Hellcats. Sure, cool, I'll just move on from my pistols to assault rifles. Royalty on its own is the worst and the weakest of the DLC, but it has some of the best mods. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally about to leave. That's fine. Block the sun. I'm literally leaving in 8 in-game hours. Like, I'm looking for my next target. Yeah. Look, man. We came here thinking we were going to be getting ourselves a really nice base. It's pretty terrible, so you know. You can have it. I've already cleared out the riffraff that was holding it before. Like, I think it would be completely reasonable that you would go to a base like this, and that they would have an electric stove. You know, not like the full production room, but you might be able to get like a machining table or an electric stove. So it could be an alternative way to get stuff. So you could have your like no research run kind of thing that you literally don't research, and you could get out here and like manage to steal their tables and all that kind of stuff. you know, you wouldn't be able to do much with it, which is, I guess, is the big counter argument. All right, so let's go out to the Neanderthals. Because Galactus Conquest is here. I feel there should be some ideology stuff, like the Biosculptor should be adjusted since Anomaly does the de-aging a lot better. It's almost not worth it in a good way. I mean, to be fair, like even when in the past I was doing like tech humanist stuff before Anomaly, it was pretty rare I did the de-aging more than I was absolutely obligated to do so because of how long they had to sit in those stupid things. Alright, so we've got that. Let's just go ahead and park our ship right here. So we've got the tribal Neanderthals, and, you know, they have the technology of stick and bow. And then, like, a spaceship lands. So they're not really bringing much range to the table. So let's just get everyone out here. And we're just gonna bully them. Because they don't have enough numbers to matter. Yeah, I see what you're saying. This is basically a work... Like, it's a work site with a couple more buildings. Alright. So I got you in position. So drop all of you back. Grab all of you and squeeze you back here. Grab you back there. Because those sentry guns are going to start firing, and we do not want to be shot by our own sentry guns. Now, it does mean there are going to be a lot of them that avoid the most of our fire, which isn't great, because getting into melee with Neanderthals is bad. But if any of them get too close... Oh, you're on go juice, sir? Where do you think you're going? I do, like... I don't often get the psychic slaughter or whatever it is, creepy joiner. But it is a fun one that can be abused. Did you explode into juice? No, it exploded into meat chunks. Twisted meat chunks. It's one of the anomaly creepy joiner things. Alright. I'll show you what it is here in a second. Yeah, so just normal. There is an exceptional silver knife. But yeah, so basically you fight that whole base, and you got some crap melee weapons that you never care about. Like, even a regular raid gives you more than what this gives you. And you're taking out their colonies. Like, I do feel like they should... Like, the work camps are better because it's basically something like this, but then they'll have one extra room that'll be full of corn, or one extra room that's full of wood. You got one of those and he betrayed you, and so you was scared, but he aggroed onto a Roomba. Yeah, but now the creepy joiners are... They're a gamble. They got negatives, but this one has, if we look at their ability... They've got this one, Psychic Slaughter. Use dark psychic power to induce chaotic reconfiguration of flesh. This kills the flesh of the creature in seconds and converts the body into a pile of twisted meat. Yep. My big fear of when, there was a whole big announcement that, like, oh, hey, in, you know, Odyssey, we're gonna make it so the enemies use their abilities more. And I was really scary of running into the creepy joiner with Psychic Slaughter and just being like, you know, just having the creepy joiner just explode one of my pawns where I don't get a chance to defend myself. I just have to kill him before he finishes the cast. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and pop right back in over here. So that way we don't get swarmed. Yep, and they're monitor lizards, so they got a lot of poison going on, lots of tox buildup. Don't. Okay, they didn't get in. For a moment, I was like, don't get in there. I do not want you inside my ship. That becomes a problem. Ooh, don't go that speed yet. So this is actually dangerous because they cause toxic buildup on them. So there is actually a decent chance they could get enough toxic buildup on someone to cause them to get downed or whatever. This is genuinely way scarier than anything we just ran into. Oh, that was a mistake because a lot of the monitor lizards are running past into the back lines because they're on fire, which disables collision. Okay, is that all of them? All of them downed? All right. So, only minor toxic buildup, but a lot of injuries. Genuinely, that was worse than both those last two attacks combined. Also, the monitor lizards just laying on the ground screaming is certainly a thing. Please, don't stand on the corpses. Here, actually, for the moment, that is not a home zone. Alright, change that. That is not a home zone. Just let them burn themselves out, and then you can go to repairing things. Please go to bed right now. You are in terrible shape. I'm already on it. Okay. And good, all the lizard screaming stopped. I love how you have a pawn who's gonna die in 4 hours of blood loss. You're like, okay, but I need a snack and the game of chess before we go to the hospital. Yeah, it's like, look, man, work-life balance. Everything is such an emergency to you all the time. You're always like, no, I'm about to bleed out. Oh, I'm dying of malaria. Have you ever thought about me and wanting to get ice cream? So selfish. Oh, there's another map. Hey, go ahead and read that map. Alright. Standing up in the middle of childbirth for the sacred activity of taking a simple meal to the inventory. The one that really annoys me is you'll have the pawn get down from childbirth. Fair enough. They're literally in labor. You know, maybe ever so slightly strenuous on the body. So they get downed. As one would imagine would occur. And during childbirth, they are able to get back up. And so it cancels the childbirth because it's like an event or whatever, like a ritual kind of thing. So it cancels them because they're no longer downed. And they all start walking away, and you're just like, I'm sorry, that's not how childbirth goes. When the baby's coming, it doesn't just stop. That ship is sailing. You can't just be like, nah. I want to get a snack first. The legit common problem you've seen is pawns get out of the surgery bed when bleeding out to go fight a fire? Yes. They will do that. That's one of the reasons I don't put my home zones outside of much area, and I always make... Like, this is a little different because we have steel because of the, that. Usually I'll make all my exterior doors and all that and all of my bases stone, even though they open and close slower. Because one, the enemy won't target, run over, and try and set it on fire because it's not flammable. And then B, if there's fires, I just don't have to worry about unless it's inside my perimeter. It makes life so much easier. Alright. And I do think we're going to go recover ourselves, and I'm going to hit the Outlander faction base. And then that might be it. Because at that stage, other than just, you know, like RNG, someone gets a sniper rifle shot off and kills one of my people, we've kind of demonstrated that we can just bully the things. You recently became a uranium door enjoyer? Oh, they're good. They slowly open and close. There's a lot of people who hate on the auto doors. And yeah, there's a lot of reasons to hate on the auto doors. But low-key, getting stuff like a uranium auto door for like the edge of your base or whatever can be really solid. Even like your bottleneck places. Now, the big thing, you just don't want them everywhere. And the reason you don't want them everywhere, for those who don't know, is they go through a decent amount of components that they'll just break down. You have to keep replacing the component, which can be a bit of a time sink. But yeah. Uranium auto door just has a really high amount of health, and it opens and closes really fast. So they can be really good for those areas where you want a door you can close, and it does so rapidly. But again, like I said, it's one of those ones you wouldn't use everywhere, because otherwise your people just run around replacing components all day. I kind of wish they didn't break down quite as fast as they do. I think it'd be fair to like make them far better worth making. It's just the frequency they break be knocked down a hair. Yeah, you're only... Well, actually, that burn has got a little bit more. Yeah, other than the burn, everything else is about healed. And all yours are most... Well, I mean that leg. Yeah, so you're getting close. No shocker, the melee team's the one who got hurt really bad. Let's go ahead and begin in our scarification while we wait. Because, and like I said, I think we're going to go hit this Outlander one, because that's one you get a whole variety of xenotypes. At that stage, I think we'll... I mean, other than like the Yatkin and all that, which I don't have any nearby, we'll have hit most of the different factions we can hit. Okay, and we're going to do it immediately, because I'm going to try and knock it out before the next ad break. So I'm going to just do this really quick. Land here anyway? Yeah. Because I can't delay the next ad break anymore. I've been snoozing it already, and I'm out of snoozes. So let's knock this down. And it'll probably wrap up, and then it'll be 2 weeks before I get to see you all again, because I'll be traveling. So it's gonna be a whole thing. And I'm very excited for it, but also it's hard to like step away from stream. I usually a little over a week I start getting like really antsy about wanting to be back on stream. Man, you got sentry guns at just about every angle. Good on you actually having... Ah, no, you missed one. I was about to say, like, good on you actually having a good setup where I can't just bully you into fighting me on my terms. Thruster breakdown. That is a problem for later me. You all get into position here so that when someone pokes their head around, they get popped. So what are you bringing to the table? All right, you got bolt actions. You actually have got some pretty respectable weapons going on here. All I need is an angle long enough to pop one shot into one person. And it'll be good. Alright, let's have you bait the gun for a moment. Because I just need to wake it up. Actually, can I get this shot off on you? Just get the hit. Just get the hit. That'll do better. Get the hit. Would you aggro? Are you just gonna let me get away with this? Look, man. Fight me. The only way we're doing this fighting time is if you engage on me now. Because I see that one with the shield, and I want to see if that actually gets us killed. Because he might run up, drop the shield right there. Okay, they've aggroed. They did get a hit on Kraisk. There's their shield. That's a oh, that's okay. Well, it's gonna be. They all have shields. This is gonna be a melee on melee and nobody else involved fight. Here, you two, stop that. Oh, you won that fight. That's not what you want to see. All fire on this target. Take him down. Get on that one. You are tanky. All right. Oh, they still have a sentry gun up there. That's okay. Schedule home zone. Restrict to the home zone. And how badly hurt are you? You're literally not hurt hardly at all. Okay, and just like that, we basically can just kind of so what would happen is in the raiding colony, you just keep doing this. Sooner or later, you'd take a loss or two because someone gets a bad roll and loses a head. But by then, we'd probably recruit more people. But with that said, I'm going to be wrapping up a little bit early because I could just jump around and like look for 2 more targets and just knock them out. But I don't think it's a big thing. I got to finish my packing for my travel. I literally fly out in a couple of hours, 3 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and get all that stuff done. But thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to go find someone for us to raid. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but you are going to be dropped because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. If you're over here on Twitch and you have enjoyed the content, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can